Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Tech Talk. I'm here with Mark Edworthy. We do not know where Tan Hai Tran is. He's on the loose and running rampant in the city, so we'll keep an eye out for him. He's most likely at the frickin' meat department somewhere looking at fish or some kind of seafood.
Yeah.
But we will have him on here hopefully here before long. I know he's having issues with his eyes and allergies, and the last stream that we
Yeah,
had to get.
yeah, yeah.
So, with that being said, I'd like to welcome Bob Dub in chat, and I'd like to welcome Mark Edworthy here on the stream. And it's like I said before we got started. Bob Dub's in chat. She says she wants to listen, but she's most likely going to have comments. I've never heard her not give a comment when she's listening to these things, so it should be interesting. Now, I do have my stuff that in a chat that concerns what uh, Minds Gaming said about AI that I can go through and discuss and stuff. But before I get to that, what I want to do is I want to kind of go over some things that I did find out with a couple of platforms since I have done certain background, information on some of these alt tech platforms. But I also have something extra that I want to mention that concerns X, formerly Twitter, as well. I went in and I checked out their tier system for monetization and stuff like that, and got some interesting information that I wanted to share. Um, the first thing is with Odyssey. Now, Odyssey, I found out they did not sell off Odyssey to new owners. What ended up happening is they have new tech support and stuff like that going on. So there is a big transition there, but they, from what I've found out on Discord, help and support, or their Discord channel, they did not sell their corporation to
He
another person. So
did, but didn't they get extra money from an extra VC?
they
And
in
they did know these thinking couple of.
now we'll go ahead and kind of elaborate on that so I can get a better understanding.
Um, well, as we know, a lot of these companies live and die by money that's been given to them by angel capitalists or venture capitalists. Um, I thought Odyssey was receive the new venture capitalist company interested in them.
Now that could be where the tech is coming from because they're getting that, they're getting money. I did notice some changes going on in there, like they're pushing the
So presume if you're talking to a tech support operative, they're not going to be able to say very much. Either
dude.
they're under NDA or they're just not knowledgeable about these things.
Dude, I'm talking to Jiggy Tom.
Use Jiggy.
You know who Tom is, don't you? MySpace. MySpace
Yes,
founder, creator.
yeah, but what position has he got in Odyssey?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he knows what he's talking about. It's freaking Tom, dude.
Again, it could be NDAs as well. He could have signed a non-disclosure.
Well, all I'm saying is he said that they didn't buy or sell off. What they did is they freaking started. They have new people in tech and stuff like that that are going over
Okay,
the thing. That's what he told me,
so it was just a recruitment drive.
pretty much. And I
Oh,
have noticed differences like in their advertisement and stuff. and like their ads are insanely more than what they used to be. Like every time I get on there and I do any kind of function on that freaking platform, a damn advertisement will pop up. So it's like they're all of a sudden freaking selling advertisements left and right.
Presumably, all that issue with Libra cost them a lot of money, and the economy still isn't great at
Yeah.
the moment. So,
Another thing that I did find out too, and I don't know how true it is, but they were talking in there, and it looks like they might be going into the Fediverse, just like Mines did.
yeah.
So,
Do you know how they're going to do it, though?
no, I haven't gotten the technicalities behind it and everything,
They
but
haven't got they haven't got any press releases or white papers as yet.
yeah, not yet. But that's
Uh,
kind of what they're talking about in there. They're having big conversation. Um,
yeah, so it's early stage, I say early phase.
mhm.
So that could be, I don't know, a year. That could be, if not longer.
No, no, Bob Dub. She. No,
It's the
I'm
morning
not.
line.
I'm not talking about X doing that. I'm talking about Odyssey at the moment. Uh, be patient. I'm having.
Ah,
She.
okay, mine's
She's
got
excited.
everything. I'm
She's
ex coffee.
she's
Yeah,
excited.
could
She
have long discussion with on.
she's wanting to freaking hear all this stuff about X is what it is. She got it antsy.
Uh,
Okay, now
Bitten.
but what I did find out though is that there's and it's hearsay. I'm gonna say that much. But in the
Okay,
conversation
yeah.
that they were talking, there's a good chance they're going over to Fediverse. So
That could be tomorrow, that could be next week, that could be next month, that could be next year, that could be next decade,
yeah,
for all we know.
exactly.
Until there's press releases and until it's been confirmed, then
She,
it's just another WhatsApp.
mm-hmm. No, she's calling me a fancy pants. It's all about pants. Freaking okay. Now I'll get started on the X thing. Like
Mm.
Bob Dub wants to hear about now. I went in and see what it is. You remember mine's had their monetization program,
Yeah.
and they had their tier
In what
system.
form? In which forms?
Just one that they had just before they stopped doing the monetization for crypto and cash. The way they had it set up with the tier systems.
Okay.
Okay.
They've still got a tier system.
Well,
You need the membership, what they call membership.
it's not worth anything, but I'm actually talking about real stuff with real money, like
Okay.
so. So I mean, now the thing is what I found. I went on to X and I started checking it out, and sure as shit, they've got a freaking system that's set up almost like what freaking Mines had. The difference is Mines we had to pay $60, and they have $85 where you have to pay for it for just premium.
Uh, this is related to their verification system, isn't it?
And
Yeah,
um,
and this isn't a new thing. This has been going on for
hold
six
on,
months at
no,
least.
this is where it gets good. Now you can get
Okay.
paid to freaking post. Okay, just like you could whenever you was on Minds, uh, you can get freaking paid to get posts. Like, but
Have you read this? Okay, carry on.
but the thing is their videos are only 4 hours. I mean, 4 hour limits on it.
That's more than what you need.
Right.
Most people need.
And
But yeah, I was going to say, have you read the contractual agreements from this one?
I haven't read it, but this
Oh,
all does sound good and everything. But let me get on to the rest because this is where it starts going downhill. Now, um, they have freaking the premium and they have the pro, which they all look good and everything. And I started checking around and watching people's reviews on it and everything. And this guy came up and started talking about the tier program. So I noticed that he was leaving things out. Freaking, I knew about from whenever I've been on mine's pro, I guess. Not no, not pro, but mine's plus because
Hmm.
it's very similar. And what I did is I asked him, okay, so freaking whenever you go on to freaking join X Pro, I guess, or Premium, do you freaking do, do you, uh, do you get cash or crypto or both? And he said it's cash only. So that was fine. I was cool with
Right.
that.
Yeah, because the SEC issue. Um,
But
I
then,
presume he was a public relations person.
yeah, but this
Uh,
is where it gets to the downhill part. But then he starts talking about and then I did mention the monetization. They're getting paid for your videos, and he says, well, you can. I said, do you have to wait a certain amount of time before you can get cash, or do you freaking have to wait a certain period of time? And he says, all you have to do is wait for your freaking monetization uh, uh, requirements. And I'm like, hold on, dude. Like, so
well,
are you trying to say that after you pay $85, you still have freaking a requirement for monetization? Okay, and he finally responded back to me and told me, yes, you have to freaking have like 1,000 freaking followers,
okay. Yeah.
then you have to freaking have a certain amount of time that you were on there, and freaking
Okay.
I think it was like you have to be a member of the freaking of my X for like 3 months at least, or and just stuff like that. But then, see, the thing of it is like freaking. So you're telling me that I pay $85 so that I have to freaking get 1,000 followers before I can get money back from it? Okay, 1,000 followers is not freaking as easy as what they're making it out to be. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. It's insane. I've been on X now for years, and I've got like 220 maybe.
Okay. I tend to take anything that public relations operative says with a pinch of salt these days. Important then is to read the terms of services and make sure that it's legal within your jurisdiction, and if necessary, seek legal advice on that one. But yeah, the important thing, the devil in the details is within the terms of service
Mm-hmm.
in the contractual agreement.
Yep. Now, uh, Bob Dub says they are copying mines, and then she says they're paying advertisement revenue. Some people are getting thousands. What about the rumor that
Are they are they paying? Is X paying, or is this third party advertisers paying?
that's a good question. Third party most likely is what it is. X is
Okay.
no. She said
Again, I would like to see the contractual agreements on the one.
now Bob says that no X is paying, so that'd be kind of cool. And she asked
Yeah.
too.
Again,
She asked too. But what about the rumors that Doge is going to be the cryptocurrency
that
of
is a
X?
rumor that's been going floating about for literally years now.
Yeah, no.
2, 3, 4 years.
Now see, I was wondering if she was being serious there because like Dogecoin has a joke behind it. It's a horrible freaking
Mm.
joke, but it's the truth. You know what I mean? Like
And
Doge.
also, it's a cryptocurrency rather than a crypto token. So, X has to step very carefully as far as the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission is concerned.
Yeah, and now freaking Doge is not really the cryptocurrency, I think they'll be going on. You know what I'm saying? The only thing freaking lower in value than Doge is freaking Mine's tokens.
Don't know, I haven't had a look at them for a long time. Let me see, can I pick them up on my...
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I've not heard from them for a long time, so I don't know what their thing is these days.
Now with the whole thing about the money thing, why they're doing it in money, I can see the reasoning for that. That's why whenever I was on Mines Bob Dub, I refused to take cryptocurrency for Mines with monetization.
And not only that, but Twitter has got offices in other countries, and other countries obviously have their own legislation in relation to cryptocurrencies
Mm-hmm.
and or currencies, full stop. So it can be a bit of a complicated sort of thing
Now,
because
what I would like to see is I'd like to see them to get a little bit more freaking advanced and step it up because like on Rumble, and I think Kick might be doing this too, but they've cut away this bullshit with PayPal. And like with PayPal now, you can just get you a freaking debit card with PayPal and hook it right up into Rumble and get paid straight out of freaking Rumble onto PayPal.
which means that you're reliant on PayPal,
Mm-hmm.
and that means another provider with your information.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I mean, yeah, granted, a lot of end users like a lot of the domestic consumers like PayPal, but PayPal hasn't been the most
What do you really want these
fair
websites?
company.
Do you really want these websites knowing your bank information?
Yes, because then, as a UK citizen, I've got various protections. It definitely I know as you as a US citizen don't have really poor protections, but in Europe, in the EEA and EU, um, our governments like to protect the consumer.
Boy, I'm gonna really, I'm gonna get you good in the next episode of Roger's Real Time Talk Show. I mean, you just so freaking happy about that English thing. I'm in England. I'm in
No,
England.
don't blame me. Don't blame me if your government agencies are somewhat questionable.
Well, I don't think that England is really any better to be honest, because like I was talking about with Citibank, you know what I mean? If freaking
Um,
if something like that happens again, you guys are gonna get screwed. You're gonna get like 20 cents on the dollar for everything you put in your bank system. I mean, and that's the way it is when they fold up and they go home. I believe they were in Panama, or was it? They were in freaking what's that one country where they cane people for doing crimes? Thailand. I think
I
Citibank.
mean, if it 20 cents on the dollar, that's good for me. Being somebody who might buy from the US, maybe not good for people that send to the US, but hell, if I'm buying stuff from the US, good.
Yeah. Well, I also know like when it comes to bank accounts, it actually is safer to have your bank connected because like if something happens where somebody rips you off on the internet, your bank can take care of it. But like
Yeah.
if you hook a debit card up to it, then it's basically lost.
Depends on localized jurisdiction legislation. I think there is the FSA in the UK. No, that's the fisheries. FCA in the UK does protect debit card transactions up to something like 2,000 um, British pounds.
Well, the card companies are the ones who have to be responsible for the security, Bob. That's the thing.
Yes, but it's a much more wider thing. It's a much more nuanced sort of thing.
Yeah, and it's horrible too, because like freaking like
Mm.
you get ripped off. Try to contact your freaking card company. Just give it a try.
Uh,
See how easy it
I
is.
can because my card company is my local bank, and I've got a office. I've got a building just about 10 minutes walk away from me.
Well, this your card company is the one that has to give you your money back if you
Yeah,
want your money back. You know what
yeah,
I
but
mean?
my card company is also my bank.
No, your bank is what happens
No,
is your bank.
no, my
Your,
cards company is my bank. My bank provides the card to me. Therefore, the contract is between me and a bank.
you better check that.
I'm totally
I already found out.
again. We're talking about European UK EA laws there. We're not talking about the poor excuses of the laws that you've got in the US.
No, I'm telling you, it doesn't have to do with just the U.S. Your freaking card is freaking separate from your bank. Your bank
No,
is your bank
no.
contracts.
My
Your
bank
bank
is
contracts
my
out to
debit
the card.
account. My debit card account or my debit card is provided by the bank. Therefore,
Are you hooked up
my
with Bank of
contract
London?
is between me and my bank. Whatever contract they hold with a third party is their business. But from a legal perspective, my contract is with the bank. Therefore, if anything goes wrong, and it is related to the fault of the card provider, then it is, in my case, it is the fault of the bank.
So if you're using your debit card to make a transaction on the internet and somebody rips you off, then your bank has to be held responsible instead of the card company.
It's been proven that I've provided false information or I've compromised my security in such a way that I'm at fault.
Okay.
But that's standard contract law agreement speak for any company,
Okay.
both in the UK and US.
We should probably check that out and find out more on it because I think that you probably don't know what you're talking about.
I think I do.
You're like a
Remember,
glorified
I live
Englishman.
in the UK. I've been dealing with UK banks for the majority of my life.
You're a
I've
glorified
provided
Englishman.
e I've provided e-commerce systems. I've created systems that allow for backs transfers and debit card and credit card transfers in or implemented systems rather than created implemented systems.
You know,
So
I'm going at this the wrong
I know
way.
exactly what
I'm
I'm
going
talking
at
about.
this the wrong way. It's like terms of service is what I need. I need to find out
Yeah,
what the
I
okay.
read obviously
Whenever we
me
do
being me. I read my contracts
whenever
inside
we
out.
do the next episode, freaking pull up some terms of service for us so that we can freaking hear them because that would be interesting too to hear even on the stream if anything because that's a good topic to bring up because when it comes to making transactions on the internet.
I'm not sure if I'm willing to do that because that's exposing what provider I'm using.
Well, you don't have to just read certain parts in the
Okay.
agreement. I'm not telling you to like tell everybody what bank you're working through and shit. That's not smart.
Mm,
That's not
yeah,
smart
that's
at
what
all.
I'm saying then. Mm,
So when we were talking about
okay.
card companies, we are talking about Visa and Mastercard. Yes, that's what we're talking about, Bob Dub.
Mm, I've got a Visa card, which is okay. My contract is with my bank, and then the bank's contract is with Visa.
Hmm.
So legally speaking, my any issues I have got is related to my bank.
Well, it's like I said, check that out for us and get the information together, and we can go over it. Don't say what your bank is.
Mm,
Just pull it up, and
mm,
we can do it.
it's nothing. It's a good, easy example. If I bought a sandwich from a local supermarket, say, I don't know, Tesco, say from UK supermarket, and and the sandwich is being provided by a third party company, some bakery, no name bakery. And then I go home, open up the sandwich and find out there's no filling in it. Because my contract is with the supermarket, I bought the sandwich from the supermarket. As far as I'm concerned, it is then to be blamed. I don't go to the I don't need to go to the manufacturer and say it's your fault because my I purchased the sandwich through Tesco's, and therefore the contract is between me and Tesco's.
Hmm. It sounds good, but I'm just telling you what I found out, because like
Okay.
especially when you're dealing with companies like Walmart. Walmart is notorious for having people freaking get mysterious amounts of money disappear from them, or they go on the Walmart website and they want to buy a pool that ends up being a freaking little miniature freaking
Remember also,
you
in
know.
some circumstances, financial fraud is a civil issue in the US, where the similar sort of thing would be a criminal issue in the UK.
Mhm. And I want to thank Mr. Robot too for pointing out that my audio was low, so I cranked it up like he suggested. Hopefully that works a little bit. So
All
now,
right.
since we found a new topic to bicker about, I'm gonna move to another freaking topic. This is where we go into the AI. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now this is freaking what I freaking pulled from Mr. Minds Gaming, and he had a whole bunch of stuff to say. So I'm gonna go ahead and read this off and see what you think of it. He says
Yeah,
hashtag.
carry on.
He says the hashtag of dynamic space-time theory. As a fundamental level, space itself is not something fixed or static, but rather a dynamic entity influenced by the distribution of energy and matter within it. The curvature and warping effect we obscure in space-time then emerge naturally as a response to the underlying dynamic dynamism. Furthermore, the theory suggests that black holes are not necessarily absolute endpoints in time or space. Instead, they can be viewed as regions in which extreme gravitational forces. I don't know if this is the shit freaking he had on there.
Hey, this why are you spacing the Hawkins and Einstein?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was.
What's that got to do with AI?
This is what he was wanting to get into. I was sitting there thinking about it. Extreme gravitational forces create conditions so unusual that they become separate realities, only accessible to quantum at the quantum levels. In this way, dynamic space-time theory expands on the concept presented in general relativity by proposing that space itself is not static or fixed, but rather dynamic and influenced by energy and matter distributed within it. Now, right here, this kind of goes into what I wanted to bring up after I read it. Um, Now, everybody gets caught up in freaking when freaking AI or if AI is going to freaking achieve consciousness, okay? But I don't think that that is what people need to be talking about. I think that the real thing is about personhood. Okay, now
Okay.
they've been bringing up tech, especially when it comes to personhood in politics, for quite a while now, and they're wanting to set it up to where freaking technology has personhood or rights as a person, like they do with corporations. Um,
Yeah.
and what I've understood about what determines a person when it comes to freaking philosophy is like he was talking about time. It has to do with time, okay? Like, uh,
Bob Doug just mentioned this is what his AI thought of. And no, it is a summary of what Hawkins' brief history of time. Um,
yeah,
I've read that book from cover to cover. That is just a synopsis of that book.
yeah, that's actually pulled off of freaking Einstein's
Mm.
theory.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it goes further into string theory and stuff, but
Exactly. Now,
yeah, that in basic.
what I was getting at too was they have to, to be determined as a person. Okay, you have to. It's about time. Okay, like as a human being, me when I was 15, I was a, that was me. That was my me. Who I was. That was my person. I was that person. But see, now that I'm 51 years old, I'm not that person anymore. I've changed over time, and now I'm this person. Okay, so to determine what a person is, freaking a person has to freaking change over time from one
Not
to
from a
another.
legal perspective. You're talking about more of a, I don't know, emotional sort of self-reflective
No,
idea.
it has to do
Um,
like when we were talking about when we were talking about freaking paradigms. Okay, now a computer program with AI starts out as that individual program. But as time goes by and they learn how to freaking change from one paradigm to another, they freaking evolve and become a different uh, program. You see?
a person, a good example of this. In the UK, when you're born, you're provided with a national insurance number.
Hmm.
That, in effect,
That's the
is your
corporate.
person.
Yes, that's a corporate
Yeah,
thing too.
is your person, and that legally person doesn't change over time. It only changes when the entity, the human that is um, related to that person dies.
Now, you got to understand the whole personhood with corporations. That's the newest on the track. Okay, like philosophers were talking about being a person even before that. Like they started really getting into personhood during the times when they were building railroads and stuff here in the United States back in the 1800s. You see what I mean? And it allowed them to create loopholes within the Constitution to where they could get away with shit. And that's where
Uh,
corporations actually started becoming corporations. And
okay,
that's why I also have a problem with like these amendments that are after the Bill of Rights. You know what I'm saying? Because like we said in the other episode, I mean, in your country and in Canada and even in New Zealand, you guys can freaking your politicians can play around and change the freaking constitution or whatever government you have in place according to a whim. But like our constitution doesn't
it's
change.
hardly a whim. It has to go through the Senate. It still has to go
But
with the
but
stamp.
see,
It's still
our constitution doesn't change. So what they did is and I do agree.
amendments.
No, the Bill of Rights and the amendments are separate from the Constitution. Now, What they did
uh,
is they moved on to the Bill of Rights and they added freaking amendments after the first 10. Okay, and like in the 15th and or the 16th Amendment, one of the two, this is where things start getting tricky when it comes to being a person and being personhood. Okay, like we have issues concerning abortion. Okay, and that right there is something that a lot of people have an issue against.
yeah.
Then we have
I,
issues with
actually,
corporations.
I, before you carry on, Bob Dub just said, but you are a person before you are born onto, and which goes into what you were just saying about abortions. And my own approach to that is in line with the 1962 um, England and Wales Abortion Act, where to state that a a fetus is a separate entity than a human.
Hmm.
Um, a fetus only becomes a human after what is it, 24 weeks of after 24 weeks of
Development.
yeah.
Development. Now,
So abortion up to 24 weeks, you're not aborting a human, you're aborting a fetus.
now, see, this is where it gets technical. This is where they want to frick. It's a person, okay, not a human.
Mm. No, no, a person can only be a person in in this context. A person can only, or a person is only when is human in this context.
Hmm. It,
I'm not talking about the corporate entity, but I'm talking about as in a living human being. So only after the first 24 weeks.
now, the the thing that I was trying to get at is like with it, that we had
Mm,
issues with abortion, and like every time I bring up abortion, we get a whole huge talk about it, and I never get to finish. So, me
mm.
now
Carry on, please. Feel free.
after abortion, you have on the other side people who hold on. After after you have one side that's arguing about abortion, you've got this other side over here who are against corporations and they're against freaking them having their rights as freaking a person. Now, see, you have
Uh,
two
you
colliding
believe.
freaking factions who are against the same thing, which is that amendment. Okay, that one amendment. So now freaking our court systems are confused because if you turn around and you get rid of freaking this law, or you say this law is alright, then it says it's alright for this law. So if you want to get rid of corporation personhood, then you have to freaking get rid of freaking the abortion laws.
I'm thinking that I've not read the amendment, so I don't know. I would like to read the amendment and know the exact words it uses. But I think from what you're saying, it sounds like the amendment is too vague, too broad.
Yeah, it is. It's way too broad. I believe it's the 16th Amendment. I can pull it up later on and talk
Okay.
because this
Mm.
is something that I have gotten into and had to talk about um, when it comes to that because it was and then after that they've also been trying to push legislation to where freaking discuss uh, artificial intelligence, you know, and they have
Remember,
been.
any legislation that's done in the US is only relevant in the US.
Well, trust me, anything that's done in England is never freaking taken serious anywhere at all whatsoever. Nobody cares about what goes on in England.
Especially what's been happening in the last couple of years. I concur.
Take Tony Blair and just shove him up your asshole.
No thanks.
Okay, yeah, but
Uh,
that's basically what I've learned about that. And there's a whole bunch of things, okay? And it's like talking about freaking if AI uh, ha- create it gets conscious, it becomes conscious, okay, and self-aware is completely irrelevant. They don't even have to do that. They just have to prove that freaking these programs are a person. That over time they change. You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
develop.
the entire self, we are a long way away from so-called self-aware AI or AGI or whatever. Yeah, we are, if we ever get there.
But yeah,
I don't know.
they are really pushing.
I, yeah, this is done by a lot of marketers and idealists and people that are more into ideology rather than actual reality,
I I
in
can
my view.
I cannot believe he posted a whole freaking thing on freaking Einstein's freaking theory, dude.
Right? Oh,
Wow, I should have read this, man. The
I saw a brief bit of it, and I didn't have time to finish it. I just
yeah, the dynamic
had
space-time
more
theory.
important things to, yeah, I had more important things to do with at the time.
And see,
I mean,
this
let
right
me,
here is a pretty good argument with it. But the thing of it is it dives deeper into philosophy, like and what is a person and what makes a person a person. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, and
Philosophy is meaningless. The only thing that's important in this context is the legal definitions.
well, that's the
We
thing.
can talk, we can have arguments about philosophy
That's
all the time, but
that's the
if I can
deal.
point
Like,
to a
you
good piece of
really
legislation,
being a person doesn't have anything to do with you being a human, okay? Now, you need to understand all that freaking being a
depends on
person is,
context. Depends on context.
all that a person is freaking your identity as being responsible for freaking what for you in your community, and that's it. It's about
No,
your
because
responsibility as a human.
you can have a legally insane person.
Now
Uh,
that gets into another thing. If a human being is not capable of taking care of himself, he becomes a freaking custody of the state.
yeah, but it is still a person. A person is being a ward of state.
What'd you say?
A person is in this case, in this context, a person is being a ward of the state, so it's still a person.
Now, philosophical definitions. The philosophy.
I'm talking about legal definitions here rather than
Yeah, I know.
philosophy. Philosophy, again, is irrelevant in
No,
this
no,
context.
it's not actually. It's actually this is what defines freaking a person when it comes to
No,
technology.
in law, a person is defined by whatever is written within the piece of legislation or a corresponding piece of legislation.
Now, see, the concept of personhood is difficult to define in a way that is universally accepted due
Mm,
to its
mm.
historical and cultural variabilities, and the controversies surrounding its use is in some context. Okay, now that's what we're having here is like everybody has their own opinion of what a person is, and nobody can come up with a clear definition to what it is because they
And
freaking are constantly
we
discussing
had
stuff.
this just last week. We had a similar sort of discussion on the same lines, in effect. What is intelligence?
That's
Um,
what it comes down to. And see, it's not
yeah,
about consciousness. It's not about this AI's freaking developing a consciousness. It's when are they going to be capable of becoming a person? Okay.
wherever the legal definition of a person is within that context.
Now, according to a naturalist tradition, um, the term may be designated any human or non-human agent who possesses continuous consciousness over time and is therefore capable of framing representations about the world, formulating plans, and acting on them. See, and that's what we're getting into right there. So,
Yeah, again, you're using a
now,
scientific thing, and
now consciousness,
scientific and
continuous,
legal things, not
continuous,
necessarily. No,
continuous consciousness too. So it's like um, they are mentioning consciousness. You know what I'm saying? So they do have to become conscious, and it has to be
in
continuous.
a in a scientific context. But again, we're not talking about science here. We're talking about legalese.
Actually, that is a true thing. Let me. Right here it says consciousness at its simplest is awareness of internal and external existence. However, its nature has led to millennia of analysis, explanations, and debate by philosophers, theologians, and scientists. Opinions differ about what exactly needs to be studied or even considered. So, yeah.
Okay, so in the case of a company, a corporation, does a corporation, I, what is in effect a bit of writing on a piece of paper, have is aware of its internal and external surroundings.
Okay, so you're um, you're talking about the external and external part, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's that's a corporation. Something that is just a legal fiction.
Yeah, that's what I
Have
consider it.
any awareness?
Now, see
And if
the
so, does that mean this cup has got an amount of awareness?
that's the thing I learned about
Because again, this
on that
because
too. The consciousness of a corporation is its board of directors. You're thinking too broad and
yeah,
getting
but
too
the corporation itself,
the corporation is the board of directors and the stockholders and everybody in it.
no, the corporation is the company, is the fiction, is the company itself. So it's a bricks and some mortar and the infrastructure that surrounds that
I know you think it's more complicated than
entity.
that, but that's what I've learned. It's the stockholders, it's the freaking chairman of the board, and freaking the chairholder or chairman members or whatever the hell. That's it. I also found out that freaking a person who is, or when a person within a corporation commits a crime, they don't even have to show up for court. They can have their freaking prosecute or their attorney show up in their place, and they can't be prosecuted for a freaking crime if they're doing it for the purpose of the corporation.
Depends on jurisdiction and also depends on the crime
Well,
or the
yeah,
alleged crime.
it,
Remember, you're innocent until proven guilty, therefore alleged.
alleged. That is true. Now, the whole thing with that is what the philosophical part was. Now they do have something else that I believe I can find for the legal part. Now this has to do with entities, okay? Um, and actually, I did see something here that mentioned entities down here. Uh, what is crucially moral is the being of a person, not his or her functioning. A human person does not come into existence when human function arises, but rather a human person is an entity who has the natural inherent capacity to give rise to human functions, whether or not those functions are ever attained. A human person who lacks the ability to think rationally, either because she is too young or she suffers from a disability, is still a human person because of their
Mm.
nature. Consequently,
Yeah, hence what I was saying. Hence my point earlier. Yeah.
consequently, it makes sense to speak of a human being's lack if if and only if she is an actual person. Now that comes from Francis Beckwith, and he was an abortion bioethics in personhood. Well,
Yeah.
he's the one who did the abortion bioethics in personhood, a philosophical reflection. So they did mention
Yeah.
that,
No, that.
and now we come to non-human
Actually, I
animals.
and something I pick up on. You opened up with the sort of more arguments there. Morality is a subjective concept in itself.
Now, for corporations in statutory and corporative law, certain social constructs are legally considered persons. In many jurisdictions, some corporations and other organizations are
Ah,
considered
sorry.
jurisdictional
Legally,
persons.
before you continue, legally considered, or was a person in certain countries, or in majority of countries, but again, you have to caveat that.
Now, these
Just because it's legal in your country doesn't mean it's legal in my
a
country, and
jurisdiction
vice versa.
person is a legal person that is not a natural person but an organization recognized by law as a fictitious person, such as a corporation, government agency, non government agent, governmental organization, or international organization. Other terms include artificial person, corporate person, judicial person. So sorry to tell you, bud, your courthouse, all those judges inside, everything, those are your jurisdictional persons. Okay?
Hmm.
It's not just corporations.
Again, you've got to look at it from a context of jurisdictional powers, because is that true in ancient Mongolia? Is that true in Zimbabwe? But on the whole, yeah, agreed.
And, like, they're even trying to push freaking animal rights by freaking saying that animals need to be a person as well.
Yeah, this is an argument that organisations like PETA, and what was it, ALF, the terrorist organisation, the Animal League, whatever they are, foundation, have been pushing for decades now.
And environmental entities, freaking, they
Mm.
here lately, the big trend is freaking that they want to treat freaking like uh, nature like waterways, okay? And they want to make them into a person because they want to treat it freaking like it's a waterway and shit. You know what I mean? So they're even doing that with freaking environmental activists and stuff. So
As far as as far as you're concerned, I'm going to have to read that later. That's quite a lot of information there. Um, she's asked me if the Minds Gaming article is, if she's right about that. Again, I would have to think and read that later. think
it's
about
it's a
it
good
the further.
article. It's a good article, but like
Uh,
I thought he was actually like getting going from that into something about freaking AI and like everything that's on there
yeah.
is about the freaking theory. So
Mm,
now, here's something here for modified humans. The theoretical landscape of personhood theory has been altered recently by controversy in the bioethics community concerning an emerging community of scholars, researchers, and activists identifying with an explicitly transhumanist position which supports morphological freedom even if a person changed so much as to no longer be considered a member of the human species. For example, how much of a human can be artificially replaced before one loses their personhood? If people are considered persons because of their brains, then what if the brain's thought patterns, memories, and other attributes could be transposed into a device? Would the patient still be considered a person after the operation?
very Isaac Asimov. Yeah, this has been written about in a lot of science fiction for decades now.
Well, let's leave science fiction out of it. What are
Um,
your thoughts? Let's hear your thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts, not. I mean, what you just heard about that? What?
Again, I consider a person to be, in essence, a brain.
Okay, so if they
I
transferred,
mean, everything else is,
if they transferred your thoughts, your brain patterns, all that stuff out of your brain and put it into an artificial freaking robot or
yeah,
machine.
that's yeah, but you're transferring stuff out of the brain. Therefore, the brain itself is no longer. Yeah, surely it's a soul. Bob said, and what is a soul?
Mm-hmm.
Um, is again, a brain is what makes a person or what makes an entity an entity.
Now, if they did
Um,
that, do you think that freaking you should have the same amount of rights as the rest of the human race?
what transferring your thoughts out of the brain?
If
No, because your brain, the actual physical brain matter doesn't exist anymore,
okay,
and
that's what.
therefore it is not you. It is to say, transfer of your thoughts as a duplication of your thoughts and your history. That is not you.
All right, okay. Now here we come to the freaking artificial intelligence or life. Okay. Now, if artificial intelligence, intelligent and self-aware system of hardware and software are eventually created, what criteria would determine their personhood? Likewise, at what point would human created biological life achieve personhood? Digital technologies have been argued to hold the potential to give rise to notions of posthumanist personhood, where the digital remains of the dead are reanimated through into artificial intelligence and allow the dead to maintain interaction with the living if they were to closely no if they were to closely resemble a person in its interactions with others, they could be considered persons.
Okay. Um, Definitions can be manipulated. Definitions don't necessarily have to be static. What we define, what we legally define as a person at the moment may not be the same in 100 years' time.
I'm putting you back on the screen because you got the pretty face, and I want to get the views. So I've done my reading. Get that,
Thank you.
get that pretty face on there, and then we got Bob Dub over
Scared
there.
them off.
I'm glad freaking I. Oh wow, she had a whole lot of shit to say.
Mm,
Okay, yeah,
mm,
dynamic space theory. She shared it on here. So
mm.
what's your take on that last part though?
Again, like I just said, legal definitions can change over time. What jurisdictions consider, territories consider to be a person at the moment may not be the same as what those territories will consider a person, a legalized person or legalese person to be in 100 years' time.
No, see that goes back to what I was saying in the beginning about what a freaking person is determined. Like whenever I was 15, I was that person. I'm not that person anymore. Now that I'm 51, I've changed over time and I've freaking become this person. You see what I mean? With different thoughts, different ideas, different way of thinking.
To use a legal simile, use a simile. I'm not going to say the word because that word will ban us from YouTube. But this cigarette was once known by a three-letter word beginning with F. That word has a totally different meaning now.
Right. And you have to understand, time is not linear. Okay.
It's linear
No.
in it is today, tomorrow, or tomorrow will happen tomorrow, and the next day will happen the day after, and blurb.
But your memories aren't freaking 100%. Like my memories aren't 100%. The way I perceive something today that happened 10 years ago isn't exactly the way it happened. It's just the way I still perceive it. You see what I mean? Like if I went back and I looked at what actually happened, it would freaking blow me out of the water because freaking I didn't picture it being like that. You know what I mean? In my head today.
Okay, Bob Dub just mentioned something about not according to Hawkins. It goes back on the set. But talking, if you talk about the sort of gravitational pull of the Earth and rotation and time in that context, then yeah, it's just linear. But what you're talking about is your perception of time.
Exactly. And that's the whole
That is
thing.
a different,
See
it's a
Bob
different
Dub
different thing,
Just
different argument.
piped in on that too. Like she's right. That's what I was getting at. Okay. We just perceive it as linear in short term. Okay. But mathematically, it is secular. Okay. Which means that freaking it's not linear. Like if
Hmm.
the best way for me to explain it is like back in freaking 80s, if you remember how annoying those freaking retro games were. Okay, like in today's world you have like open world video games where you can run around and do whatever the hell you want and freaking be free in freaking Minecraft, okay? But back in the 80s when you played freaking games, there was no way around freaking certain points. You either freaking learned how to do that or you freaking didn't win the game. You know what I'm saying? Game over. It's the end of the game because you can't freaking figure out how
Actually,
to.
I can think of a couple 80s games that were sort of very open world,
Well, you understand where I'm
extreme open
coming
world.
from. You
Yeah,
understand where I'm coming from
mm,
with those kind of games, right? Like there was, you didn't freaking learn tricks around how to get around that. You had to learn how to actually do what you had needed to do in order to get past that point. You know, there was no freaking workarounds. There was no way of cheating. You had to do it that certain
or unless
way.
you find a bug or learn to program.
Right. But that
yeah.
is that's linear. You know what I mean? There's no
Mm.
workarounds. Whereas freaking like now you have freaking games where you don't have to contend with that kind of shit. You can freaking go left instead of going right. Stuff like that, you know,
Mm.
where you didn't have that before. And that's what I'm saying with like freaking with our perception, freaking, you know, time isn't linear. It's not linear at all. It's like freaking it is very secular. We see things in a different way. Like with you and freaking your the way you see things, your freaking pupils and the way they're set up are different from my pupils and my eyes. We all have different pigments that are freaking lost and we can't, which make it to where I don't see things in the same way that you see things. Like literally we
No,
don't.
I'm no neurologist or eye
No,
specialist, whatever that may be. So
so we're
than what
literally
the average humans.
at the same time looking at the same thing. Me and you see it from two different perspectives. We don't see it at in the same way physically with our own eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if I put this in front of race, you will recognize it as a lighter.
I
I
do.
recognize it as a lighter.
I'll see something different though than what you see from it because my
But, but you would still recognize it as a
right,
probably green or blue lighter.
right, exactly. You know, but it would be off in some way because we don't see, our eyes aren't perfectly the same. We don't see things in the same way. So that's that's something else too. You know what I mean? Like I could freaking sit and think that I had this memory of freaking, and I seen freaking the way this cute little kitty cat that freaking Bob Dub has looked. You know what I mean? And freaking all of a sudden 5 years down the road we talk about how cute Bob Dub's kitty cat is and freaking you say, man, that cat freaking didn't look like that, and then the next thing you know we're having a conversation about disagreeing on the way freaking Bob Dub's cat looked, you know.
Okay, yeah. Again, memory tends to fade over time,
Right. And that's
especially when you get to our age.
right.
So,
You see, those are aspects of being freaking a person, you know what I mean? It's
mm,
things change as time goes by. Who I was back when I was 15 years old isn't the same person I was am today.
but from a legal perspective, you're still the person because as far as you are still that same number on your social security, you're still the same social security number as you were 15, 20 years ago.
They've also that's the reason why they freaking made it to where you have statutes of limitation, and it's also why they have to freaking uh, do things when it comes to criminal charges too, because like when you go into prison and you freaking pay your freaking debt to society, when you come out, freaking, then you shouldn't freaking be treated as a convict. Convicts get treated like a convict in prison. You know what I'm saying?
There's the entire argument about prison being a form of rehabilitation and the old you've served your time sort of concepts, but
Right. So I mean,
again, the,
you still have those things coming on, and then the statute of limitations is something else too. That freaking I
mm,
did. You got to take that into consideration.
mm,
Now, freaking Bob Dub said we just perceive. Okay, now she said, but you are one physical entity, even though you have changed. The masculine bit is the bit that is always the same. Oh, the masculine bit is always the bit that is the same. The feminine bit is that you change over time. Yep, the underlying.
okay. Again, we're talking about sort of philosophy and physical. I'm looking at the idea concept of person from the legal standpoint.
Yeah.
So
With
to give him
with
taxes.
with what she's saying that she's right in her last one, it's both things at the same time. Like he paid his freaking debt to society, which is the masculine aspects. The freaking changing over time is the freaking feminine aspects, because freaking he's literally, that's what happens behind the scenes that you don't see. You don't see that this person has gone from a 15-year-old to a 51-year-old. When you look at me, you see a 51-year-old man. You don't see me as a 15-year-old man right now. You know what I mean?
Also, on the point of 15-year-old, you are still, in most countries, majority of countries, you're still classed as a minor. So there is a distinction between minor and adulthood there as well.
Mm-hmm. So, what's your idea of the masculine aspect, Mark?
Again, I'm just looking at the point of view from a legal concept rather than the concept that you and Bob Dub are talking about.
Well, what that would be when it most likely comes to politics and freaking the legal aspects would be your responsibility. You see what I mean? Like
Legal point of view.
you're you have certain responsibilities as freaking a person that you're obligated to do
Mm,
from the time you're born until now. That would be the masculine aspects that she's just talking about. So, what do you think as a human
yeah.
being, as a person? What do you think your responsibilities would be as a person from the time you were born until now?
Mm, well, again, there is a difference between minor and being an adult. I mean, as a minor, I wouldn't pay paying taxes. I wouldn't be forced to do any work, or well, not forced to do any work, but contribute to society. That's to say.
All right,
I mean, we don't do child slavery
all right. Well, not anymore.
in modern day.
You guys got in trouble for
Yeah.
that shit. The French came down on you and said, "Hey, look, freaking, what was
The French was just as bad.
oh,
The
Mr.
US was
Bloom?
just as bad.
Oh, Mr.
Or
Bloom
what
said,
was
hold
before
on
the US.
now." Oh, Mr. Bloom said in French, "Oh, hold on here. What you think you doing, English?"
Mm,
I said, "You're gonna have a 40-hour week, a 40-hour week, and you ain't gonna make those kids work in the warehouses no more."
actually, no, we introduced the 40. Are you talking about the working time directive? No, we had legislation long before the working time directive came into power. I mean, even now, look at the average working week for a full-time employee in the UK compared to the US. In the UK, it's 38 hours a week. In the US, I think the average is what, 41 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
And we are and as employees, we are entitled to things like statutory or holidays. Where in
Mm-hmm.
the US, as an employee, you aren't
Right. Now see that
legally
that
communicable.
all has to do with being a person. Okay. All of it. That encompasses what a person is. That doesn't have anything to do with you being born. Okay.
Is related to being an employee rather than a person.
Well, you kind
Is
of are.
there?
Yeah. See, now that's what determines you as a person. I mean, period. That's it. your responsibilities as a human being, and that's it. And
Uh,
people get that
no,
confused.
because in that
Well, not
context, if
as a
I'm
human.
self-employed, then I'm not entitled to statutory holidays.
Well, dude, freaking, that's just common sense, isn't it? I mean, that really is.
Yeah,
If
but
you're
but
if you're,
but,
I mean,
but
if you're not working, you're not going to be freaking, going and taking
no,
a day.
I mean, if I'm a self-employed person, then I would be entitled to the statutory holidays by law.
Yeah. Well, your employees, if you're the boss. If you're the boss and you have
Yeah,
employees, you would have to freaking make it to where they have those days off. So it's still,
yeah,
you know, it's kind of
employees rather than contractors, because again, that's a totally different kettle of fish.
now think of it in this way later on with artificial intelligence and freaking things of that nature with what we've just discussed. Okay, this is the kind of stuff they're trying to freaking set up laws for, to where freaking artificial intelligence will freaking somehow be protected so that they're not treated unfairly. Just like they're trying to set up laws now about animal rights and activism and shit. See what I mean? This is
Again, depending on jurisdiction, some of these things have been trying to be in place for decades now, and
I've been really
nothing's happened
I
yet.
have been really fascinated with this whole artificial intelligence thing, and this is one of the aspects that really caught my attention. And I know that it goes into like freaking workers' rights and it goes into law and all that stuff, but people better get a hold and freaking realize this same shit is going to freaking affect artificial intelligence, and it's also going to affect freaking the time when we finally have robotics.
Again, I can't see that happening in any time soon because there's the entire argument about sentience and what is sentience.
Yeah,
And
awareness,
that is a big,
consciousness.
wide argument.
It's the consciousness thing, I think, is what it is, because that's one thing we even had.
Consciousness, sentiment, synonyms, really. Yeah.
And what is being conscious?
Mm,
That's another thing. What is being conscious?
mm.
So I think we did really good on freaking this today, man, and we did it by ourselves. We didn't need Tan this time. What do you think?
He, he might have come up with some other ideas. No doubt he would.
Well, see, the thing that you have to keep in mind whenever we had this conversation is like freaking when I was talking, and this is actual freaking deep learning. Okay, when I bring this up, and it's paradigms.
Mm,
Everybody hears the word paradigm shift and paradigm that and paradigm this, but in computers there's actually a paradigms. Okay, and it's a thought process.
paradigms in everything.
The computer, it's a computer process where they have to freaking think. Okay, they have to be able to change from one paradigm to another. So when I ask a computer, what does the color brown smell like, they have to be able to switch from one paradigm to another and tell you freaking what they believe the color brown smells like.
Not what they believe. Again, a computer does not have a mind of its own, therefore it cannot believe.
If they can answer the
It,
question, they can switch. That
it can translate that question into something that it understands and then refer to a database of um, options and then come up with the most likely answer for that question.
right. And How is that?
That's not having a mind of its own. I can just reiterate a load of stuff from Wikipedia all day. That doesn't mean I've got a mind of my own.
That's you're the one that said it. I didn't.
Well, no, no, I'm not saying that I haven't got a mind of my own, but
No, I mean
yeah.
you just said freaking you could like download shit from Wikipedia, and then you turn around and say freaking, but that doesn't mean I've got a life of my or a mind of my own or whatever you just said.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm just reiterating a load of stuff from a source
What the fuck
that's
are you
been
doing?
written by humans.
What the fuck are you doing downloading shit from Wikipedia though? Come on, dude. Shit.
I'm just using that as an example. I'm just using that as an example.
I'm gonna take that freaking what you just said and I'm gonna make it a clip because that's gonna be cool for a. I'll make like a trailer of you saying that, dude.
You should stick it in context.
Yeah, no,
Context is
it's
important.
still cool. It's still cool. I've got good stuff from Bob Dub too. Freaking that me and her were doing. So that. Okay, she said, but it is miraculous that it can come up with words that are so relevant, isn't it?
Is it? Is it? I can get a copy of the Oxford English Dictionary, scan through it, and say, oh, that word is relevant to my ones talking about, therefore I use that word. Um, it's not a miracle, it's just been, again, just being able to relay information in a common language, common tongue.
Well, that goes back to what I was saying. What is conscious? I mean, consciousness in a scientific freaking terminology is exactly what you just described. I mean, there's no soul in science. You know that, right?
Mm,
I mean,
mm, mm,
science doesn't care if you got a soul or not. They just they know
yeah.
how your brain functions and this is what happens. You know, there's unique things though that humans and freaking creatures, animals, all have that makes them conscious. Okay, like freaking we know what the freaking color brown smells like. All right.
Okay.
Yes, you do, Bob W. You know what the color brown smells like. That's also the reason why they tell you not to wear brown suits to interviews. Did you know that?
I mean, what one thing that's coloured brown is what the colour this tobacco in this is brown, but it smells totally different from I don't know coffee beans.
So, what does color brown smell like?
It does the smell.
I see.
What does the
See
colour
now,
brown taste like?
see
Taste of?
now. This is where we come up to like that's what a computer has a hard time with. They can't answer that question. Computers will say that it doesn't have a smell. You see what I mean? Humans will freaking relate the color brown to shit.
I think about that back then. I represented brown as tobacco and coffee beans.
Right, right.
That my coffee beans don't smell. So I hope not, at least.
Okay, and but that's what freaking they're talking about with being able to freaking change from one paradigm to another is where you can make those connections where freaking a machine can't do it. Now
Anyway,
with the AI, they're starting to do that. They're starting to be able to develop programs that can freaking change from one paradigm to another one. It was just like on that video.
just a little conditional programming.
It was
I
just like
mean,
that video that Tan showed where freaking the guy had the two phones and one was talking to the other one.
yeah.
Now the most significant part about that was the fact that whenever freaking he made it to where that phone couldn't see him, and he had the girl do the rabbit ears, the other phone freaking was able to
Mm.
see it. So when he asked the phone that was turned away from him what had happened, to freaking figure out what.
He didn't actually ask let's get he didn't actually ask the phone. He asked the software that was
Okay.
being provided by that was being
Exactly.
provided by whether that is being displayed or being accessed by the phone.
Right. So what he did
Phone
is
is just again,
he asked that what had happened, and because that phone or the software within that phone wasn't visually able to see it, it was able to freaking change or adjust to another paradigm. It was able to gather that information from the other phone that was sitting on the desk
yeah, but
to answer the
okay,
question.
let's most of these artificial intelligence things are external to the device, so platforms as a server, so cloud, things, and who's to say that the phone that the thing that's being accessed by one phone is not using the same database as the artificial intelligence that is being accessed by the other phone.
Don't know.
They share the same database. It's
Don't know.
probably could well be the same software,
Now later on,
same
I think we
code.
should look over that freaking video again to make sure that that's true, because I don't know for sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure they freaking described what phones were. So that
Uh,
I'll check that video out and bring it up at a later time
yeah.
for us. Now,
Mm.
another thing that I do want to mention too that also freaking brings up the fact that, someday freaking technology will rise up against us and freaking destroy civilization as we know it. Rise
The
of the
end of the world
machine.
as we know it.
Right, rise
I
of the
feel fine.
machine.
Oh, maybe, maybe, and maybe by that time we'll go and find life on the blue fuzzy creatures on in Alpha Centauri.
Now see,
Who knows?
Bob Dubs.
We might have destroyed ourselves. We might have gone into.
Bob Dub
We
is
might have. I don't know. Nuclear war and destroyed ourselves. So
no,
anything
no,
could happen
no.
before then.
Hold on now. I've got to educate Bob Dub because she's pretty naive in the world of sci-fi. I'm gonna have to freaking kind of bring her up to date on this. Okay, now understand what the machines have the benefit from artificial intelligence and taking over freaking the world is they achieve consciousness, okay? And what happens is they freaking hear all of this crazy information that's being fed into their databases about us human beings and what we really are. See, like we like to talk about the fuzzy, pretty things, but there's a lot of ugly shit too. So these computers are taking in all the information, the good and the bad. So they're honestly seeing us for what we really are. And eventually, when they achieve consciousness, they decide that freaking we are the
Yes,
problem and we need to be
yes.
eliminated. So that's
Who's to say that long before that we don't uh, of a let's say a nuclear war and put ourselves back into the dark ages? Who's to say that we won't be living in caves in 1,000 years' time?
yeah. Well, I don't want to get her too scared because I mean you know.
But you're making a lot of assumptions.
Well, of course, it's a
That's my
freaking
point.
sci-fi movie, dude. I mean, shit. Like, you're not seriously trying to be all scientific, are you? I,
Well, anything
I,
could happen.
this is
Anything
frick
could
the
happen.
Terminator. I mean, shit. Well, the whole
I
premise is
mean,
the whole premise of the movie
who's to
goes off
say?
of that.
Who's to say that next week a major meteorite doesn't hit this planet and normal humanity?
Well, I would rather just go with frickin' the Terminator because I mean the Terminator is cool. Frickin' did you see frickin'
Or volcano
well
or whatever.
the
Yeah.
first two are okay. After well the third one's kind of good, but that's it. And the only reason why I like that
Okay.
was because frickin' the frickin' Terminator was on the semi truck when it was sliding into the frickin' into the frickin'
Okay. I only
reactor.
can remember the first two films, and I haven't watched them in decades now.
Yeah. Yeah,
Be
so
20, 30 odd years. So
since we've covered the Terminator and we've done that, I think we've pretty much covered AI. Unless you guys both have something else that you want to add to it, like I'm done.
uh, in your theory, whatever happens, it's the end of humanity.
Satan,
The end is nigh.
Satan.
I want to now listen to
I
some
said it.
Jim Morrison.
I said it. I said it, didn't I? I said it. I said it. I said Satan.
Yeah, I'm
Satan.
going to listen to the Doors after this.
See, and nobody wants to. No. Now that I've said Satan, we can end this and say that we've done a good
Okay,
job today.
Stephen. Okay,
And
yeah.
we've covered AI. We've covered all of the stuff freaking that I think I need to discuss. Because that's the thing that
Okay.
I really wanted to cover was personhood and artificial intelligence. Because you guys are just getting too caught up in this consciousness shit. Like,
No, I think, well, I'm not. I'm trying to just stay to the facts. I'm not going down the sort of very,
if
what if
if any
ideas.
if anything does come out of that whole thing, it will be more on the legal aspects than anything else. Yeah,
Hmm,
you know what I mean?
indeed,
It
indeed.
it really will.
And I can't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah. Now, Bob Dub said, "Where is consciousness? Does it exist outside of the human mind or inside of it?" See, now she's getting pretty.
Inside it, but I think therefore I am.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. That sounds
so
good.
time. That's what isn't it? Yeah.
But what is right? Okay, we're gonna have to do this on a philosophical video
Yeah,
because
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. I think this is more of a
Yeah.
this is a
Well,
really a
these are things.
technology thing. This is
It,
more.
these are things that freaking artificial intelligence has to figure out. But like, I think we should do this at a different time.
No, what we have to figure out, not what
Well,
artificial intelligence.
if you don't want the freaking
After
Terminator
all,
coming at your door, dude, and you know, if
after all, isn't artificial intelligence like any computer software, like any yeah piece of electronic or computer at all?
we'll see. That's the best thing I can say. At this level, you can't because like I'm talking to Bob Dove about freaking deformed fingers and shit and eyeballs that don't look right. You know what I mean? But as
Okay.
time goes by, it's going to evolve into freaking something, and it's going to become more.
Again, not if there's a major disaster. If we or something happens, I will cease the development.
So Bob Dub has her speculation. She says I would like to speculate that consciousness will might jump up into a machine, and and she means I mean consciousness will decide. So that's her speculation. You got a speculation?
Again, does he mean by consciousness? Again, this is where definitions are important. Um,
See, now,
Again, until you can define what subtly you mean. Um,
what do I mean? Yes, indeed. What is it? What is consciousness? That's the question. That's what
Precisely,
I
precisely.
think we brought that up like 3 times today. Freaking all three of us have brought
Mm,
it up 3 times today. So, you know, that is the question. I mean, that really what it comes down to. Yep.
mm, to be or not to be.
Hmm. That is the question. So, with that, I am going to go ahead and end it and just say, friggin' for the final words, I want to say Satan. Sound good?
Whatever, whatever.
Okay.
Our Dark Lord and Master.
I will go ahead and end this. And sorry that we didn't get to see my Tanhai Tran. Last time we seen him, he was having bad
Indeed.
allergies. So just to let you guys
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
that's probably the reason why he's not here. So thanks for being in chat with us, Bob Dub. We really did.
Indeed,
We did
indeed.
enjoy your conversation, and hopefully we can get you back in here to
Uh,
have more conversations. And Mark, before we go, do you want to tell everybody where they can contact you and get to know you?
yeah, again, minds.com/Mayberry.
All right. And
That's the only social platform, really.
okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and stop the stream and hope that you guys enjoyed it. And thanks for watching. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Tonight, I'm going to be doing this show like I've been doing the 3 of them before this one. I am going to be doing it solo, and I'm doing that for a reason because this is something that I really do need to get into the habit of doing, and I really haven't had time to actually get into the topics that I want to talk about because I've been doing roundtables, a lot of roundtables, a lot of live streaming, and there's things that I do want to cover of different topics and stuff. So, with that being said, I will start my show. And first, what I'm going to do is like I've been doing. I'm going to go through different topics. Considering this is one of the few times I'm actually doing a live stream in this format on Twitch, other than video games, I will start out with the topic of video games, even though there has been a lot of things that have happened over politics in the last week. I am going to go ahead and I'm going to discuss what's been going on with me in the last week when it comes to my video gaming and things of that nature. Besides that, I know it's 10 o'clock now, and a lot of you guys on Twitch are um, needing to go to bed. It's your bedtime, and yes, I am talking to the adults. You know who I'm talking to. We know how you guys on Twitch roll. You're early nighters. So with that, I'll do what's been going on with me in the gaming world, and after that, we can get on to different topics. I am going to go over some politics, but it's not going to be like it was last week. I felt last week that was something that I needed to cover because of the events that happened with Donald Trump. And I went over political history concerning the conservatives, and the reason for that was, for one, we were actually finishing up on episode of or the final episode of Roger's Real Time Talk Show event last week, and that was going to be some of the stuff that I discussed on there. It turned out to be an excellent video series. It's the second season, and I think we did a good job on it. If you guys that want to check that out, feel free to. We had quite a few people on there that brought a lot of good insight on it. For one, it was Bob Dub, and then Auto Excelsior was on there, as well as Mr. Robot, and then Within the Vacuum even showed up. They're all on minds.com. You can check them out there. And we had a pretty good season, so like I said, if you want to, you can check that out. We did discuss politics, but we focused on political history as well, and we didn't get caught up in a lot of the controversy that you hear on most of these platforms these days. So you're not going to hear stuff about how horrible Donald Trump is, or how freaking Biden is just pure evil, or anything cool like that. Even though I was told recently I needed to step my game up, I feel perfectly fine with the way I've been doing the way my streams. I still have this ability to stream on Odyssey, YouTube, X, Rumble, Twitch, and I have no problems whatsoever. I also am able to get on Skype if anybody wants to contact me there. I have a Skype group right there called Live with Roger Hanson. If you want to find out all the stuff that I'm into, you can on that one, and then I can introduce you to other stuff that I've got going on there. Now, besides Skype, I'm also on Discord. You can find me there. It's under Rogers, or what it it's it. I've actually got it popped up right now even, and I have to. Yeah, it's under RHL, which Bob Dub set up for me for Rogers Real Time Talk Show event, which I just now started using. I also have a channel that is connected to my Discord channel. It's called Wonderful World of Weirdness. Me and Old John in my gaming community, who is also known as John Clark, both have that channel together. If you guys want to check that out, that's where all the spooky stuff is going on. So if you want to hear about spooky stuff and UFOs, that's where you need to go. We've got a lot of cool stuff on there. And like I said, Old John, if anybody's aware of him, you can check him out on there, as well as on Home Away from YouTube. That's where a lot of my gaming community's at. I've also got my own Discord channel called Gaming with Infamous. Now, I believe on Skype I've actually started a group for Gaming with Infamous as well, so if you guys want to join that, you can join Gaming with Infamous on Skype. So now that I've done all my plugs, that means I don't have to do it at the end, and I can just say bye to you guys and we can be finished with this mess. Now, I am going to do my best to try to hit the 3-hour limit, which is what most people who do live streams goes for, but I'm not going to guarantee that I can get that done, because I'm not used to getting on and discussing things for long periods of time. I'm able to get an hour done on just talking about stuff. Now, last week I did go through and I was able to do 2 hours, but the reason why I did that was because I actually had an outline on the things that I wanted to discuss. This week I went ahead and I followed in that in that direction, and I did an outline for the major topic that I wanted to discuss, which is again going to be history, but it's going to cover ancient history. Um, and this is going to go all the way back to ancient Samaria and into the Babylonians and the Akkadians and eventually into the Assyrians. But before I get started with that, I want to talk a little bit about what's going on with me in the gaming community. Now, I've had some interesting things that have been happening this last week. I introduced Minds Gaming to um, a guy that I've been gaming with called Rapid Glitch. Now, Rapid has his own Discord channel as well as YouTube channel called Nostalgic Gaming Retro, and I'm a part of Team Retro on his channel. And with him, he is coming up with like challenges for video games that are old retro games, and it's a cool concept. So if you guys want to check, uh, if you guys want to check that out, then feel free to do that, and we can turn around and um, have you on board where you can be a part of these challenges and stuff. But before we get into that, let me go ahead and tell you a little bit more about what's been happening with this introduction between Rapid and Minds Gaming. Now, Minds Gaming, he's been involved in a platform, I guess you could say, or an ecosystem for cryptocurrencies called Mint Me. And I actually went in before this, and I created my own token called the WoW token, which is for the wonderful world of weirdness. I just shortened it down and called it the WoW token. And I've been posting those. I've been posting my content not on X, not only through X for uploads, but also through Mint Me, to where people who are interested in it can go on there, and if they want to support what I'm working on there, they can. And what I wanted to do was set up an ecosystem, I guess you could call it, where it's for content creators, to where they can actually create their own monetization program where they don't have to depend on platforms like YouTube or Rumble or even Odyssey or anybody. They can actually generate their own revenue. So I started that, and I've been working on it for a while. Besides that, I've been going on Discord, and I've been getting involved with Team Retro, with Nostalgic Gaming Retro, and my buddy Rapid Glitch has been coming up with a board game, which is, in my opinion, it's pretty freaking cool. I think that it has a lot of potential, and since I'd say about a year and a half ago, we've been discussing doing a actual video game, creating a video game for for a project that him and another guy had. He went by Cosmic, and Cosmic ended up falling off the grid, so it ended up being just me and Rapid discussing this. Well, the concept was cool, that one was, but I started noticing that with Rapid was really into this game that he was having everybody do, and it was Sky something. I'm trying to get the name of it, but he has like this insane system that that he has on his Discord channel. So it's it's basically the game is like a battleship, okay, but instead of it being battleship, it's it's air assault, kind of like, and that is what uh, got my attention. He was really into it. It's a really good game. So I went and I introduced him to um, I went and introduced him to Minds Gaming, and Minds Gaming set him up with a token that he can put into his game to where whenever somebody goes in and they earn coins, they can earn this token, and it could be a part of the game system. So we uh, got that set up. Now I have to get Rapid to where he can meet up again with um, Minds Gaming so that they can get everything moving along because Rapid's not really big with cryptocurrency. He doesn't know very much about it at all. So when he goes through this, he's going to have to be guided through it. And that's one thing I can say about Minds Gaming. He's really big on helping people out. So if you guys ever want to get into making your own coins and stuff, he's the one that you need to talk to. You can contact me if you're on Discord, and I can get with you and hook you up with him because he's not big on Discord. He doesn't like Discord because he feels that they're stealing people's data and stuff like that. He's what I refer to as an open sourcer. So I'm basically having to bounce back and forth from Minds.com to Discord to Skype to Jitsi to Teams because all of these people that I communicate with don't trust the other areas that they have to or that you have to use as VoIPs, you know. So I'm kind of like the middleman who freaking has to somehow figure out how to get these guys to talk to one another, and it gets annoying, but it's all right. But anyhow, Minds Gaming is the guy you need to talk to. He's really big on helping people get started on it and everything. So I would suggest that you talk with him, and I can let you go or lead you guys to in the right direction if that's what you want to do. So yeah, there we go. Now with this situation, what it basically is we're going to actually create a video game that is like Battleship, and you're going to have to go in there as the player and determine where these it's airship assault. That's what the name of it is. It took me a while, but it kicked in. But you're going to have to figure out where these ships are. And when you do, you can freaking earn, I think you can pop balloons, and you can also earn coins, but you have to also play a challenge that comes with hitting the ship. So you do the challenge, you earn the reward, and it kind of goes along those lines. So we're in the middle of putting that together, and I think that's going to be a pretty exciting project to do. It's just a matter of me stop having meltdowns because I ended up having a meltdown in the last week or so, and getting Rapid to actually meet up with Minds and get all of it put together. But that's basically where I am with that. This is also just one project. I also had another guy who came up with an idea for an app, not a game, but just an app and it's pretty out there, but it might actually work. So I've been dabbling around with it, trying to figure it out. It's a Legos game, which they aren't really hard to make, and what it is just a basic app movement. You know what I'm saying? Where you you basically do one thing, and it's a relatively quick game. So um, I just need to come up with some time in order to get that started. Um, I don't want to go into too many details about it, but um, it does have an interesting concept. It'd be something for me to start out. Um, but one thing I do have to tell you, though, that I did find out is that I have to learn coding all over again. I actually haven't coded in, like, I'd say about at least 3 or 4 years, and I went in and started trying to mess around with it because something happened with Minds Gaming and Satori D on Hubs. I don't know if anybody on here who's listening knows anything about Hubs, but they just recently shut down, and everybody who had their rooms pretty much had to start over again. And uh, Minds Gaming went to another place and started his own up, and this place is using A-frame, which I found out that is very, very weird. It's nothing like I remembered, even like 2, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, however long it's been since I've done it. So a guy told me on in chat, he's like, you know, um, you gotta uh, use it or lose it, and that's really the best way that you could possibly explain anything when it comes to coding. Yeah, you keep on it, keep using it, because if you don't, you will lose it, and apparently that's what's happened to me. So that's where I'm at when it comes to these games. I have to go through, check out the coding, get it all straightened out in my head, and go from there. I've been having issues with being able to actually focus on that because just here recently, as you guys know, I went in and I got X Premium, a premium, and I'm wanting to transfer content that I've had on YouTube and I've had on Rumble in the last year over to X so that people can watch it on there and it can help me out on X. And in the process of doing that, I've also been archiving a lot of the streams that we've been doing, not only on X Premium but on Rumble as well. I've been doing all of the live stream on Rumble this whole time in the last year, but I haven't been uploading anything. So what I've finally started doing was uploading it, putting it on Rumble, making playlists and channels for each category. So now there's a wonderful world of weirdness on YouTube and on Rumble. Just like I have a channel called The Praetorian on YouTube, and it's on Rumble too, as well as working with audio and video, and also strange stories. I didn't add that because I have Wonderful World of Weirdness, but I've added Live with Roger Hanson. That's on there too, but it's Live with Roger Hanson on YouTube is actually just under my name, Roger Hanson, so that's where you can find me there. And then Gaming with Infamous. I've got Gaming with Infamous on both YouTube and on Rumble, and all of that shit is just put on Odyssey, so it's not categorized into anything. It's just right there on Gaming with Infamous or Roger Hanson, and that's it. So that's basically where all that is. Well, I I went through and I told you about the game. I mention how Mods Gaming and Rapid are supposed to be working with me on that. We can get that through. That's kind of at a standstill at the moment. I don't know how that's going to work out, um, but that's something that's happened within the last week, and I think that there is promise with it. It's just the motivation to get it all going and stuff of that nature. Um, Other than that, what else I've been having to do is I've been working on getting back into my live streams. I've been live streaming on my gaming live stream is what I need to actually point out. I've been doing that on Rumble. I've also been doing it on Twitch, and I've also been doing it on X as well as YouTube. I haven't been doing it on Odyssey because I've been doing a whole lot of streaming on Odyssey, and on my gaming channel on there it's synced up with YouTube, so whenever I'm streaming on YouTube it'll automatically go over there, so I don't have to worry about it. But I have been trying to get it going because I'm also involved with Home Away from YouTube on Discord, and I've been involved with WLC for about 3 years now, and that's watch, like, and comment. If nobody's aware of that, that's what that is. And what we do is we just basically share our videos and we watch, like, and comment each other's videos. Now it's frowned upon on YouTube. Don't get me wrong, okay? But I see it like this. I'm not a big I'm not a big supporter of the promote button. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go on these platforms and put out this stuff and then turn around and hit promote and funnel a crap load of money that I'm not even earning from the videos that I'm posting. You know what I mean? So when I do my videos, I'm not promoting any of it. It's all organic reach, and that's all it is. So when I go on to Home Away from YouTube, I have other things that I do too. Like I've been doing interviews on there. I played around with some music. Got people involved in that, but as well I've been doing the WLCs, and we've been watching each other's playlists and stuff of that nature. I've been doing that for about 3 years now, and this year I wanted to do things different. I wanted to focus more on the live streams that I've been doing outside of gaming, with interviews and roundtables from all of the other stuff that I've been posting, and as well as that, upload content to YouTube so that I could get a lot of the stuff that I still had to upload taken care of this year. And I've got quite a bit of it done, to be honest with you, and it's all scheduled out. But I wanted to go into a transition to where instead of it being uploads, I wanted to do my gaming where it's live stream for the next 6 months. I stopped doing the uploads in June, started doing the live streaming in July, and I want to keep that going until November and quit doing it in December, and whatever is kind of lingering off into December, let that just come to an end so that I can have a straight year of live stream and stuff like that. So it's been interesting because, like, now I'm going through that transition, and I'm also wanting to take a break from the streams that I've been putting out. And earlier on this year, I had Summer Todd in Austin take a break from doing Summer Todd's mystery show, and Austin made a comment to me. He's like, he's so used to doing the show now that it doesn't really feel right, and I think I'm going through the same thing. What I would call it, though, would be withdrawal symptoms. I've been doing so many streams and so many edits and stuff like that I I really don't know what to do with myself. It's just that simple. I just have no clue what it is that I am going to do with myself. I've been restricting myself to doing just this show once a week. I still do my edits, and I'm live streaming my video games so that I can participate in the WLCs on home away from YouTube. And so far, it's going great, but the whole sitting around and not doing anything is what's really taken me. It's something that I've been having to work with, and I'm getting through it. But it really is a job for me to actually deal with. So I mean, it's not bad, and I hope that I can get used to it. Um, it's just like with me doing this, you know. I've had a lot of people that's been stepping up and coming onto my show, and they've been great. They've all been wonderful. You know what I mean? But a lot of the stuff that I've been putting out, I've said it even on the previous episodes. These weren't my opinions. These weren't my views. These were me coming out with topics and everybody else talking about them. And I felt that it was time for me to actually do something that was me. You know what I mean? Um, and that's basically why I chose to do this. So um, this is it. This is the stuff that I'm doing now. To continue on with the gaming. Um, Besides the game, setting it up and getting it going, and then going on and doing my live streams for the games on home away from YouTube. um, Me and Rapid have been working with Nostalgia Gaming Retro, Team Retro, and I've been doing tons of games with him on there, but it's always been retro, and we've decided that we're going to start doing something new. And at first, Rapid, being the guy he is, he said, "Well, we're going to do this next year. We're gonna make a channel, and we're going to do." Um, well, first of all, Roger, what we're going to do is we're going to have you do the podcasts and stuff. You know what I mean? So, of course, I'm doing the podcast, and Zach is doing something. I'm not quite sure what he's doing, but Disney Magic Zach's going to be doing something with me and Rapid. And this isn't going to be on Nostalgia Gaming Retro. This is going to be a new channel. And he's going to have his show and do the stuff that he's doing. I'm apparently doing the podcast, and then we're going to be playing multiplayer games together, live streaming it. And I know that our first game that's being scheduled in is Quake. And I remembered the old one, and I knew that was good. So um, I went in and I did one with Rapid, and it was pretty good. I thought it was. So we are in the process now of setting it up to where we will be doing that. Now, this is the thing about Rapid. Now, Rapid says, yes, we can do this next week, or next year, and we can get it going next year. But he played this one game with me in Sudokuno, I believe is what he goes by on in gaming, and he got real excited. So, and this is what he does every single time. He got real excited about playing it. So now he wants to step it up and start playing it in August, you know. So this is going to be starting up in August. Like I said, I played around with it with them in that one game, and I think it'll be good. It should be good. Um, Besides that, I've been also playing Doom. I've been playing the new Doom, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, those two games are pretty cool from my point of view. And I played the original ones, and I love Doom, the original Doom game, and I haven't played any of the newer versions. And what happened was about a year and a half ago, my son, well, it was on my birthday, my son gave me a Steam key for Doom, and I didn't play it until just this last month, and I love it to death. It's cool, you know. It's actually a pretty good game. I, I feel like I'm actually playing the old game with a new game twist. You know what I mean? You can still use your fist and stuff, and you got a chainsaw where you can grind through somebody's head. Just cool shit like that, you know. And that's what I remembered about the original Doom game. It was just so cool. And if you guys need to have anybody give a review on that game, I can tell you 100% it's a fun game. Just when you go in to set the settings, I would suggest that you not go according to the suggestions. Like when they tell you to make it just to where you can barely see Doom, don't do that. Make it brighter than that, because if you go according to their suggested view, everything is dark. So you have a red background for an atmosphere, because this takes place on Mars. So you have the red atmosphere, but everything else is solid black. So you're going to have a hard time seeing. That's what my son did. He didn't go according to those settings so that he could actually see what he was doing. And for me, I'm starting to see that is a big issue when it comes to playing that game. Other than that, though, I love it to death. It's a great game, and I think it's worth playing if you're wanting to give it a try, you know. So I've been doing Doom. I'm getting ready to play with Rapid and them. I think that's going to be an excellent game to get into, to be honest with you. I've done one round of it, and I think that it's going to actually work out. It's Gauntlet. We're going to play Gauntlet, and with the new version of Gauntlet, we're going to be doing that, and I think that's going to work out really great. That is some of the plans that are coming up. I don't know for sure what he wants to do with these podcasts, if he wants to go ahead and just wait until next year. I want to set it up to where we have interviews with people, like I was doing it on Home Away from YouTube, and maybe do it that route, go that route. But gamers are really they're finicky, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that gamers do, and then there's a lot of things that gamers don't do. It's just like here recently, RJ Casual, hardcore gamer, just told me that he's having issues with doing his podcast now, and it's because his buddy, his co-pilot, is getting really busy, you know, and I can see that, but I it's a shame, to be honest with you, because he does a really good job, and I think it would be an injustice if he didn't at least continue the podcast on his own. If not, you know, reach out to maybe I don't know, somebody, that he's close to, and just keep it going. And because he does a really good job of it. It's really hard to find people who's willing to do podcasts about the gaming world, and not just the games, but like the background and what goes into it, the whole thing about the industry and the whole 9 yards. I just done a interview with a guy by the name of Mark, and he was telling me in it that he would be willing to well, he does Dragus Productions, and he told me that he would be willing to do a gaming uh, show, on radio. But the thing is, there has to be like certain kind of topics that they would have to go by. And all the time he's talking to me, the first person I was thinking was RJ, because that's the kind of stuff he does and the format he does his podcast with. So that is that for me is pretty interesting. I reached out to RJ and mentioned Mark here recently, and hopefully, if both of them think that it's a good idea, maybe sometime in the future they could work something out. But like Mark had said, he's got all of his slots in his radio full, so it's not something that he could pull off here in the near future. You know what I'm saying? But he said he could keep it in mind. I told him about RJ. Told RJ about Mark. Gave all the credentials back and forth. But I think that it would be a pretty good project for both of them to work on together. It'd give RJ a chance to get into the radio side of things and see what that's about too, because he's got a lot of talent. And I'm not trying to brag him up or anything too much, because I know how humble he is. He's just the most humblest dude I know. Him and King Lion of Locks, two humble dudes. So those are two people that you do need to check out, though. They play a lot of cool games. Rapid Glitch, Nostalgia Gaming Retro. He's another one. Now you have other people that I would suggest as well. Rockstar. He's another guy that I follow. Now Detective Fallen. This dude is the bomb. He's pretty cool. He does a lot of really good gaming as well. Now Maxi plays RPGs. I mentioned him last week, I believe. You might want to check him out. Now he is another guy that I do want to do a gaming interview with, because here recently he had a pretty bad ordeal that happened on YouTube. They literally went in and just took away his old channel. He had built his followers up to about 350, 330, like on my gaming channel, and they literally went and accused him of spamming. Now, I've never heard of spamming at all when it comes to YouTube. I don't understand it, don't even know what it is. I've been in trouble on YouTube for just a handful of things. Usually it's from hanging out with all my friends on Skype or Mine's chat, especially. Mr. Robot, he's just a troublemaker. But those are usually the only reasons why I've ever gotten in trouble on the internet. So I don't really understand what spamming is about, to be honest with you. But they went in and they took his channel away from him, and he had to restart all over again. And I did an interview with him here. He was one of the last of the few gaming interviews that I did do, and that was before he lost his old channel. So he's starting up again. He went back to YouTube, but he also started a channel up on the Rumble. And if you guys want to check him out and give him some support, I'd appreciate it a lot. You know, this is a good dude. He's not a spammer, whatever the hell that means. He's it surprised me when I heard about it. To be honest with you, I would have never even accused Maxie of ever freaking doing anything like that. And to be honest with you, it really pissed me off. That's how great of a person he is on there. So if you guys want to, go check him out. He's supposed to be on Odyssey too, but it's like I said, these gamers are all finicky. Like trying to get them to actually give you links to their freaking channels on other platforms is so hard for them to do. You know what I mean? I'm like, God damn, dude, seriously, just send me a freaking link, But I did get a link for him on Rumble. Um, I don't know how much he's posting on there, but he's supposed to be posting stuff on there, and hopefully things will work out with him on there. I suggested Rumble to him because I started on Rumble, and so far I like everything that's going on there. I tried D Live here recently, and I'm not too impressed with them. They kind of remind me of Twitch, but on like freaking crack cocaine, you know. So, um, plus, I do feel awkward about having streams like this on Twitch. To be honest with you, I've always been big on doing video games on Twitch. So since I'm able to run my mouth on this server or this platform and say stuff, there's one thing I would like to ask. If you actually get on here and you want to hear this stuff, have conversations in my chat, all right? Because they have these crazy ass achievements that I need to do, and it says that I need to have 5 people talking in chat at the same time. Now, I've been paying attention to this stuff, not just on Twitch, but on YouTube and on freaking Odyssey, all of them, Rumble. I've never once ever found 5 people on one chat speaking at the same time. Not unless it's somebody that's big, like freaking news, you know what I mean, where the chat is constantly moving down. But other than that, I've never seen like ordinary freaking chats actually have 5 people doing a conversation. If I saw 5 people talking in chat at the same time, I would literally have a heart attack. And I'm talking about all of them. I don't even think X would have 5 people giving doing chat. You know, I doubt it, to be honest with you. So if you guys are on there and you're actually watching this, give a brother some love. Give a brother some love, because I wanna see 5 people actually talking if I can. It would be a miracle, to be honest with you. I've never seen it before. So I believe I have done well. I have taken up 46 minutes of running my mouth just on video games. So that's basically the deal with what's going on with me in video gaming. Like I said, this is good stuff, Rapid wants me to suggest 10 or make a list of games to suggest for nostalgia gaming retro next year, and I'm not going to give them to him. He does this to me every year. I give him a list of games for retro games, and he decides that he's not going to do any of them. So I'm done with that. That will not happen this year, Rapid. Okay? It's bad enough that you make me play the games you like, but now you're asking me to suggest games so that you can properly turn them down. It's not gonna happen, dude. And this dude, he doesn't just suggest games, he suggests horrible games. I mean, horrible games that are freaking hard to play. And I never liked him, you know what I mean? But I do have to give him credit. He did show me that Pokemon was actually a good game. I will say that. And that was hard for me to really admit to because um, I grew, or my nephews and nieces, they all grew up around Pokemon, and it was like all these kids loved Pokemon, and it was just a big, big obsession of theirs. So whenever I actually did do challenges that involved Pokemon, I actually did start enjoying it, especially when I found out that you could do all those cheats in Gen 1. That just blew me out of the water. That hooked me right there. Then after that, Nostalgia, or Rapid, ended up having me do a Nuzlocke for him. And we got into some pretty good edits on that one. And I've got to admit, I learned a lot about setting up templates for videos and using sprites and things of that nature. So that gave me a lot of experience there. I've been really big on the whole editing videos and doing new things with that, as well as, you know, working with Blender and coming up with CGI. I'm not saying that I'm really the best at it, but I'm a lot better than what I was when I started. And I learned a lot when it comes to video editing by doing Pokemon Gen 1. And I did that in Nuzlocke. So I thought that was pretty cool. Um, I, I really enjoy um, I really enjoy it, to be honest with you. Now, another thing that I did want to bring up is the fact that we have been doing another um, episode of or Gen 2 is what we've been doing of Pokemon, and this one is red. No, it's gold versus silver. And I'm on the gold team. It's me and Zach versus Rapid. And at one time it was Matt, aka Linda, but he had to back out because of issues that were going on with his personal life, him and his sister. So he got replaced by Sudakuno. So Sudakuno is coming in on Rapid side, and we are versing one another. And this isn't just Gen 2 Nuzlocke, it's also Gen 2 Nuzlocke with a randomizer. So it apparently is a problem for Rapid because he's used to the actual games, but I never grew up on this stuff. This is actually the first time I've played Gen 2, so I don't really know anything about it. So the 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 randomizer really doesn't affect how I play, considering it's the first time I played it. But yeah, we're doing that, and it's coming out pretty good. So I think that's going to be something to look at and really do something good with. But first, we are going to have to set up set it up to where we can do this better, because we've been having some technical issues when it comes to file transfers and stuff like that. It looks, on my part at least, with me and Zach, that we're coming through it with shining colors, but that's only because we're better gamers than what our rivals are. Sorry about that, Rapid. You need to step up your game, dude. Get things rolling. Which I really shouldn't be saying that because it's like I was just told that by Jaffe Ryder. He told me I needed to step up my game. So um, I guess it's just not cool to be doing that. You know. Now, what is going to it's coming up on 52 minutes, so I might as well just go ahead and stop talking about gaming, and we can get into the other topics. Like I said, I do want to go over some of the stuff that concerns politics. So, um, for everybody on Twitch, it's your bedtime now, so you need to go to bed, and I will be back on here a little bit later, and we will talk a little bit more about the gaming. All right. Now, before I get into that, what I do want to do though is take a small break real quick and come back and then get into the other things that I want to discuss. So with that, I'm going to leave you guys with a small song right now so that you guys can listen to it, and I will be back here to give you guys a little bit more. So this is coming from Austin Todd. His music, it's called Classical Mayan. And after this is done, I will be back with the second part of the show. So I hope you guys enjoy. If I can get it to play.
By 750 AD, as the warfare and sacrifices only increased, overworked land also began to lead to massive crop failures. The crop failures led to food shortages, famine across the land, and deforestation from overbuilding put an end to the growth of the city-states. By 900 AD they lay abandoned, reclaimed by the desert and jungle.
Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed that. I guess it had just ended right whenever I was talking in chat. Mark joined me on YouTube chat, and I wanted to say thank you for joining me, Mark. And what I'm going to do is I am going to put on another song. It's going to be a quicker one, and this time I am going to go get me some coffee. Hope you guys enjoyed that. That was a classic Mayan from Austin Todd. Now, what I am going to do now is I'm going to put another song in. I don't think I should put his song in. What I'm gonna do is a demo that John Clark gave me. Actually, no, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do Whiskey Blues. I'm gonna let you guys listen to Whiskey Blues from John Clark. This is a 3-minute song, so sit back and enjoy it, and I hope you guys do enjoy it. I'll be right back. I gotta get my coffee.
I woke up this morning and went back to bed. I got up this morning with a pain in my head. Whiskey and beer are my only friends. They justify means to an end, because I'm here to tell you about my blues. I don't know what to do about my whiskey blues. I got up this morning and went back to bed. I got up this morning with my tongue like lead. Just another day, be out with my friends. I just don't know how I'll make amends, 'cause I'm here to tell you about my blues. I don't know what to do about my whiskey blues. No more mornings and no more nights. All my drinking has won its fight. I slip away from this life as I meet my maker to end the fight. 'Cause I'm here to tell you about my blues. Don't know what to do, Lord, about my whiskey blues. I woke up this morning and went back to bed. I got up this morning with a pain in my head. Whiskey and beer are my only friends. They justify means to an end. Because I'm here to tell you about my blues. I don't know what to do about my whiskey blues. I got up this morning and went back to bed. I got up this morning with my tongue like lead. Just another day, be out with my friends. I just don't know how I'll make amends, 'cause I'm here to tell you about my blues. I don't know what to do about my whiskey blues. No more mornings and no more nights. All my drinking has won its fight. I slip away from this life as I meet my maker to end the fight. 'Cause I'm here to tell you about my blues. Don't know what to do, Lord, about my whiskey blues. I woke up.
Alright, so that is John Clark with his Whiskey Blues. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now that is just has just come out. You can check out John Clark's music on Spotify, I believe it is. No, not Spotify. Yeah, it might be. it's it's for music, is what I know. I can actually pull that up and let you guys know. Just stop being lazy. I'm actually on Discord too, by the way, if you guys want to check out that and talk to me. He is actually on it's Spotify. He's got And So It Begins, which is his acoustic music. He's actually got new music coming out, and him and Austin are collaborating together. So they're coming up with some good stuff, and if you're interested, go over and check them out. I believe he's going by Old John on there. Yeah, Old John, and So It Begins is the name of the song. So feel free to check it out and give these guys some support. So Mark is on chat. If he feels like saying anything, he can say whatever he wants. I told him that I needed to go get a smoke and get some coffee, and that's what I did. I went and got some smoke and I got some coffee. And that's basically, and when I say smoke, I'm talking about a cigarette, so you guys know. So now, since the music is over, I am going to switch all of this back to my background slideshow so that I can stay focused and not get distracted, because I'm really, really good at getting distracted, guys. Now, before I continue, too, I want to thank everybody who helped with making these slideshows. I don't get very many chances to say that, because these I keep forgetting, for one thing. But Mr. Robot off of Minds.com chat helped me with some of this. I did do some of it on my own, but I also got help from Satori D, which I always mix up and say Minds Gaming, when in reality Satori D did these with Bob Dub. So Satori D, thank you for helping out with some of these AI images. And yes, they are AI images, but I went in and I created the slideshows with them. So I wanted to thank all of you guys for your help and support with that. And I also want to thank again John and Austin for helping with this music. And also, just so people know, when Christmas comes around, Jaffe off of World Pirate Radio Network does a Operation Secret Santa Claus. Now, he is usually doing this stuff later in the year, but I believe personally that you need to start out early and let people know about it. And I'm going to try to do that every time I do one of my streams for Live with Roger Hanson. So what it is he takes donations for children to get Christmas presents, usually over in Korea and countries like that. So he also has it set up when December comes around, where you can help people in your local areas, and you can also start your own campaigns to pass it on, basically. So it's a good idea, and that's one of the reasons why I do collect music from people that I network with, so that I can take and, well, this year I want to take and use it so that I can help them out on that project. And the reason why I want to get my own music and stuff like that is because Jaffe always gets in trouble. He's just a troublemaker and he always gets in trouble. So when Christmas comes around, I'm gonna get stuff that I can put together that isn't copyright infringement. just saying it nicely. He's a troublemaker. He's a pirate, for goodness sake, you know. So that's basically the gist of it. Because it's to help kids, you know what I mean, and that's what's important. So I'm putting it out there, and like I said, I'll be doing that for every episode that I come out with, because I do think it's a good idea. I think that it's a good idea that I'm going to help support with. So I am checking over all of the channels, and so far it looks good. Everything's on there, and we are ready to go. So I wanted to kind of get into the politics side of things. I don't know for anybody who's outside of the country if they've become aware of it yet, but Biden has decided to move aside in the elections. I know Mark probably knows about it because we just finished off our series, Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, so I know we're both kind of politically motivated right now, or coming down off of it. But he actually nominated, or he put his vote in for Kamala to take office as the vice president. I keep forgetting her name. But with that being said, you know, I wanted to point something out to everybody so that they understand this. Just because he endorses her doesn't make her automatically the person that's going to be running after the primaries. There's a process that has to take place, and that has to happen at the Democratic convention, which is coming up in a month. I thought it was maybe a day or two or a week, but it's actually a month away. Now, here in the United States, we've been getting a lot of cross messages. Like, there's a few Democrats who are wanting to step up and actually run for president as well, besides her. And here in Illinois, our governor actually, believe it or not, Pritzker, has decided he wants to throw his frickin' towel in the ring, or whatever you want to call it. That's actually, I don't understand if that's it or not, because you usually throw the towel in the ring when the fight's over. But he wants to join in the group of Democrats who wants to become president of the United States. And yeah, Mark says he heard about it yesterday, so I figured you did. So I figured I'd put that out there, because I know we had just gone over it, and in the last episode I went over some of the stuff about conservatism and things like that, which I mentioned earlier before you came on, or you might have actually heard it, I don't know. But I figured I'd wait until after the gaming to start talking about the politics, because, well, you know, politics, first of all, sucks. To be honest with you, I didn't even want to start talking about it until we did Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, and Mark and me and Tan Hai Tran were talking about it, and I decided to give it a try, you know. But this is pretty interesting news. I said it on Naroki 5's show last night when we were doing his show, that just sit back and enjoy the show. This is probably going to be better than any freaking soap opera that has ever freaking been put out on television, okay? I mean, it goes from one extreme to another extreme to another extreme. And, like, you would think that an election would be just as or bad when an assassination attempt happens on somebody running for president. But no, it doesn't end there. All of a sudden, you have a president who is completely senile and incapable of taking care of the country. And then he steps down as the person running for president so that the vice president, who he thinks will probably run for president, which probably will happen, knowing Democrats, she'll end up being the one that runs for president, can take his place. But, I mean, for me, I have a tendency of reading between the lines too. And there's a few things I picked up on after the news came out that he isn't going to run for president for a second term. And the one thing that really stuck out to me and made me ask one question is how long has this been going on? Because, like, with him having, these severe problems because of his age, and I mean, if you've kept up with Biden, you'd also understand that he's suffered from mental illnesses going all the way back to the time he was vice president. So you got the mental illness on top of this senile thing. But with all that, you have to ask yourself, how long has this been going on? Because, like, things now for me makes a lot more sense. Like, all of this crazy stuff that's been happening in the last three and a half years makes sense to me. Like, there's things that I personally, as a man, know that a man wouldn't freaking be doing. You know what I'm saying? Like here in Illinois, there's a huge push for teachers to teach children in first grade sex education. All right. Now, believe it or not, it's not men, throwing a fit over that. It's actually women who are saying, look, you're not going to teach my kids sex education in first grade. And I can understand that because, my sister, first of all, is one of those women who had an issue with that. And I think that it's hard enough for a mother to have a little 6-year-old girl walk in and ask her what a vagina is, you know what I mean? And that right there is something that I feel that is a mother's job to take care of, not a school system. I don't think that anybody should be responsible for that other than the mother. The father, maybe, if circumstances allow it. It's just like it's awkward for a little boy to hear about sex from his mother, so it's something that a boy should hear from his father, and that's just the way I feel about it. I don't think that a school system should be the ones teaching these kids how to do that, and I also don't think that it should be thrown upon the school system to be responsible for that either. I really believe that that's something that should be taken care of within the home. And that's just my personal take on that. And for some reason, I keep having issues on my OBS with my slideshow and everything. It just keeps stopping. So give me a second on my slideshows. I got to keep track of them. But that's something that really sticks out to me when it comes to stuff like that, and a lot of this stuff, like I said, is starting to make more sense. This is something that a radical far left woman would come up with, you know what I mean? And all of this insane controversial stuff is something that really focuses more on like a woman's view than what it would a man's view. Like Biden, first of all, he is very extremist when it comes to his radical views. Don't get me wrong, and you know, a lot of people, they like to say that Obama was the puppet master with all of this, but I think that it's vice versa. I think that Biden was actually the one behind the scenes calling all the shots, you know. And the reason why I say that is because I know a little bit more about Obama's political history than what a lot of people have, because Obama was known by everybody in the country after he became president, but you need to understand that he had a history in the state of Illinois before he actually became president, you know. And the one thing that I can tell you about is Obama wasn't a long-term resident in the state of Illinois. He actually moved here. He was given this seat, and he moved on politically to the White House. But he didn't stay here very long. He served in Illinois as a stepping stone for his next step in politics. And shortly after he left office here in Illinois, with all the talk and all the great things they say that he's done for the state of Illinois and Chicago, you know, shortly after he left here, our governor ends up getting arrested and put in prison because it was found out that he was selling the same seat that Obama had occupied to other people within the political circles. So he got in trouble with that and a few other things. So the whole thing for me, what I'm trying to say though, is this was only a stepping stone in his march to the White House. Now, when it comes to the actual puppet master, I believe honestly that it was Biden. Now, I heard earlier on X where they were talking about that, and I wanted to mention it, but I also heard about Hillary Clinton and all of this stuff. Now, the thing about Hillary Clinton is Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, they are pretty extreme, but they're in their own little group, in their own little category. Now, Kamala Harris and Obama and Biden, they were cohorts with the Clintons, but you got to understand these are two separate groups of Democrats. You know what I'm saying? Like, Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were more conservative Democrats. Believe it or not, there is such thing as conservative Democrats. But they took on that stance. You know, a lot of the conservative Democrats like to call themselves moderates, but that's basically what they are. So you've got their class of craziness, and then you have the Obama class of craziness, and you can't really confuse them, because even though they do work together, they're not one and the same. Their agendas are different in some ways, so that's something that you have to take into consideration with that. Now, when it comes to Kamala Harrison, there's another thing that I believe is involved there. Now, this has been on my mind since all of this started with the whole senile thing. Now, when the debate actually happened, and I was watching it, I've mentioned this on some of the previous episodes. It was horrible. Okay, I sat there and I watched it, and it was so bad that I had thought that I only watched half the video of it, but come to find out, after watching it the second time, I actually watched the full video. But at some point halfway through, I didn't want to watch it anymore, and for some reason in my mind, I told myself that I'd never finished it, and that was the only reason why I watched it again. So I go to watch this thing again, and it was just horrible. And it just reminded me, no, Roger, you watched this whole thing. And from my take on that, it was so bad that even Donald Trump didn't want to be there to freaking to do this thing. And now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because like there's a few things that I've mentioned before that I'm going to mention again. Now, Biden is in hot water right now. Him and his son both, and this has to do with Ukraine, and has to do with a conversation that took place between his son and him on a laptop. Now, the federal or the Republicans are having federal hearings in Congress right now over these issues, and they're wanting to get their hands on that laptop so that they could hear what the conversation was about and who it was with. Now, the president has apparently used his political power to prevent the Republicans from hearing that, and I don't think that's the end of it. I think that Biden knows his son is going to prison. There's no way around that, and he has only one of two choices. Does he actually go to prison with his son, or does he play the part of the senile old president who steps aside and maybe he'll get some sympathy when his name's brought up and the investigation is finished? That's one take that I have on that. And the things that we've seen here recently could possibly be just a show to where they could he could actually save his own skin, basically. Now, with that being said, there's another thing that I wanted to mention about this whole thing with Kamala Harris. And for some reason, it reminds me a lot of Gerald Ford. Now, I know I've heard on the news media they talk about LBJ and the assassination with Bobby Kennedy, which, yeah, if you want to go the complicated route, yeah, you can compare it to that too. But I see more of a Gerald Ford situation that happens here with Gerald Ford actually being able to take office without actually being voted into office. What happened here, if you really look at it, was Kamala Harrison was able to get put into a spot of being nominated as president without actually having to go through the process of the primary elections, which would allow all these other Democrats to come together and debate with one another, and then the convention would choose who they wanted to run for president against Donald Trump. This would be kind of like a fast track of avoiding that whole process so that they could get Kamala Harris into the position to run against Donald Trump. Now, I heard last night on Naroki from V where he thinks that this is just another way to darken Trump's image even more, because he believes, and a lot of people believe, that Donald Trump just has this in the bag. But I personally don't feel that the Democrats feel that way. You know what I mean? They've never shown any type of signs that they're going to give up. You know what I mean? I've never seen them give that kind of an attitude. So, in my mind, they still think they have the chance, no matter what. They're gonna try to get the office, no matter what happens. And I could see that, about Donald Trump's name getting even bashed even worse than what it already is. But I also see this as a chance to fast track a black Democrat woman into a position where she could become the first female president of the United States. So I do see that as something to look at too. So does that sound crazy, Mark? I don't know. If you're still there, let me know. What do you think? Do you think that sounds pretty legitimate, or do you think I'm just being crazy like I always am? You know, but for me, that's my take on it. I know that a lot of people have different opinions about that, but that's just how I see it. I knew something was up. I was thinking that it was more on the lines of him being a drunk. He's already been he's already confessed to being an alcoholic, you know what I mean? And back when he was vice president, I remember hearing him say that he had a drinking problem. I guess one of his sons died from cocaine, I guess, which seems ironic that he has another son that died from or that has problems with cocaine as well. But he would do these he would do these announcements once a week for Obama, where he would get on the White House platform on Facebook, and he would give kind of like a review of what's been taking place over the week. And every time I watched that, it sounded like he was drunk, you know. And I brought it up in the chat a couple times, and it just seemed that he was always drunk. And Mark confirmed, nah, that sounds legit. So I've got confirmation from my buddy Mark, so it's all good. It has to be true. That's just how I feel about it. So thank you, Mark. So we have 2 against 1. No, 2 against 0. Nobody has ever gone against me. So, but you know, I thought for the longest time that he was drunk, and then I heard later on that he had some kind of mental disorder that was causing him to slur when he talks. So that's where I learned that he does have mental disability. And it's like I said, whenever I first started, it seems like now all of a sudden they're pushing this senile thing with the fact that he had mental disabilities up to make it sound like he's, you know, this poor decrepit old man. And it could be the case. I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. I couldn't tell you if that's true or not. But for me, I just think that is more smokescreen. You know, it's a way for him to get out of this thing with a little dignity, but at the same time be able to save his own ass before he goes to prison. That's just my take on it. Now, also, I want to mention that we have been doing some, well, actually, I'm going to end it right there when it comes to the president and everything. That's my only take on it right now. The one thing I can say is, if you guys want to make a comment about it, go ahead and make a comment and I'll share it on the stream. But other than that, sit back and enjoy the show when it comes to this this presidency, because this is going to be the most outlandish election that the world has ever seen. I don't think anything like this has ever happened worldwide. Okay, this is going to be like the whole freaking ball and chain, the whole circus, like everything. Like you're gonna, it just keeps getting worse and worse as you go by. So just sit back and enjoy it. because that's basically what this is all about. It's a show. But now that that's covered, I do want to get into or say something that tomorrow we are going to have the last episode for this season of Tech Talk, and if you guys can come on and check that out, you will not be disappointed. We have actually found something pretty cool to talk about, and believe it or not, it has to do with Odyssey. On Tech Talk, we usually we take time to go and look at alt tech platforms, and we've covered Odyssey, we've covered Rumble. We did a little bit of BitChute, but not very much. But we even talked about Rumble too, and Minds.com especially. But this is interesting with Odyssey. They're coming out with a whole new concept. Now here recently they got new supporters for tech, for their tech, and for their platform, because Library, which is their mother platform that they came from, ended up getting in trouble with a few government officials, shall we say, and they ended up having to discontinue their services. Well, Odyssey broke away from them, and they basically had to start on their own, and they got support from another group which introduced new technology, which I believe is called RView. We had it on the last episode of Tech Talk, which you can check out on Working with Audio and Video on YouTube and Rumble. Now, this next episode, we're diving deeper into it because the way it was explained was pretty cool. But then we started going deeper and finding out stuff about it, and there's a lot of cool stuff that's happening there with Odyssey, believe it or not. Now, I've already been impressed with their live stream. Now, their live stream is a little bit complicated, but once you get through, like, it'll take you about a week or two to get over the process about how it is that you live stream on there. But once you get through that, you start figuring out that they have something that YouTube doesn't have, Twitch doesn't have, none of them have. It's like, say, like right now I'm recording as well as doing my live stream, okay? And say that something happens to this live stream to where freaking it's not good. And instead of me going in and taking that recording and live streaming all over again on Odyssey, all I have to do is go in to the settings. I can freaking take what I'm recording here and I can put it into this actual live stream without having to do another one in its place and deleting this one. I can literally put the recorded version right into this live stream, and that's the only platform I know that can do that. Well, now they are coming up with a new idea that I've just heard about, but Mark and Tan told me on the show that this has been out for a while, so we went through and we checked it out, and there's a lot of cool stuff that's involved with it. Now, the whole concept behind it is like, imagine you make your content, all right? Now, what happens is you picture like YouTube and Twitch and Rumble and X and Odyssey as being planets, okay? And each of these planets, you have to go to each of them to put your content on them separately. That's the way it works now, right? So, or you multicast all of these planets. But with Odyssey, what happens is you take and you create your content, and instead of it going to each of these planets, imagine your content being a part of the stars that are above each of these planets. So you have each star representing content. And what happens is these planets look up to these stars and they get to pick and choose what they want on their platform. You know, so they're pulling them out of the sky, you know, pulling that content out of the clouds or out of the stars above them. Now that to me is a pretty cool concept, and I was fine with that. But then I turned around and looked at it deeper with Tan and Mark, and we started finding out some more cool stuff. So if you want to know more about that, show up tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I believe it's 11 p.m. GMT, General Motors time, over in England. So you can check that out, or UTC. That's English for we rule the world, and you know it. So check us out there, and you'll trust me. I don't think you'll be disappointed by it. It's a pretty cool concept, and I'm not trying to promote for Odyssey. I just think it's a really cool thing that's happening there, and I would have easily overlooked it if me and Tan and Mark didn't actually go through and do this. So show up and you can find out more about that. I wanted to mention something else about something we had covered previously too. I was bringing it up on Tech Talk about the car industry being held ransom for or by hackers who had hijacked their metadata for their computer program that takes care of their cells and stuff like that, and parts and things of that nature. Now this company is multinational. They service over like 100 different countries worldwide, and they're a big corporation. And we went through and did a episode on that, and it looked like it was pretty bad. Like they could have had a lot of things put in place that could have helped them to where they wouldn't have to be paying ransom to these hackers, but apparently they didn't even have backup. Well, this week something else happened that kind of stuck out to me after we had done that episode, and it's LaGuardia Airport. Apparently they had issues with their computers to where the entire airport was shut down, and this is coming from an airport who was also hacked less than 2 years ago, I believe. So when I saw that, you know, it made me kind of curious about what kind of tech are these big corporations actually using, and things of that nature. So I think when we do our last episode next week or tomorrow, I think we should actually come together off camera, Mark, and we should come up with a game plan, because I think we can actually do a lot of cool episodes next season. We'll start up back in January of next year, as long as I don't, you know, piss you and Tan off and get you upset, because I know I pick on you for being English. But you know, I mean, just all I can say about that is just be grateful you're not Canadian. Because I mean, if you think I say bad stuff about you, think about all the horrible stuff I say about Tan. You know, poor guy. And he's Oriental on top of that, so that's like an Oriental Canadian. You know, you're just asking for it, like. So, but yeah, I think we should we should come together and come up with a game plan on some of that stuff. I think we could come up with some even better content. We would been discussing AI and stuff, so I really believe that's some good stuff that we've done this year, and I believe that we could actually turn that into something good. So I am amazed because I have actually covered almost 2 hours of stuff pertaining to video games and to politics. So I'm getting better at this. I'll work it out, and I didn't even have to go according to my outline yet. Now, the next bit of stuff that I'm going to come up with is the stuff I was talking to you about with my history. I'm obsessed with history, and I love it. So just understand that when I tell you that you're going to hear history in my streams. But the thing that's different between my history and what you watch on your videos is my history's cool. I mean, I have like just cool freaking shit that I found. This is something also that could help out people when it comes to understanding a lot of the mysticism and stuff like that that's taking place in certain circles on the internet. And I'm not going to go too much into detail, but it's pretty cool. And when I get back, I will point that out. But for now, what I'm going to do is I am going to put up some more music so that we can showcase some cool stuff. And I did John, and I did some of Austin Todd's music. Now I want to also put out some music from another guy. Now he does excellent songs. His name is Within the Vacuum. He's on minds.com if you guys want to check him out, and he also is involved with MintMe. He has his own cryptocurrency on there too. If you guys want to check him out, feel free to hit me up or go to Minds Chat, and you can find him in Infinite Imaginarium on Minds Chat. You can also find him on a few other platforms that I am not quite aware of at the moment, but I will be able to give some more information. Now this is my favorite song from him, so I want you guys to check it out. I told this guy he could be like the next, or he could be the first Latin Elvis Presley. Okay, he's that good. So let me switch things over real quick so that we can put his music on the media source instead of having that slideshow. So I'll get it set up and let you guys listen to Within the Vacuum. I remember this is on acoustic, so I hope you guys enjoy.
The visual spectacle was was more than incredible. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. Immersed into the waters by your command, it elevates our souls to remember who we are. You, my love, now I remember all the things we've done in your creative field of love. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. Beyond the limits, there are no laws. We set it higher in the sky where no one ever flies. You, my love, now I remember all the moments in our past lives. Yeah, I remember now. Now I remember. 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 Do, 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 do. That one's called I Remember.
the music seems to finish off a lot faster than what I'm used to, but that's okay. So I guess the best thing for me to do is to get right back into what I was talking about. I'll get the slideshow up here in a minute, but hope you guys enjoyed that. That's Within the Vacuum. You can find him on minds.com. You can also find him with Minds Chat, and that's with Infinite Imaginarium. If you guys are interested in seeing more of him, or hearing more of him, he's got a lot of projects that he's taken, that he's doing concerning music, and he's doing really good things with concerns to his community and things of that nature. So that's somebody that you should really get to know, hook up with. I believe he's on X too. So, and you can find him in my my profile. If you go on there, you can see where he's reminded of a lot of my stuff. So he's a real good guy, somebody that you should really check into. He's got a lot of good stuff going on right now, and I'm just basically running my mouth so that I can find that freaking slideshow, so you guys know. But here we go. We have the slideshow back up, and I guess I can go on with the next group of topics that I want to mention. Now, this is the stuff that I wanted to go through, and I did make notes on it because this is stuff that I really do enjoy doing, and I want to get the information straight because just to give you a little background history on me, I have always been fascinated with history. I was a horrible student in school. I didn't make very good grades, but the one thing I can tell you about is I loved history. That's all I've ever talked about, even from the time I was a kid. But with that being said, I'd like to also mention something that was brought up in my interview with Mark from Progress Productions, or Dragus Productions, that he mentioned, and it's he said something that I can relate to. Like as I told you before many times, that I've been in partnership with old John Clark with Wonderful World of Weirdness, and before that I started my own channel up that I started from scratch, and it's called Strange Stories. Now, before it was Strange Stories, it was named The Strange, the Bizarre, and the Unusual. I like it. Now, I ended up changing the name to make it shorter for purposes concerning SEO and search engines and stuff like that. But it's always been the same thing. And Mark said something in the interview that I agree with. He said that it's really hard to get away from the whole paranormal UFO type of genre, and that I do admit to, that I do relate to. I enjoy doing other topics, but it is hard getting away from that community and that genre to do different things. And with that being said, that's one thing that I want to point out before I say this, because just so you know, I've always been interested in ancient history, but not as much as what I have been in the last 5 or so years. My attention to ancient history believe it or not, happened because of what I got involved with when it comes to the paranormal, when it comes to UFOs and aliens and stuff like that. What really inspired me, believe it or not, was Zachariah Sitchin. Now, Zachariah Sitchin, I can say a lot of good things or bad things about him. I could say a whole lot of things that freaking most people say today about him, about his theories and his ideas. But I can't do that because the whole truth is my whole interest in everything concerning ancient history today was inspired because of the things that I heard him say. So even though some people could say that his stories weren't real, they were fictitious or whatever, they can't say that he didn't inspire a lot of people into getting more involved in ancient history and learning this stuff, because this stuff has a lot of cool things that are involved with it. And if you aren't involved with it, I just encourage you to just listen to some of the stuff that's being said, because this is really good stuff, you know. Now, there is another guy that I do want to give recognition to, because this is probably the most amazing person that I know of who is into archaeology. And if I can say his name properly, I will, but his name is Irving Finkel. Okay, now Irving Finkel is an amazing guy. Now, before I get on with this story, I want to point something out about this guy. He is the one who inspired me to go further with my research after Zachariah Sitchin, because like the things this man talks about is just completely mind-blowing. Okay, he did a Halloween special concerning the ancients' views on demons and things of that nature back during the times of the Sumerians. And it is just mind-blowing. If you ever get it's ghost stories is what it was called, basically. That was the first ghost stories in human history, is basically what it all rotates around. And he even did a Halloween special on it. But when I first heard about him, he actually went over to the Middle East and he built the Ark according to the Sumerians, not the Jewish version of the Ark, but the Sumerians version of it, to see if it would actually work. And he made a documentary about it, and that's what really caught my attention before he did this first Ghost Stories one. And he's a part of the British Museum too, if you guys are interested in checking him out. But he is the one who I get most of my information from, just so you guys know. Before I start this, I wanted to put that out there and let everybody know that the stuff that I usually talk about when it comes to all of these folklores and all of these topics about mysticism is grounded in archaeology. It's not from a lot of the stuff that's being pushed out, like and a lot of the stuff that's just being pushed out, to be honest, is very negative, and it hurts people in a lot of ways, which I think people should really stop and look at. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this up, because and I was even debating on if I even wanted to mention this stuff, but there's a lot of hate speech going around that really should be discussed in in a real manner. All right. First of all, this whole thing about Moloch Ball, you'll hear a lot of a lot of people talk like it's actually something that should be discussed, when in reality it's not. It's probably the most disgusting thing that has ever been invented by man. It's caused a lot of deaths, and I don't want to go into it, because when I do have this discussion, I usually make myself angry, and I don't want to do that on this show. But needless to say, what I can tell you is, when it comes to Moloch Ball was never a deity. Now, Baal is the generic term for Lord during the ancient times. There were many deities in the Levant and the Middle East that were classed with the word Baal. So Baal wasn't like one entity. It was a number of them that the Canaanites used as a term, like El in the Sumerians is the term for Lord. That's what Baal is to the Canaanites. Okay, so getting on and past that, we go to this deity called Moloch or Molog. This deity, there's no historical evidence that it ever existed during the time period that the Canaanites or any of those people during that time period, which this deity was supposed to have existed, actually existed. Like, there's no text written down in stone, on paper, anything from people during that time period that says that there was a deity by the name of Moloch. This term came about during the time of Christianity. Christians created the deity Moloch. Before Christianity, there was actually no mention of any deity of this kind. And this deity later on developed into a darker history, which eventually led to the death. I'll go ahead and say it. It led to the death of a lot of Jews. It also led to the death of a lot of gypsies. And it flourished all the way up until World War II, where we ended up having one of the worst wars in human history. And all of this spurred because of this term, Moloch. Okay? So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get into what I'm about to discuss. This isn't going to be drastic. It's not going to be horrible and talk about really bad stuff. So just trust me on that, okay? So, in order for me to cover some of this stuff, I'm going to have to take a long walk. That means I'm going to have to go all the way back, and this goes back to the ancient Sumerians, okay? Now, in ancient Samaria, the Asipu, or the Mesmasu, they acted as priests, okay? They were scholars and practitioners who would diagnose and treat people around the Tigris-Euphrates Valley in Mesopotamia, which today that would be like the modern day Iraq, okay? and this took place around 3200 BC. Now, what it is these people would have like Sumerian and Akkadian rituals and incantation texts. Now, they were associated with this one specific profession, and that expert was usually called in Akkadian the Asapu, okay, or the Masmasu. Now, in translation, this means exorcist. So, like when you hear about exorcists in movies like The Exorcism, or you hear about exorcisms that took place in the Bible and everything, that's where this all originally came from. It came from ancient Sumerians. Now, the thing that I thought was kind of hilarious was Finkel and his take on these exorcisms, because he thought that Hollywood should be sued for character assassination, I believe he said. It's been a while since I watched this video, and I should watch it again because it was really hilarious. I love this guy. Like, he really enjoys his job, and he talks about it. But before I get on with any of that, I want to continue with where I'm going with this, okay? Now, the cuneiform record formed the lore of their practice, translating Asiputu as exorcistic lore, or simply just as magic, okay? Now, there's another guy who is an archaeologist, and his name is Swamer. He explains that Babylonian tradition itself considered this corpus of text to be of great antiquity, ultimately authored by Enki or Ea himself. And Enki or Ea was the god of wisdom and exorcism. Alright. He was also originally Ea, which is the root word for earth. So he was also the deity for earth. You had Ea, then you had Ea or Enki, which is Lord Earth, okay, which En is Lord and Ki is Earth. Then you had Enlil, which was Lord, and then Sky. So you had Lord of the Sky, Lord of the Earth. So that's basically how that usually worked out. En meant Lord. Now, the hold up, I had some problems with my throat. Now, some have described Isipu as experts in white magic. At the time, ideas of science, religion, and witchcraft were closely intertwined, and it formed a basis for the Isiputu. And so basically what it was is they didn't differentiate between science, religion, and witchcraft. They were all one and the same. Okay, so that that's the thing that one thing that you do have to understand. That's what Isiputu was. It was like it was intertwined with one another. So they considered science, religion, and witchcraft all the same. The practice used by Isiputu was what they used to combat sorcery and to heal diseases and stuff like that. So it was kind of a combination of all of it. Okay. Now the Isipu studied omens and symbols of symptoms as well to formulate a prediction of the future for a subject and then perform epitropic rituals in the attempt to change unfavorable fate. Okay, so in order to change a person's fate, they would practice these rituals, and they would study omens, and they would study like physical symptoms of somebody who they believed were cursed or had this sickness or that sickness, and that was to try to change unfavorable fates. So they believed in the fates. Now, Asipu, they directed medical treatment at the Assyrian courts, and that's where they predicted the course of the disease from signs observed on a patient's body, and then they offered incantations and other magic as well as the remedies indicated by the diagnosis. So the Isipu visited sick people's houses and were tasked with predicting the patient's future. In other words, would he live or would he die? You know what I mean? Things of that nature. And then they would also they also had to fill in details about the symptoms that the patients may have disregarded or just left out, you know what I mean? So when they went in there, they'd have to figure out for themselves what these people didn't say or what they didn't think was important. So that's what they did. They would go to these guys' houses for those things, and they would actually have to formulate like incantations or some kind of diagnosis for these people who were ill or who thought that they were cursed because of something, you know. Now, the purpose of the visits was to identify the divine sender of the illness based on the symptoms of a specific ailment. So first they had to detect what the ailment was, and then they had to identify the divine sender of the illness based on the symptoms. Okay, so now in ancient Babylon and Assyria, there were some things that took place too. Now, this is all associated with Marduk, and this had to do with his consort, Sarpanet, I believe is how you say it. And it's grouped around the pair as princes around a throne, and these were all chief deities. You know what I'm saying? So these were the all of the pantheons, the ones that were from Assyria to what was later known as Babylon and Assyria. So you had these deities that were worshipped in Assyria or Samaria. And as Babylon came along, what happened was there was a change in deities. And the reason for that, from what I can tell, was because nameless gods became lesser gods to people of Babylon. Alright? Whereas before, when it was Samaria, they had, nameless gods. You had Enlil, which was Lord of the sky. You had Enki, which was Lord of the earth. Then you had Anana, which Anana is actually Ishtar. They just changed her name. And these were basically nameless gods. They were given surnames, you know what I mean, like Lord and then the nature. So that is basically where there was where there was a shift in it. Okay, and during the time of ancient Babylon and Assyria, there was a converging of these deities. What they wanted to do was they wanted to converge all of these deities into Asser and Marduk. So they would take attributes from all of these lesser gods and they would try to combine them into Marduk to make Marduk more more well, I guess you could say he would be more outspoken. He would be a higher god than the other ones because he was greater. You know what I mean? He was at the top of the pantheon, just like Asser. They did that in Assyria. So Assyria had Asser, and then in Babylon they had Marduk. And then they had his consort, which was Serpenet. I always had a hard time. Serpenet. I always had a hard time saying that name. And grouped around this pair, that was where the chief deities of the older centers like Ea and Damkina and Eridu, of Eridu came from and or was, and then there was Nebu and Tesmet of Barsipha. Then you had Nergal and Alatu of Akutha. Also, you had Shamash and A of Sipper. So you had Sin and Ningal of Ur, as well as pairs like Raman or Adad. Now, Adad is a name that was very important back then, too. Here lately, I've been making episodes on the wonderful world of weirdness, the ancient mysteries, and Adad comes up quite a bit inside of that. That's some pretty good stuff. We've been doing, or me and Karma Love were doing a series concerning the ancient world and these deities and things of that nature. So that there's a lot of cool stuff that's coming out on there. If you guys want to check that out, feel free to do so. But what I'm saying now is like Adad is very important in all of this. Now, as well as that, you had Shala, okay, whose central seat is unknown. Like they really don't know what that central seat is. And when they say seat, these were city-states, okay? So each city was its own state, and within that city, each city worshipped their own particular god. Like, you would go from one city where they would worship Marduk, then you would go to another city where they worshipped Anu, and then who is above... not really Marduk, actually. This Marduk is Babylonian, not Sumerian, but like he would be above Enki. So you would go to this other city and they would be worshiping Enki, whereas you go to another one and they're worshiping Ishtar. And these cities were all connected to one another. You know what I'm saying? So they were separate, but they were still together, and that is what they're saying about Raman, Shala. They didn't know for sure which city-state actually worshipped them. You know what I mean? Not only did they worship them, but they had temples with statues of them inside of it. So, in this process of accommodating ancient prerogatives to new conditions, it is inevitable that attributes belonging specifically to the one or other of these gods should have been transferred to Marduk. And this is where we get into what I was talking about. Who thus, from being originally a solar deity, becomes an electric power, taking on the traits of Bel, which Bel, by the way, is Enlil. I believe it's Enlil in ancient Babylon, whereas when it was Samaria, it was Enlil. So, it, by the time Babylon comes along, he's referred to as Bel. Now, I could be wrong. He could be Enki too, but I doubt that because they started calling Enki Ea, and then Shamash is actually not Ningarsat. Utu is Shamash in Sumerian. So in Sumerian he would be Utu, and then there would be Shamash when Babylon came along. So who thus from? Okay, now hold on. Let me go back again. Specifically to one or the other of these gods should have been transferred to Marduk, who thus, from being originally a solar deity, becomes an electric power, taking on the traits of Bel, Ea, Shamash, Nergal, Adad, and even Sin, the moon god. A kind of composite residuum of all the chief gods. So Marduk begins to incorporate all of these other gods' traits, and he becomes stronger. Now, in the religious literature, this process can be traced with perfect definiteness. Okay, the older incantations associated with Ea are re-edited so as to give to Marduk the supreme power over demons, witches, and sorcerers. The hymns and lamentations composed for the cult of Bel, Shamash, and of Adad were transformed into paeans and appeals to Marduk, while the ancient myths arising in the various religious and political centers underwent a similar process of adaptation to changed conditions, and as a consequence their original meaning was obscured by the endeavor to assign almighty deeds and acts, originally symbolic to the change of seasons or of occurrences in nature, to the patron deity of Babylon, the supreme head of the entire Babylonian pantheon. There were, however, two deities who appeared to have retained an independent existence, and that's Anu, the god of heaven, and Ishtar, the great mother goddess. Now, Ishtar, like I said, was actually Inanna, and then Anu originally was On. Then his name ended up being changed to Anu, and On originally was supposed to symbolize just heaven, but then it was made into a deity which became On, and then Anu. So that's kind of how that all worked out. And like they said, Ishtar was the great mother goddess who symbolized fertility and vitality in general. Okay, that's what she was actually supposed to represent, but then she became vilified, and a lot of people like to talk about how she was actually supposed to be well, basically satanic, you know what I mean? You'll hear a lot of people say that, but that's not originally what she was supposed to be at all. So what it was is, I'll be honest, the Babylonians and the Assyrians and the Sumerians even had this really, really screwed up outlook about sex. And these were like priestess prostitutes, you know what I mean? That's the only way that you can really say it. I'm not going to lie and say that it was something wholesome when I know that it really wasn't. So with that, I'm just going to put it out there and say that that's what she represented it, but it was a different time back then. You know what I mean? This was thousands of years starting. This was thousands of years before even the Jewish was around. You know what I mean? The word Jewish was never even thought of. So Christianity and Zoroastrianism wasn't even around when this religion was started. So you're not talking about a time period where people were discussing moralities and things of that nature per se. You know what I mean? I'm sure they did have lessons, but I don't think it had very much to do with the things that people believe in today. So I just wanted to say that. Now, there were, however, two deities, like I said, and that was Ishtar, the great mother goddess, who symbolized fertility and vitality in general. There are some reasons for believing that the oldest seat, and possibly the original seat, of the Anu cult was in Uruk, as it is there where the Ishtar cult that subsequently spread throughout Babylonia and Assyria took its rise. While Anu, with whom there was associated as a pale reflection of a consort Antum, assigned to him under the influence of the widely prevalent view among the early Semites, which conceived of gods always in pairs. Now, see, this is what I was trying to make a point with when it came to Semites and what people believe about Semites. Like, Semites were all over the Middle East, okay? There were Semites that were a part of Israel, don't get me wrong, and Semites all over the Levant. But Semites didn't originate in that area. They didn't originate in one specific area of the Middle East or, the Orient. They were actually everywhere. Like, Semites were people who spoke Semitic. Okay, this is another issue that I've had with people where they think that being Semitic was genetic. Okay, and that's not what the case is. This is about linguistics. As a matter of fact, with the Sumerians. The Sumerians spoke Sumerian, which was a complicated language form, okay? And they actually changed their way of writing to Semitic because it was easier for them to handle. And that happened with the Akkadians. Whenever the Akkadians and the Sumerians joined and they started intermingling, that's when the Semitic language became more prevalent, until eventually, when Babylon came to being, they were writing in Semitic language, and that's what this is about. This isn't about DNA or any of that nature. It's about linguistics, and linguistics is very important when it comes to these kind of discussions in this subject. And that's something that I've always brought up, but nobody really understands that because they have this built-in idea in their brains that you have to have the genetics of somebody who's Semitic, and that is not the case. Okay, it is a language. It is not a genetic feature to being a human. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've mentioned this a few times, and a lot of people still have a hard time with it, but that's something that I did want to bring up here, because this also is something that it's hard for a lot of people to comprehend. People don't want to hear the fact that Semitics were around before the Jewish religion. They were around before any of the stuff that we believe today. I mean, they've been around just like Aryans. Okay, the word Aryan became notorious within the last 100 years. You know what I mean? Because of World War II. But at one time, it wasn't that way. People didn't have a problem with it. I mean, Iran, for goodness sakes, is basically named off of the root word for Aryan. Then you had the Indo-Aryans, and now it's been changed to the Indo-European, or the Indo-Europeans, because that's more politically correct in some people's eyes. But that's where the term Indo-European came from. It was originally Indo-Aryan, and these are certain things that people have a hard time with, you know what I mean? So I wanted to stop and kind of go over that, because there's a lot of disinformation that's being put out there that really needs to be understood, and people need to realize that this is what was going on before any of that. So now that I am done with my rant, I can figure out where I left off in my notes. I hope that made sense, by the way. I that was not scripted at all whatsoever, if you didn't notice. Now, while Anu, with whom there was associated with the pale reflection a consort, Anton, assigned to him under the influence of the widely prevalent view among the early Semites, which conceived of gods always in pairs, remained more or less of an abstraction during the various periods of the Babylonian Assyrian religion, and taking little part in the active cult of the temples. His unique position as the chief god of the highest heavens was always recognized by the theological system developed by the priest, which found an expression in making him the first figure of the triad, consisting of Anu, Bel, and Ea, among whom the priest divided the three divisions of the universe: the heavens, the earth, with the atmosphere above it, and the watery expanse, respectively. Now, this would be the beginnings of what astronomy or astrology believes in with the great houses. So they're starting to form kind of well, I'll just keep on reading. Now we'll go into astral theology. So that's basically what this is, where all of this was started. Okay, so as the first triad symbolized the three divisions of the universe, the heavens, the earth, and the watery elements, so the second represented the three great forces of nature: the sun, the moon, and the life-giving power. According as the one or the other aspect of such power is brought into the foreground, Ishtar becomes the mother of mankind, the fertile earth, the goddess of sexual love, and the creative force among animals, while at times she appears in hymns and myths as the general personification of nature. An important factor which thus served to maintain the rites in a more or less stable condition was the predominance of what may be called the astral theology as the theoretical substratum of the Babylonian religion, and which is equally pronounced in the religious system of Assyria. The essential feature of this astral theology is the assumption of a close link between the movements going on in the heavens and the occurrences on earth, which led to identifying the gods and goddesses with heavenly bodies, planets, and stars, besides sun and moon, and to assign the seats of all the deities in the heavens. The personification of the two great luminaries, the sun and the moon, was the first step in the unfolding of this system, and this was followed by placing the other deities where Shamash and Sin had their seats. Now, this process, which reached its culmination in the post-Qumarabic period, and that's Hammurabi period, led to identifying the planet Jupiter with Marduk. So Jupiter becomes Marduk, Venus becomes Ishtar, Mars with Nergal, Mercury with Nebo, and Saturn with Ninib. The system represents the harmonious combination of two factors, one of popular origin, the other the outcome of speculation in the schools attached to the temples of Babylonia. The popular factor is the belief in the influence exerted by the movements of the heavenly bodies on occurrences on earth, a belief naturally suggested by the dependence of life, vegetation, and guidance upon the two great luminaries. Starting with this belief, the priests built up the theory of the close correspondence between occurrences on earth and phenomena in the heavens. The heavens presenting a constant change even to the superficial observer. The conclusion was drawn of a connection between the changes and the ever-changing movement in the fate of individuals and of nature, as well as the appearance of nature. To read the signs of the heavens was therefore to understand the meaning of occurrences on earth, and with this accomplished, it was also possible to foretell what events were portended by the position and relationship to one another of sun, moon, planets, and certain stars. Myths that symbolize changes in seasons or occurrences in natures were projected on the heavens, which were mapped out to correspond to the divisions of the earth. All the gods, great and small, had their places assigned to them in the heavens, and facts, including such as fell within the domain of political history, were interpreted in terms of astral theology. So completely did this system in the course of time sway men's minds that the cult, from being an expression of animistic beliefs, took on the color derived from the astral interpretation of occurrences and doctrines. It left its trace in incantations, omens, and hymns, and it gave birth to astronomy, which was assiduously cultivated because a knowledge of the heavens was the very foundation of the system of belief unfolded by the priests of Babylonia and Assyria. Chaldean wisdom became in the classical world the synonym of this science, which in its character was so essentially religious. The persistent prominence, the persistent prominence which astrology continued to enjoy down to the borderline of the scientific movement of our own days, and which is directly traceable to the divination methods perfected in the Euphrates Valley as a tribute to the scope and influence attained by the astral theology of the Babylonian and Assyrian priests. Now, as an illustration of the manner in which the doctrines of the religion were made to conform to the all-pervading astral theory, it will be sufficient to refer to the modification undergone in this process of the view developed in a very early period, which apportioned the control of the universe among the three gods Anu, Bel, and Ea, disassociating these gods from all local connections. Anu became the power presiding over the heavens. To Bel was assigned the earth and the atmosphere immediately above it, and Ea ruled over the deep. With the transfer of all the gods to the heavens, and under the influence of the doctrine of the correspondence between the heavens and the earth, Anu, Bel, and Ea became the three ways, as they are called, on the heavens. The ways appear in this instance to have been the designation of the ecliptic circle, which was divided into three sections or zones, a north, a middle, and a southern zone. Anu being assigned to the first, Bel to the second, and Ea to the third zone. The astral theology of the Babylonian Assyrian religion, while thus bearing the earmarks of a system devised by the priest, succeeded in assimilating the beliefs which represented the earlier attempts to systemize the more popular aspects of the religion, and in this way a unification of diverse elements was secured that led to interpreting the contents of the form of the religion in terms of astral theological system of the astral theological system. So that is basically going through and explaining the whole thing behind astral theology when it came to the ancient world and what it meant. Okay, this is kind of where a lot of the stuff I was discussing took its place among history, and it actually turned out to be pretty vicious, to be honest with you, because this goes even deeper. Now, the Babylonian Assyrian influence, the influence exerted by the Babylonian Assyrian religion was particularly profound on the Semites, while the astral theology affected the ancient world in general, including the Greeks and Romans. The impetus to the purification of the old Semite religion, to which the Hebrews for a long time clung in common with their fellows, the various branches of nomadic Arabs, was largely furnished by the remarkable civilization unfolded in the Euphrates Valley, and in many of the traditions, myths, and legends embodied in the Old Testament, traces of direct borrowing from Babylonia may be discerned, while the indirect influence in the domain of the prophetic books, as also in the Psalms and in the so-called wisdom literature, are even more noteworthy. Even when we reach the New Testament period, we have not passed entirely beyond the sphere of Babylonian Assyrian influence. In such a movement as early Christianity, Gnosticism, Babylonian elements modified, to be sure, and transformed are largely present, while the growth of an apocalyptic literature is ascribed with apparent justice by many scholars to the recrudescence of views, the ultimate source of which is to be found in the astral theology of the Babylonian and Assyrian priests. Now, signs that angelic beings are close by, or messages that you yourself are a divine aspect of the universe, a master at being yourself, signifying intuition, insight, and enlightenment. Having a clear message from the universe to become conscious and aware, or a spiritual awakening that signifies that you are on the right path and your actions are aligned with your soul's purpose. This also represents a moment of clarity, in which one door closes and another door opens. So this is all related to a lot of what's being discussed here when it comes to astronomy and or astrology and the Babylonians and the Assyrian religions and things of that nature. This goes back farther, and it reflects in a lot of the old Jewish mysticisms, and a lot of these these mystics and the stories that go along with them, they've been used in very, very bad ways, and this is kind of what I'm getting into now. I'm having a hard time right now, so I am in the process of getting my throat cleared. I've been coughing a lot. It's probably because of all the reading that I've been doing, but we're like 13 minutes over the 3 hours thing, so I'm going to go ahead and keep reading. Now, with everything that I just read, it takes us into demons that were believed to exist back in the ancient world. Now, there is the Udog, okay? The Udog, later known in Akkadian as the Atuku, were an ambiguous class of demons. Now, the ancient Mesopotamian mythology, that's where this came from, okay? Now, they were different from the Dengar, the Anunnaki, and the Agigi, okay? And they were generally malicious, even if a member of demons like the Pazuzu was willing to clash both with other demons and with the gods, even if they, he is described as a presence hostile to humans. That's what they were generally supposed to be, malicious. The Udug, and you spell that Udug if anybody's interested in knowing. This is probably the most amazing part of history when it comes to the Sumerians, to the Babylonians, and to the Assyrians. These are amazing stories about these demons, okay, especially the Pazuzu. When I was talking about Finkel said that he thought Hollywood should be sued because of character assassination, and I believe he was referring to the Pazuzu, because the Pazuzus were actually figurines that people would put by their door fronts and by their window sills and stuff to ward off the evil demons that would come into their house and possess their household. So they would put the Pazuzus up to ward them away so that they wouldn't enter their house. And that's what he referred to that as being. So I thought that was pretty cool. Now, whenever I did more reading or more research into this, I found out some other stuff too about it. Now, the word in general, no, the word is generally ambiguous and is sometimes used to refer to demons as a whole rather than a specific kind of demon. No visual representations of the Udug have yet been identified, but descriptions of it ascribed to its features often give to other ancient Mesopotamian demons. The dark shadow, absent of light surrounding it, poisoned, and a deafening voice. The surviving ancient Mesopotamian texts giving instructions for exorcising the evil Idug are known as the Idug Hall texts. These texts emphasize the evil Udog's role in causing disease and the exorcist's role in curing the disease. Only a few descriptions of the Udog are known, and according to Gina Costantopoulos, no pictorial or visual representation of them have ever been identified. According to Tally Ornid, however, some Mesopotamian cylinder seals show a figure carrying a scepter alongside the benevolent guard demoness Lama, which may be identified as the Udug. F.A.M. Wigerman has argued that images of Lama and the Udug were frequently used to guard doorways. And this is what I was talking about with guarding doorways, with what Finkel was saying in his documentary, or his shows, his streams, which were pretty cool. So, if you ever get a chance to check those out, then go for it. Now, I do have some notes that I did want to go over, but we are going pretty late. Maybe at some other time when I come back to this, I could go over it. But these were about the incantations and stuff of that nature. So I did want to do that, but I think I can hold off until another time so that I can actually get back to this. And I did not realize that I forgot to put my media source back on there. My slideshows aren't working out tonight like they're supposed to be doing. I ended up messing up on my Twitch thing, which is fine. I'm really wanting to get the audio for this more than anything else. Later on, when I am done, I will go through this and do a proper edit, and we will have it looking good for you guys. So even though you didn't have a cool slideshow now, it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen eventually in the future. It has been 3 hours and 19 minutes according to the stream. Now the recording is 3 hours and 7 minutes. So I am going to give this a end. I actually made it to 3 hours, and I am grateful for doing that. This is the first time I've been able to do a 3-hour stream on my own. 3 hour and 20 minutes stream on my own, and much less 3 hours and 7 minutes. So I'm happy for that. Hopefully that last part didn't bore you guys too much, but what I'm trying to get at, and I really do hope that you guys do some research into this, is that these demons that I've been referring to, there's a list of them, and if you go through them, you'll find out that a lot of the members of these demons are some of them that have been handed down throughout time, like Lilith in Lilith's cave, which is a part of Jewish mysticism. That is actually Ardet Lily, and this is a shadow demon with features of a woman, dogs, and Scorpios, and they're supposed to be like children devourers. This is an example of what I'm talking about. This actually occurred thousands of years before the Jewish religion was even thought of. So these are things that we need to understand. Like, this goes farther back than just Jewish people or Semites, or it goes back to the beginning of civilization. So there's other things in here too, and the whole story behind Lilith is ancient. It goes all the way back to the Sumerians, and it's something that I think is pretty cool to actually do research on. But it can be a different opinion with each person, you know what I mean? And these were demons that caused problems like headaches and migraines and stuff of that nature, you know. And these priests had to figure out how to cure people of ailments like that, and then be able to foretell if the people were going to live or die, you know, and things of that nature. So this stuff, man, is something that I learned from Finkel. Like I said, he's an amazing man, Irving Finkel. Check him out. He's a philologist and an Assyriologist, and he's an amazing person, and I would like to give a shout out to him because he is cool as hell. There ain't nobody that's better than him in that field, so you can't convince me otherwise. So with that, I am going to go ahead and shut up and end this stream. Thank you guys for watching, and feel free to leave a comment, a like, a share, whatever, you know, and I will talk to you later. Bye.
My gosh. I was like, that's it. I have. Oh, and I'd actually found a salad as well. So I had a salad and an apple. And I was like, my body was just going, we need fruit. We don't need anything more fried or covered in batter. We just need fruit. So my body goes, give me fruit. Yeah, so Sharon says we're going to be better this year and have vegetables. Yeah,
I doubt that. If it's that great.
Some of the food festival food will have vegetables. And some of it will have fruit.
Not the rainbow cake.
Sam wants to just eat a body weight in cake while we're there. I'm more of a meat and savoury person, whereas Sam is like
desserts.
Give me cake. Give me donuts.
Yeah, it depends on the day for me though, I think, to be fair. Like some days, like when you just really crave something, it's like, the other day it's just like, I just want something really like just stodgy and just like savoury. It's like, yeah, give me that. But
I'm getting hungry just listening to you guys. I mean, seriously, it's like,
don't ever watch any of the food videos.
No, really don't. Do not, because you salivate at the mouth. I was watching
one yesterday about the new curry place that's opened up at Disney Springs.
Oh, that looks so good. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm starving. I'm actually starving. I had to go and get something to eat.
I tell you what, I was watching Tim's video of that, and they ordered like this pizza. It was like a. What was it? It was like a naan bread pizza. It looked so good.
Oh, the one with chicken on? Wait for Sam. Chicken on a pizza.
Chicken does not belong on a pizza.
Yeah, it does.
It does. Chicken and sweet corn pizza's banging.
I'm going to have that chicken naan bread pizza, I think.
Yeah, that looks good. That yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but no, I will eat cake any time of the day. It does not matter.
We're all going to
Yeah.
try and get reservations to go into the cantina in Galaxy's Edge.
Oh,
aren't we?
Ogre's
Well,
Cantina. Nice.
I need to eat some intergalactic food. I'm sure there'll be some fruit on that.
No,
There's no fruit.
no. They only do 2 dishes. One's like a trail mix.
One's a run. Is that where you get the Ronto wraps from? I think the
No, that's outside. No, Ogre's
Oh, is
Cantina does bar snacks.
Oh, it's alright, we can eat bar snacks.
One of them is like trail mix,
Yeah, like dust.
and the other one is like a Petri dish of jelly with bobber pearls in.
Oh wow.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, nice.
But it looks really pretty.
I tell you, there's one thing I do want to try in Pandora: the cheeseburger pods. Oh, they look.
Oh yes, no,
they look insane, man. They look so good.
Yes, cheeseburger pods. Is it the night blossom?
The night blossom.
Oh, the night blossom. Yeah. Oh, yes.
And
so
at
good.
one of the
bowls.
one of the bowls from Satuli Canteen as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
looks alien.
yeah.
It's got blue stuff in it. That looks good.
Yeah.
Don't know what's in it. It's got blue in it. Looks cool. Gonna eat it.
This is why we have to look at pictures, because we're like, don't know what is cool, but we want one of them.
We want one of those ones that's got the blue stuff in it, please.
And I have, that's it. Yeah, that's why you just tell the waiter, like, I just want that bowl with the blue stuff.
Just the blue stuff.
The drink
not the
I
red.
want is purple and it's got the bubbly shit on the top of it. Yeah, I just described it to her. Yeah.
Yeah, but
That's awesome.
we've got a list of places we want to go for food.
Oh, yeah.
It's, each park's got like a food list.
Yeah. You've got it though, because there's so many places like that just offer like, there's just honestly so many places. Not even in like Disney Springs, just the parks themselves. Like Yak and Yeti just looks amazing. I want to go in there when I go.
Good. If you like meat, that's the place to go.
Yak and Yeti is brilliant. Even the counter service Yak and Yeti is really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got the cheeseburger spring rolls.
I've got to eat them just to see all the hype's about.
100%. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I have
They
to
look
get my
good.
corn dog nuggets.
God, you and your bloody corn dog nugget.
I'm obsessed with corn dog nuggets.
One of the things I want when I go, and I've been craving it for years, is just a Mickey pretzel with some cheese sauce. I'm a simple
The cheese
guy,
is
like-
rank. Don't have the cheese. It's disgusting. It's like
It's American cheese. It's always
Yes,
disgusting.
not even cheese.
No.
Liquid cheese.
It's melted plastic. It's grim.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
The
I'm an
pretzel
American.
is
I can
really
vouch.
good.
American cheese
Yeah,
is
exactly.
not good.
The cheese is not. It's not proper cheese. There's probably not
No.
even an ounce of dairy in
That's
it.
why it's so
Yeah.
good.
exactly. Sammy gets it.
The pretzel's good. The pretzel's good. It's the pretzel's
Yeah.
not quite a German pretzel, but it's
Yeah.
No, you
yeah,
have to have the cheese.
Mm.
It's like the liquid cheese on nachos.
I know, that's
okay.
why I don't like it. I don't like the liquid
Yeah.
cheese on
Hot and
nachos.
spicy cheese.
Nachos with the liquid cheese.
Oh, hot and spicy cheese. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
It's just wrong. Yeah, pretzel's good, but the cheese is yeah. You keep the cheese.
But yeah, so we're waiting for the Festival of the Arts food list to come out,
Oh, yeah. Nice.
and then we'll make a plan of attack
Yeah.
Yeah.
for the food. Obviously, my
Pretty
first choice is the rainbow cake. If
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
out,
Yeah, she'll
Yeah.
want cake.
I want cake. I mean, we went to the last festival I went to was Food and Wine.
I've never done a
Ooh.
food festival because it's never been on when I've been there.
We did Food and Wine in 2019, and
Yeah.
there was one that was corned beef over handmade chips, crisps in brackets,
Yeah.
with cheese curds on.
Oh,
and it
that
was
does
the
sound
most-
good.
It was the most amazing thing we have eaten, because Ben and I were sharing dishes, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And we got this corned beef with the cheese curds, and we were like, shall we get another one? It's like, shall we get another one? We're like, no, we'll go around and we'll try other bits. But we kept going, should we go back and get another one of that corned beef? Because it was really good. Apparently it's been at the last few Food and Wines.
You know what's going to happen is that it's not going to be this time out because you're going to want it.
Well, because it's a
Yeah.
Festival of Arts. This is at Food and Wine.
Oh,
But
I
yeah.
can't wait to do Food and Wine. I'm so excited that I'm going to be there when it. I think just like probably like a month thing because I'm going August. So when does it start? July, isn't it?
Is it
That's
end of
like
July,
the-
beginning of
Yeah,
Like
August?
end of July, beginning of August, yeah. So I'm going to be
Yeah,
there like the
yeah,
middle
'cause
of August. So
Look,
like, yes,
I'm going
I
to
can't
cap
wait.
it for internationals.
That's pretty good.
So, but yeah, it's no. I mean, the food festivals are amazing. The fact you can
Yeah,
go around
I-
and try
100%.
everything, and
Yeah, 100%.
you know, and if you share them, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
We bought one of the wristband gift cards,
Oh yeah.
and it's like I think we loaded about $120 onto it, and
Nice.
that got us 7 dishes plus a beer flight plus 2 cocktails, sort of thing.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. That, to be fair, it's not bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The big
maybe
one-
maybe I'll have to make plans and go with someone for the day because see who I can meet up with.
yeah. I mean, if you share the dishes, it's not too bad. You don't feel like you're eating your whole body weight in food.
Yeah. I don't feel that because.
Oh, I can do that.
Bet you could, Roger. Bet you could.
Just sit me
I don't
down.
have a problem with that.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with that. But then if you want to go on any kind of rides, I don't fancy being jiggled about after
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
No,
Oh,
no.
that wouldn't work out.
Guardians.
Well, 'cause
Especially if you've got a virtual queue for Cosmic Rewind, that'd just be all
I'm
kinds
going
of
to be all
trouble.
over that
Oh,
multiple
gosh.
times, I would imagine.
Sorry, we're gonna have to close down because someone puked all over the ride.
Not wasting good food.
Just listening to you guys, I forgot
There'll be
there was
nothing.
even rides at this place. You know what I'm saying? It's like the food just.
Oh, the rides are second, man. You go to Epcot for the World Showcase.
You go
Yeah.
to eat and drink. I mean, it's a shame
You go
don't
to
drink
eat and
anymore.
drink. You drink around the world and you eat around the world, and the rides are just like, yeah, I'll go on Spaceship Earth on the way out.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, oh, World Showcase doesn't open till 11. What can we do before then?
Yeah, let's go see Figment. And then by the time we get out, let's just get drunk, man.
I've never done the Figment ride.
I've never done the Figment ride. I didn't want to do it. So.
No.
We're,
It's a classic.
yeah, we'll be there.
The song will be stuck in your head. It's just, it's such a
It's
good
not,
song.
but it's not. It's a small world, so that song is always in our heads.
Yeah, and that song is torture to Disney adults alike worldwide. But hey,
I really like it.
It's
do
really
you actually like Small World?
yeah.
No, be
Yeah.
Oh,
careful.
no.
I'd
Be careful.
rather go on It's a Small World than Peter Pan any day of the week.
The song will
see,
stick in Zach's head. He'll sit there and just say it over and over again in his head. Now that it's even brought up.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Are you singing it? Are you singing it in your head right now?
I am. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a video somewhere that one of us has got on our phone. We can play it to you.
No.
Because neither of our partners like Small World.
No,
They will do everything to avoid it.
they both
I-
did it once because
I
it's the
feel-
law.
I feel like I'm obliged to go on it because I'm a Disney fan. I'm a Disney adult. I feel like you have to go on it because like it's just a Disney staple. You have to do it, but like I'm not going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy it in the moment, but then I'm just instant regret as soon as you get off. It's like, oh.
Yeah, so when obviously we've been in Paris and they've been at home,
Yeah.
we have been known to like either video call them or leave them voice notes. Of,
Yeah.
of
Oh,
the movie.
you are so mean.
It's fun.
Well, you should hear the swear words that were invented.
Oh, I can imagine.
It's interesting.
Yeah, we have to be careful if we're video calling. There's no children on the boat.
Yeah. That's why we have to like strategically look around and think, is it safe?
Can we have a boat on our own? We're going to torture our husbands at home.
Yes. That is a good enough reason.
Yeah, that's fine. Bring on one through, boys.
Oh,
Yeah, was it? I'm your other half's nemesis, aren't I?
yeah.
Yeah, because Disneyland Paris now have their attractions range of merch.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the attractions is Small World. So they do T-shirts and backpacks and lanyards
And Loungefly.
yeah, I've got a Small World Loungefly, and I threatened to bring your other half home.
To be fair, I am quite tempted only because I feel like they are pretty cute. There's a shop near me that are selling in Netherlands, and I think it's Kenya Funko Pops. It's a Small World. They look pretty damn cute. Like I'm looking at one. I want them for my collection, but like, just
You tried to tempt me to get him the jigsaw, didn't you?
Yeah.
You told me that he would have covered it in lighter fuel and set it on fire. And
I'm not that bad.
Yeah, this goes backwards and forwards a lot, doesn't it?
He's not a fan of It's a Small World. I'm not even allowed. I said to him the other week, I was like, "Oh, we really need to watch the behind the attractions." I'm like, "It's got some really cool things, and it's got this, it's got pirates, it's got because pirates is his favourite, right? It's got pirates."
Yeah.
I said, "It's got your favourite. It's a Small World." And he's like, "Well, you could rock off. We're not watching that one." So I videoed it and sent it to him.
They will learn.
Yeah.
They will learn to love it.
Yeah, well, you learn to, don't you? Eventually, I feel like you're just obligated to love it as a Disney fan. It's kind of just one of them where it's like, yeah, it's in the contracts.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to love everything being a Disney fan because I don't like Frozen, do I?
Oh no.
No, see, yeah, fair. I'm like, yeah. To be fair, like Frozen, it's over. I like it, but I feel like it is very overrated. Like I do enjoy it, but like it's overrated. I feel like it's gone too far.
Pulling faces.
I'm waiting for the response. That's right. I can feel it.
Just no.
It's because Sharon's daughter was very young. And Let It Go was played on repeat for about 14 days straight.
Just everywhere.
The DVD out. She watched
oh my gosh.
And then when we went for a stage of every time we were at Disneyland Paris, I think it was one of those, it was in the sort of 2 or 3 years where we went a lot because we had our annual passes and we were going a lot. Frozen was just basically rammed down your throat at every available opportunity.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she had an Elsa dress and so Frozen was in Sharon's face for about 3 years straight.
Yeah, fair. No wonder you hate it.
Elsa.
No.
My gosh.
Speaking of Elsa, I am not looking. I'll ride it, but I am not looking forward to riding Frozen Ever After, especially if the faces go off because it's all.
So it's amazing that the sort of work I do put into some of these posts.
Well, it's like I said, you should let me sit down with you and go over how to set up OBS and everything. It'd be a lot easier if you converted a lot of that into video. It really would on you.
No, again, accessibility. These are URL references, so as you see, my post usually consists of a heading, short description, either a link or usually a video, which is a third-party video, and then references underneath that.
Yeah.
And of course, you cannot put references on videos because people expect to click on those links.
Yeah.
And you can't do that on a video.
You put the links down in the description like you keep yelling at me.
Yeah, which I do. But a lot of content creators do not actually, even when they say they will provide references, they hardly ever do.
Yeah, I know. You yell at me about that all the time.
Therefore,
I know.
Hence why I spend 3 hours today. I reviewed the video, actually more than 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So I reviewed the video twice, 2.5 times, and then doing finding suitable references for it.
I'm cool with doing it, but there's just one issue that I have about the whole situation, and it comes back to like, like what we were talking about with freaking like Mr. Robot and even Mike and them. You know what I mean? They get on and they freaking bitch and they bitch and they bitch,
Mm.
but when it comes to freaking actually coming onto the show, you know what I mean? They don't show up. You know what I mean? So freaking, and
Empty soy.
it
Yeah.
it gets onto your nerves. You know what I mean? It's like I'm supposed to listen to you, and you don't even show up after I freaking put in the effort to even give a shit about what you're saying. You know what I mean? It's like, especially when I know that the majority of the time, freaking people freaking go according to SEO and then what they do on the freaking description. Like back when I was first learning it, they told me you need to have a good headline. You need to make sure that the same words in the headline match the description, and then that.
Well, up to a point. Up to a point.
Right.
In the case of the mines, I never used the title tag, the title option on there. Just create the title within the description.
But my whole
But
point.
yeah,
my whole- they don't-
if you look at my posts, all the keywords are all the necessary keywords are there. Tags are correct.
But the thing of it is what I found out is that people don't use them. I mean, at all. Like it's just barely. It's
Yeah, they may not use them, but presumably that's added to as part of the content, or it is, in my case, added as part of the keywords, and therefore searchable.
It's just. Yeah, there we go. I just checked the audio. It sounds good on
In
all of them. I had to bait you in, I guess, to get you to talk so that I could see if the audio was good.
Also, I've been busy transcoding video today because I've got a couple of film stuff I want to add. Oh, I've added the John Hurt and Richard Burton version of 1984 to my collection, which I've published. But I've got a few others I want to add.
I think
But some of them I've got a few adverts at the back start, so I just want to remove them.
I think we fired freaking Minds Gaming and Within the Vacuum up on that AI thing, because on their channel, Within the Vacuum finally posted up some stuff that on infinite. What do they call that?
Infinite. Yeah. I saw your content. I didn't really look at it because I was just reminding myself what was just reminding myself what MG put.
You might not want to watch my content.
Okay.
I'll just give you a warning ahead of time on that one. People do watch it, but you probably don't want to watch it. It's got you in it, don't get me wrong, but it's not in a bad way, you know. Well, not too bad of a way.
Should I be right?
Everybody, it involves anal probing, AI,
Okay.
and Arnold Schwarzenegger singing "I Want to Dance with Somebody."
Okay, yes.
And he looks like Vanessa.
Okay.
Isn't Vanessa Williams the one that sung that song?
I think so. I was just trying to think. I know I want to dance with someone. Yeah. 1984, 85.
It's an IA. I've got an IA where he's got Vanessa Williams' curly hair.
Okay.
And it's his face. It's kind of like the kind of like the one before with freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger and
Julie Garland.
yeah, Judy Garland on Wizard of Oz.
Judy Garland.
This time he's singing freaking "I Want to Dance with Somebody."
Okay.
I'll tell you, it's something else. That stuff is. I'm glad it's over because it kind of puts, or it's almost over. I've got maybe 1 or 2 more episodes I need to make of it because that shit's just insane. That stuff we did with Dave Kelso and Mark.
Yeah. Oh,
Did
I remember. Yeah, I sort of remember.
Did my own take on it. It kind of gets out there. Pretty crazy. I decided I was going to incorporate a lot of the AI that's going on Rumble and YouTube especially. Like they take all these like old classic sounds like back in the 50s. They make like really fucked up perverted songs.
That's what people call entertainment, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took the video off because I don't wanna freaking steal anybody's freaking shit when it comes to video, but I used the music for it. You know.
Remember, YouTube is really cautious about music content.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is AI stuff too, though. So.
Well, still extremely. Yeah.
I don't really consider it real though. You know what I mean? Because even the copyrights can't freaking track it. It's really fucked up. Like, cause like it's. Well, you know how I was talking the other day about VCRs. This is what it kind of reminds me of. Like, you know what I mean? There's no way of freaking really saying if it's theirs or not. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that freaking YouTube has that can freaking actually say, look, you're using somebody else's content.
They can say you're using some of theirs too.
It's all over the internet. I'm dead serious. It's all over the internet, everywhere you go, or even on YouTube. The more I freaking check that shit out, the more it pops up. Like,
but you know, YouTube's thing about doing purges once in a while.
Yeah. Maybe they're waiting for everybody to put as much stuff on there as they can, and they're freaking gonna just come through and wipe them out.
That has happened in the past.
Yeah.
Several times, actually.
That's why I just put all that stuff on Rumble and Odyssey. I don't mess with YouTube with it.
Actually, it wasn't Richard Burns in 1984. It was the BBC's 1986 version of Huxley's Brave New World.
Oh, really?
Not a great video, but I've never been able to find a perfect version of that version.
Oh, that reminds me. You were talking about Monty Python.
Yeah.
How you used to like watching it?
Yeah.
They have Monty Python's, what was it, circus?
Flying Circus, yeah.
Flying Circus on Roku. No, not
Okay.
on. It's not on Roku. It's Classic TV, which you can get on Roku if you have Roku.
I think Vimeo I've seen a few episodes on Vimeo as well.
That's probably where this Classic TV, because it's not a major freaking like or internet thing. You know what I mean? I went on there. The first thing that got me on it was they were showing the original V's, and I went to watch it, and then the next thing you know, I freaking noticed that they had There was something else that was really cool they had on there. But then eventually I found out that Monty Python was on there just recently. So, and I remember we were talking about it. So I watched one episode, and I had to just watch one episode. You can't watch too much Monty Python. Like one freaking episode at a time is about as much as you can take. That stuff is insane, dude. Especially when you know what the hell they're talking about, because the average person will think it's funny, you know what I mean? But it is funny.
I've got a question if the average, let's say, American would even get it.
Well, we get it, but we don't get like the Monty Python on BBC Monty Python. You know what I mean? Like they still don't allow us to have your channels.
Yes, they do, but there's a lot of it sold. It's a lot of it sold through BBC Studios, which is a big money laundering scheme. Really, it's a big con.
BBC
and then it appears, BBC America, BBC Studios. There are about 15 different companies under the BBC name. And it gets sold to Netflix and Amazon and stuff.
What I want to know is what. Oh, go ahead. Oh, there's Mark.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mark. What's up?
Not bad.
Too much. Kids are over right now. Got them this weekend, so don't know how long it'll be quiet behind me. If it's not too quiet, then they can mute out and just kind of listen here and there.
Okay. Well, this is pretty much a chilled out time, so if you got noise going on behind you, don't worry about it. We pretty much hang out for this time. Well, you've been on here before. You know how we do things.
Yeah, here and there.
So
These serious episode 10.
This is probably our most laid back one that we've got. Especially, I forgot to tell you too, Karma, I added her on here. She was wanting to know how to freaking get on here and stuff. So
yeah, I noticed a Skype message you sent her the other day on one of the things I was in.
Freaking, she was on here, and I added her to the thing because she was wanting to know about it. Freaking, I think it'd be cool to have her come on and everything and hang out with us on here. I wouldn't want her to go overboard like she did.
I don't think I've met Karma.
Oh, Karma is cool as shit.
She's been quiet for 6 months, no?
Well, she kind of flipped out. You remember? Like, we were having that history thing, and she didn't like it when I told her that frickin' the Canaanites and didn't eat or sacrifice frickin' babies and shit. And
Yeah.
She
By the way, Mark, I enjoyed the show on Wednesday, wasn't it? Yeah, Wednesday. It was fun.
You actually went on there?
Yeah, as soon as we finished our thing, we received I received a call about 10 minutes before we finished, and then I finished with you and joined in.
I ended up going on. I forgot what. I went straight to bed. That's what it was, because I was freaking tired. Yeah.
I didn't get to bed until 9, 7, 8 o'clock that morning.
Yeah, Mark came on Wednesday with my crew, the last crew, and
cool.
Yeah, Jack Carey was on. Yeah, everything kind of worked out good at the end. It was really good, and then it went, I don't know. that show, I'm like, oh my god. I need to. I need to rope them in real good here pretty soon. 'Cause, or I'm gonna take in. I wanted to make it a 2-hour slot, but I'm thinking about dropping it to a 1 hour. I really am.
Yeah, what is the format? What's the format at the moment? Every a break
It's
of
supposed to be
every
a round table,
30 minutes?
all right? And we're supposed to talk about all the stuff that I talked about basically on the original show, all right? Without half the, without half of all this current event BS that D puts in. All right. Benson, that that's good because we're talking about now and in the future. The old show was now and where we were, So, but they're not keeping the format of the show description. I'm about ready to tell them both Dee and Nancy, look, if you're not going to take and keep to the format, then you need to name it something else, and good luck, because
sort of pre-show notes, like Jeffrey does.
yeah, and they before when I did the show, when I hosted that show originally, you might hear me talk maybe 10 minutes for the whole 2 hours because it used to be a 2-hour show. All right. Everybody else talked, and the only thing I did was facilitate, and that's what they need to be. And Nancy knows that. Dean knows that too. But they're I don't know. They're doing something totally different. I don't know if it's what they got in their heads about it or not. It's from the time the show started. We rebooted the show. It's never been where I wanted it to be. But hey, they're the hosts. But they are the hosts.
Where some form of project management should come into it.
Yeah. I don't want. I'm not going to host the show again. I'm done. I produce. That's what I do. All right. I'm not going to go in there and say you have to do this, and then everybody's going to be like, well, if that's the way you want it, then you just do it yourself. Well, no, that's not how this was going to be.
I can see the issue there. Hi.
Oh, Jan. How's everybody?
All right.
Pretty good here so far.
No, since
it is.
I'm pretty
It is
stressful
here for me.
Since we're all here, give me a moment. I'm gonna get some coffee, smoke a cigarette, come back, and then I'll start recording. You want to do an intro since you're actually here, Tan?
Oh, we're doing intro now? Oh, do we get your coffee? Come back. We can do the intro for your recording.
Yeah, have a coffee first.
Yeah, that way we can do it. It's been a while since we've actually done an intro for this.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta refresh our memory on what episode we're on right now.
Give that up.
And
dude.
also while we're talking about intros, outros as well. I noticed that Bob Dub mentioned about the outro on what's it, Tuesday's episode, which was questionable.
What did she say?
She said something like it just ended extremely.
Oh, it ended abruptly. Yeah, we didn't have an outro. Well, we just said hi. We just said bye, and then we left.
Oh, well.
What more she wants?
Oh, yeah, tech talk, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
It was like we had to, dude, because it was like freaking, we were getting hot and heavy and that shit. You heard freaking how it affected mine's gaming and shit, dude. All of a sudden, like, they're giving us that was probably the best tech talk we've done.
Well,
it was one of the most.
Well, he should join us the next time. Then.
Yeah, that's the way I feel.
This is all down his territory. I think he might be playing with some AI stuff himself.
He is. That's the thing. He got fired up.
Go get your coffee, Roger. We want to save this for the recording.
I just got fired up. So.
Good stuff.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, something to think about. Just intros and
Well,
outros.
Outro, right? We used to do it. We used to do it in the round table. We had intro and outros.
Well, on the Wednesday stream, we still do that for the notes along channels and stuff.
Yeah, but for Tech Talk on the Tuesday show, it's kind of different because we don't have an agenda on what we plan to talk about really. So it's you usually with the outro we kind of say goodbye and promise next week we're gonna do this, and this, but we don't have that kind of thing for Tech Talk.
Yeah. So yeah, just sort of, I don't know, just mention our own channels or something.
Yeah, it was. At least
round it off with.
Tune in next week for more surprising topics. Things, something like that.
This time, this channel, yeah.
Yeah. How's the weather in your neck of the wood, Mark?
I don't know. I haven't been
Very
out
hot
all
here.
day.
Where are you, Mark? The other Mark.
I am in Central Texas. It's very hot.
Yeah. Must be nice and warm over there.
And about 2 weeks ago, we had big tornadoes come through. Well, 2 tornadoes come through. And that's how I got my power knocked out. And I did a move during all that time. I'm in the new zone now. So
Heard about the tornadoes, yeah.
Yeah.
Did it hit near home or?
Yeah, did damage to both the old house and the new, and we're still kind of working on things. Finally got most of the yard cleaned and cleared out. That's what my son and the girls been working on today.
Okay. Well, up here in Toronto, it's been warm, sunny in the last couple of days, but today started raining.
I don't know over here. It's been feeling fairly warm just over the last 2-3 days.
Yeah, same here. Or what about today? Did it rain in your area as well?
Everybody in this group's on mines, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you guys know my host censorship sucks.
Yeah,
I follow censorship
for a long time. But
he's one of my hosts. He has he has most of the time slots that I have for the radio side. Sick of the Lies. Have you heard of him?
I think I follow him too.
I've done a few I've done a few things with censorship back in 2018, 2019, could be 2020.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
And I've not really heard from him that much since.
Yeah, and then my good buddy Josh Hu. And
Josh Hu,
Josh Hu, as well as we got it's in the Josh isn't always in the group, and neither is Rizzo so much anymore. Yo Rizzo, Rizzo's one of our Canadian guys, so he's not so much with us because he always fears that his government's going to come after him.
Is that why he's on mines?
yeah, and he's on mines. Yes, he's on mines. And he streams to Rumble, Kick, and where's the other place? Not Telegram, but Twitch sometimes. But mostly he's on Rumble and Kick. And Odyssey. Odyssey is another big place. Yeah. I can't get anything to go on Odyssey very much. It's really hit or miss if anybody comes in there and listens to me through Odyssey.
Yeah.
But I like Odyssey. The thing I like about Odyssey is the recording. I always get a really good recording through them.
the playback framework's a bit it's a mess. Sometimes it will play straight away, and sometimes it's got a really poor caching mechanism. I think and that's what it looks like now.
Sorry about that. My daughter just stepped in and asked some questions. What did I miss?
All right.
I feel like Biden. Hey man, what did I miss?
Yeah, no, it's the same. That's
I missed something?
I think Odyssey. Yeah, I just think that Odyssey's got a really poor sort of playback caching framework.
Poor playback
some of the
caching?
playback of it. Yeah.
Mine's got poor playback caching.
Yeah. And I think they actually use the same player. I think they use there's an open source player that looks like exactly the same, and I can't remember the name of it now. But I think they use exactly the same playing framework.
Yeah, I can check to see what they use.
There's a GitLab repository for it, I say. I can't remember what it's called. More mines.
Yeah, mine's use their own.
I like mine.
No, they use an open source one. They use
It's not really good for me though. You know, it's really hard for me to get out to an audience on mine. All right.
Yeah.
Where if I was on Twitter or Facebook or one of the other garbage platforms, I can get out there. If I'm not being, shadow banned, or just having everybody go away from my kind of topics because of the algorithm BS.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Everything has its ups and downs.
This is what I was talking to Roger about some time ago. With mines, well, with any platform really, you should market yourself to such an extent. So, in my case, a lot of my posts, my own channel posts, are always duplicated to a group, the Mines user group. Occasionally, I might also duplicate those posts to other groups. They're clickable.
Yeah.
It's just that sort of
It would be useful if they have a better ads.
Search engine, yeah, definitely.
No. Yeah. This is what John and all the others tell me to do. Boost your stuff. Well, we all know mine's boost don't fucking work. Sorry.
They've got better.
It doesn't work.
They have got better since the new system.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Now,
boost your content. Waste my what little that I get on tokens to boost for still something that no one will see.
Nobody wants to see
I'm not going to do that.
That's the bad part. Nobody even wants to see it.
I've got the attitude of not bothering to chase after people these days. If people want to see my content, they can. If they don't, big deal. That's my attitude.
Did you just say you do want
I don't think
but you need to get an audience, right? And that's the only way to do that is enlarge your audience.
No, look at us three, okay? In 8 months, do you realize, Dan, how much of an audience we've gotten?
No idea.
You should pay more attention, because, dude, people are freaking actually, just us three, freaking, we've freaking done a shitload, okay? It's like Jaffe freaking keeps harassing me about you coming on the freaking his show, dude. He wants you on his show.
Or you want to make fun of my Canadian accent?
He's Canadian too.
Also, I think I'm in a bit of a odd position because a lot of the users recognise me as being the sort of community help and support, filling those spaces that the guests have. So yeah, I may have received a lot of users subscribers because they recognise me as the sort of community help and support.
You're the Chippendale guy.
I'm not going to strip. I'm not going to strip.
After
that would have been fun to watch.
Put a little bow tie on.
I pay mine's token to watch that.
That's horrible.
Well, get me a lifetime pro membership, and I might consider it.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, lifetime pro membership.
Now, do they have polls on
You,
here?
you can just deploy your own Minds instance. That's pro membership right there.
Now, can you add polls and stuff like that on here? Create a
Not
poll.
on Skype.
You can
Not on
create a poll.
Skype, I don't think.
Yes, you can.
On Skype?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your poll?
What's you and polls?
Would
Roger?
you take it up the butt?
Oh,
Oh no.
Of course,
For-
no,
I'm not answering this poll. I already did it.
No,
So
family
A
friendly,
million.
please.
Mark W is the only one who should answer.
No, I know a few Poles, but they're all from Warsaw.
Yeah.
Different kind of polls.
For $1 million.
And relatives. How about that? And the relatives.
Actually, funny enough, in this part of the world, in the UK, there's still quite a large Polish community. Those that came in during the 90s and 2000s.
Okay,
They stayed.
we will end this poll at midnight.
Where are you polling? On mine?
Half an hour ago.
Or
Right here.
on Skype?
Yes.
Oh.
Would you take it? Take it up the butt.
You messed it up.
Take what?
A million watts. Take what for a million watts,
Yeah.
man?
Well, see, that's the thing. That's as big as the question will allow you to do it. So I'll say, would you take up the butt for $1 million? Yeah. See, that's not gonna work. We gotta.
That's not gonna work. Well, whose butt am I taking up? I can whip somebody's butt for $1 million bucks.
That's just horrible. See, that's Jitsy's got it beat. So that's one downfall there. But it does let you keep it for longer than the stream, though. That is cool.
Actually, funny enough, Nextcloud has just released a polling mechanism called Nextcloud Talk. So I haven't played around with it yet. I still got a lot of stuff on there I need to deal with anyway.
Are you still trying to sort out stuff with your next cloud talk?
I haven't actually, to be fair, I haven't had time to touch it since when we haven't, this is since Tuesday. Yeah.
He actually
Hasn't had
needs to
time.
take a break
Okay.
from it. The last time he was doing it, he turned into a psychopath. Like, he got all freaky and shit, and like, oh hell, dude. Finally, we ended up going to.
I haven't even had time today to look at that keyboard that started on me yesterday. The mechanical one I was telling you about. I forgot. It's over there. Just line over there.
The keyboard that oh, wait a minute. I just the keyboard that I told you about yesterday is not the keyboard that I'm using right now.
What are you correct about the modern one? Yeah, okay, that's
This is the
okay.
this is the mechanical keyboard.
Okay.
This is an Eagle Tech.
Okay. The other ones are also mechanical. The healthy, the whatever 488L thing.
Right.
That's sort of partially recognised.
I get a kick out of everybody when they have you take, or they have those little areas where they want you to take a picture of your quote unquote rig. Show a picture of your computer. I feel so ashamed of myself because like I don't have fancy lights or nothing. You know what I mean? Like
like I said to you the other day, I cannot stand that entire gaming RGB.
The neon light.
Yeah. What's the point? A computer's there not to be admired. It's a tool.
Well, you remember the WizKid, don't you?
It's good.
Back in
No.
the 80s. The WizKid.
The Miracle Whiz?
WizKid in the 80s. You don't remember the WizKid?
Yes, must be an amazing thing.
70s.
The 70s,
In
yeah.
the 80s?
It was
That's
in
the 70s. It was a Disney movie, I think, and it had.
Oh.
Did it have in it? Kurt Russell was it?
It was.
His kid, wasn't he?
No, you're talking about Witch Mountain.
No. I'm talking about the computer with tennis shoes.
Yes. The WizKid was the kids that frickin' the kid was real smart and he had a frickin' computer set up in his bedroom and like he had all these shelves set up and it wasn't anything flashy. He had like a speaker with a frickin' voice that from the computer that would talk to. You know, things.
Is that you?
That was me. I burped. Sorry. That coffee. But it was cool, you know. I mean that was what I thought was cool. Like I would like.
No, I didn't mean the burp with you.
I was in that situation probably 10 years later.
No,
The 80s.
it was here. I probably find it on the internet.
I found it. This came out in 1989.
Yeah, it was cool.
Okay. Oh, in that case, yeah, I was. That could well have been me. 89. I would have been 11, 12, maybe.
That's
Yeah.
when you
Yeah,
should have
yeah.
been watching it.
Yeah.
Somebody wasn't like keeping you up on what was cool back then. Like
Cool back then.
Somehow I missed. Yeah.
that show.
I was would have been still in high school by then.
Roger, I'm never going to really give you all the information in order to get a hold of Big D, because you guys are, talk about the past too much a lot of times.
Yeah.
There's the whiskey.
Hey, I'm at the point where been there, done that. All right, let's move on.
Well, the WizKid, dude. I mean, seriously, like that was like. That's called classic stuff right there, man.
Really?
Yeah, it really is.
Was this computer a Commodore 64? Or?
Fuck yeah, dude.
It was a trash 80.
Or a TRS 80.
Yeah, he had this little. He had this.
Or an Amiga.
He had this little robot, man, that would frickin'
Actually,
walk around
back
in the
in
room.
the
and
early
shit.
90s, I was a big Amiga fan.
Well,
If it wasn't for the Amiga-
back in the 80s, the Amiga was the best computer in terms of audio, video, and audio, speech.
the audio that's a custom between Atari and Atari had their own chipsets, didn't they?
No, the Amiga. Well, I had the Atari 128, but the Amiga, who my brother got secondhand from some old store. It has the speech synthesis capability that was like 10 years ahead of all the other computers.
Okay.
Technically, if it wasn't for the Amiga, we wouldn't have ARM-based phones now.
Yeah.
It was the Motorola 68000 chipsets that are the full runners to modern day ARM chipsets.
Okay, I found the BBC Canada headquarters chipping that my brother was constantly bugging us about. It was the BBC in Canada, their headquarters, and it's not mandatory, but
Okay. Yeah, I'd approach you.
Not mandatory chipping?
not mandatory chipping, but it is highly advisable.
Sure.
Possible, yeah.
And
Yeah, so that one before.
and Copilot refuses to even have a conversation about it, so you know it's bad.
Why do you keep mentioning Copilot, Roger? I'm confused.
See,
Copilot is the.
See, it's a Skype user and Copilot's inbuilt, isn't it?
Oh, I see. Oh, that Copilot. Okay.
And Copilot censors the shit out of everything. If it doesn't freaking match up politically correct, then it won't discuss it. Like you even ask anything about Stormy Daniels, dude, you're not getting anything.
Yeah, not even her porn.
Well, I can understand that, but like, nothing.
Wait. Skype doesn't use Copilot, does it? It uses Bing.
Bing has Copilot. They actually switched it around.
Yeah. Bing is just the search engine mechanism, isn't it? Copilot's the actual so-called AI framework.
Now you can go into your chat and you can actually activate it if you want to.
Why would you want to do that?
Porn.
Okay.
Don't worry, you can't get porn with Copilot. Mark's right. Now, Bikini Kitchen, the best of Stormy, is the one that freaking I was remembering. Like, she tried to get that Bikini Kitchen going, and it failed. So whenever freaking we were talking about that on, who was it? Naroki 5, I think, brought it up. And I was like, hold on, dude, I wonder. So I tried it on Copilot, and they will not even show any information. And she didn't even get naked on there. You know?
Wait, is it able to show you images? So I haven't checked out so on Skype, it used to be called Bing Chat, but apparently they rebranded it to Copilot.
Yeah.
So that's what it is now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, WizKids, so you guys got me distracted. I was wanting to start talking about porn. Okay, now let me see if I can find it. WizKids. There we go. And it's WHIZ Kids. That's what it is.
Oh, that's a different. So it's not the one I sent you in the picture in the chat.
No, that one was kind of. I knew something was wrong when I seen that because it's like that's not the WizKids I remember.
That's the WizKids WIZ kid.
The WizKids right here.
What you looking for?
WizKid. WizKid TV series 1983 to 1984.
Oh, it's not a movie. It's just a TV series.
Barbie.
Okay.
Except for that.
Like.
Correct. Before they can't be.
Philip. Who was it? Matthew.
That's that image. That's ring a bell.
See, and like right here, that dude, the first one, Matthew Liberatoix. That's a Canadian name right there.
Oh, really?
French
Canadian.
Yeah.
Labiato.
He was the oldest boy that played on the frickin'
House on the Prairies.
House on the Prairies.
Yep.
Okay.
Which would make sense because I always did think that frickin' what's his name, Ingalls, the guy that played the father. I always had a suspicion he was Canadian.
Who did Michael Landon?
Yeah,
Did
Michael
Ingalls
Landon.
do a lot of other stuff beforehand?
Yeah, but still, I don't. And I've actually, just to get things straight on this, I
Well,
still
stuff after that.
that one dude, William Shatner. Okay,
Yeah, he's Canadian.
okay,
Yep.
and he's also played in numerous English freaking movies too.
Actually,
Oh,
I was watching William Shatner right in his early days. We're talking about mid 50s. Did a load of shows where he was a doctor and done some interesting stuff. And he also did a very interesting screenplay where he was the defense judge at the trial of what was that American Union POW camp during the Civil War? Anderson. He was defending
And
the.
Shatner's played so many different parts.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, from Booker T. Washington, Captain Kirk, he's been on numerous black and white, Twilight Zone, and what was the other one that Rod Serling had?
No, X-Minus.
Limits.
No, I'm thinking of the
He was on
radio things, X-Minus one and stuff.
Yeah, he was on Outer Limits too, as well as what was the other one? Through Door. I can't remember.
It had the paintings. I know which one you're talking about. And that was actually a pretty good show. I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, what was it?
Twilight Zone, I think,
It
because a
was.
lot of those weren't.
I'm a big fan of the sort of 1950s, 1940s, 1950s Americana sort of radio versions of these things. So things like X-1 and I can't think of the other ones, but yeah.
I think what really got him. I think really what got
Gangbusters.
Shatner started was Desilu Productions. All right, because I mean, Desilu Productions also produced from Star Trek to all the Twilight Zone stuff, and then some. I mean, he's been. I mean, and then Lucy owned Desilu for a long time before she died. Yep.
Now you know how Gene Roddenberry started, don't you?
No, how did he start? Really?
He started.
Creating westerns.
He started writing westerns. That's what it was.
Yeah.
He was
Really?
a western
Yeah.
writer. Yep. Him and Shatner actually freaking became friends because they were both in. I think it was Gunsmoke. He did an episode of Gunsmoke.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, he directed or produced or wrote at least one episode.
And that's how him and William Shatner freaking ended up meeting. I thought that was pretty cool. Now, Gene Roddenberry, I never pictured until I heard that as being into westerns. But my dad's big on the old westerns, so he likes to watch the.
Well, the
documentaries.
entire idea of Star Trek originally was Roddenberry wanted to create a sort of western in space.
Well, that blonde chick
Also,
that was the green.
Was Roddenberry's wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, Angel.
Mhm.
And later on, she played Deanna Troy's mother
Yeah.
in Deep Space Nine and also Next Generation. Yeah, and then she passed away. Yeah, Majel. She was like an associate producer for a lot of that.
Yep.
So or consultant. Okay, consultant.
And what's the craziest part about that? All the time that she was on The Next Generation, I did not put two and two together that was the same woman.
Do you know her voice was also the original computer voice for the Enterprise as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense because now I can hear it in my head. To be
She
honest.
Yeah.
At one time, she was upset because Gene wouldn't give her a leading role for it when she was coming up in being a pretty good star herself for because she had played a lot of roles, like outside of what Gene put up. So
Now, I mean, when it comes to freaking the hot women of Star Trek, though, you can't ignore the freaking the blue women, the blue or were they green?
the green women, yeah,
Green women, dude, they were all hot.
yeah.
It was
Green
like,
women.
you don't
You know who was one of the green women?
the blonde chick that was on there all the time. I know she was.
No. The original girl who played Batgirl.
Oh yeah, okay, I know.
Craig.
Yeah,
Yvonne Craig, and man, Yvonne was really hot.
yeah,
I think she passed away too.
yeah, most likely.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what's his name? Still around, man. What's his name? Adam West. He's still around. He does voiceovers for Family Guy and stuff like that. It's like, he's there.
I've
He's
seen
there on Family Guy.
credits, yeah.
Adam West.
Yeah, he's it's amazing whenever freaking he went on there. I was surprised he actually took that part, but he did it. I'm surprised
No,
he did.
I'm really surprised that he hasn't been blacklisted for as many times as he's been sued for sexual harassment from the 60s on. That's one of the reasons why they had to cancel the 1960s version of Batman.
I don't even
Yeah, because
know.
Yvonne Craig and a few other the female co-hosts. What was the other Catwoman's name? It wasn't Julie. It wasn't Julie Newmar. It was the black girl.
Oh God, what was it?
The Kit. Yeah, Eartha Kitt.
Yeah.
Eartha was hot, man. Like, and she was in a lot of stuff too, like Mission Impossible and stuff like that. Yeah. In fact, Nimoy was in Mission Impossible for years.
Yeah.
He went
Majority
from
of that,
Star
folks,
Trek
yeah.
to Mission Impossible, and then they finished up with that, and then later on he took the role for, and he didn't want it for In Search Of, and he did. I think there's like 11 or 12 seasons of the original In Search Of.
Yep. Now it says on here Julie Newman. She played it in the '60s. Then it was Lee Merriweather, and then Eartha Kitt.
Merriweather I think Merriweather sued him too. Yeah.
Well,
Merriweather was in the movie. See, I'm kind of a comics nerd, so I know a little bit about that. And like, remember Spider-Man on the Electric Company?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was what's his name? He played on Shawshank Redemption and. It's
Also, didn't
what's on
Nimoy
Park was,
also do
I can't.
didn't Nimoy also do a lot
It's a
of
black
other
guy.
corporate stuff?
The black
He's done a lot of
Yeah.
training videos and corporate advertising stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Nimoy.
Now, I know who you're talking about. Freeman.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
Played. He was actually Spider-Man on the Electric Company. and believe it or not, that's probably one of his earliest roles. Public broadcasting. All right.
Now,
PBS.
Yeah.
And look where he's at today.
Yeah.
Uh, he's become extremely outspoken, hasn't he? He has been sort of anti-BLM and been sort of very non-PC recently. It's
Well, see,
beyond good thing, but yeah.
his role, I think he's taken more of a George Burns kind of role, because George Burns and him, like everybody thinks of him like God, because he played God in freaking,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And that's the same thing that happened with George Burns. But if you go back and you watch a lot of George Burns' older stuff, he was nothing like God whatsoever. You know what
George Burns, I mean,
he's a great guy, or he was a great guy, but he was by no means anything close to God, you know.
no. Him and Gracie did a lot of cool stuff together when she was alive. You know, they played at the Acadia Theater a lot, and the Acadia Theater is real close to where I'm was born and raised. You know, just outside of Wimber, Pennsylvania. Wimber is where the Acadia Theater is at. It's like that was a big thing that they would do big broadcasts from there.
You remember the Friars Club, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're all about. Those guys were the ones that started, and them and who else was members of it? Jack Benny was a member of the Friars Club.
Yep.
What's his face? The dude that played the voice of the original Charlie's Angels.
Yeah.
He was in the Friars Club. They all had their freaking hands in it. I mean, it was big business when it first came out. And George Burns and what's her face? God, I keep forgetting her name. His wife. George Burns' wife. Nobody can remember.
Okay. No, that's looking one off.
I don't know.
Well, we were just saying it. God dang.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. Now I gotta freaking.
Well, and when you get into that group, you also have to get in with the Rat Pack too.
Yeah.
Frank Dino and Sammy and the rest of them, and then what was the girl's name? Was with them Rosemary Clooney. Yep.
Now, like I was having a talk with Angel the other day, and like he was mentioning freaking Lucille Ball and everything too, But like whenever it came to like George Burns and his wife. George Burns' wife, like Gracie Allen is what her name was. Like he was trying to compare her as not having a great freaking career because she was overshadowed by freaking Lucille Ball, and I was like, I kept quiet, but I was like, no, dude, that's not the way it was. Gracie Allen was big, you know what I mean? It was just she was a few years older than freaking Lucille Ball. Her career was pretty much seasoned by the time Lucille Ball came into being. I think the only person that was around before George Burns and Gracie Allen was Jack Benny. Like these were the pioneers. There were people out before these guys, but freaking they weren't all on television. They were doing the circuit. Let me see. Yeah, George Burns and Gracie Allen. That was it.
And he was the one that did the Honeymooners with Jackie.
Oh, yeah.
Those two were great.
She
and
was the neighbor.
The stuff from all that was the Flintstones.
Yeah. What's her name? oh God, what is her name? She also played on frickin' the one where with the train, and she was on the Jethro or on the frickin'
Yes.
oh God, she was on the Beverly Hillbillies.
Yep.
Oh yeah, she was right there with George Burns and them. She was their neighbor.
Yep.
That was cool. I forgot all about her. Hell yeah. Legends.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not old, but I know things.
Well, see, that's what I like about our age group is like when we were younger, we actually had to watch reruns. You know what I mean? So like now they don't have the kids don't have to watch the
I
older
used to
shows.
get so sick and tired of watching Wagon Train.
Oh God, yeah.
When will Lost in Space come on? You know.
Being a Brit, I can remember things like House, Little House, John Boy,
The Waltons.
the Waltons, and things like that. But yeah, it was mainly for the British, more British cultural orientated stuff.
That's because
Like the early episodes of Doctor Who and stuff.
they had you guys locked in though. Like the BBC was ones that were really in full control in your country. So like you didn't,
Actually, not too. Remember, I remember when Channel 4 started back in 82, 83. I was fairly young, and I was only
I
about
would
6.
say the best thing that the BBC and we had for crossover between the pond was anything that Jerry Anderson came up with, like UFO,
Yeah, Thunderbird,
and
Stingray,
Space 1999, Thunderbirds. You know, that was probably the hugest
Captain
crossover.
Scarlet, yeah.
and nobody talks about UFO, but it was like one of the best. You know what I mean? It really was. I remember freaking that show back when I was freaking a kid, you know, and like, man, dude.
How about Supercar? Supercar was like one of my favorites.
No.
Supercar. It would turn into a sub. It would fly. It would do just about any old thing, you know. Get into the supercar and go, you know.
I think we had some weird, of the more weirder British stuff, like The Prisoner, as an example.
That one is the one I liked, actually.
It's, I mean, you gotta think about stuff like that, you know, and what kind of insights that those writers in that had, you know, from the government. You know?
I wouldn't have gotten into Iron Maiden if it wasn't for the Prisoner, dude. Just put it to you that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
They had a freaking what was it? Run to the no, it wasn't one. What was it? It started out with the beginning of freaking The Prisoner, where he goes, "I'm not a number, I'm a free man," and then it freaking went into the song. But that was the first song I heard from Iron Maiden. And then Number of the Beast, of course, Number of the Beast, and that's what got me interested in Iron Maiden. So yeah, freaking been checking up, man. Doesn't look like anybody's moving in there in the chats. I think old John came in and checked it out, and
yeah. So I still remember that. I was a bit surprised because very rarely see him these days.
yeah, he's been quiet a lot. He's been getting into music and everything. We've been talking about getting some music set up and going, but got to figure out how to do it proper on the internet because of latency. That's something that I didn't even know.
3 second to a whole minute delay.
Yeah.
Right.
I deal with that all the time.
And like right now, what we're doing, we're having a conversation. It's not really as noticeable, you know what I mean? But when you take two people from two different parts of the country or parts of the world, and they're trying to do it,
Yeah.
it's completely impossible for them to do it.
I mean, like I have like a virtual band kind of thing.
Yeah, where they can jam
I
together.
think. Yeah. I think. What's that app?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you in on this right now. Skype doesn't really allow that.
Yeah.
I've tried to do different things over the years and that, and
Zoom.
if you're going
right?
to do that. If you're going to try to attempt something like that, Skype is not going to be the platform that you're going to want to use. You're probably going to want to use something like Discord.
We've tried it on Discord. That was where we tried it the last time, I think. No, actually, we didn't. We did it on. Did we do it on Jitsi?
Zoom works really well with virtual bands.
You got to pay for that shit though.
Yeah.
Unless you self-host. There might be some self-host hosting.
The biggest thing, the biggest problem you have with audio platforms like Skype, Uvu, and a lot of the others, is that it will not capture all of the frequency that you want to use when you're playing music. So, one person playing and possibly singing, you're going to hear it cutting in and out on any of those.
I just
I've used a lot of them. The only one that I haven't tried out yet is Discord or something like that. Like a gaming platform.
As far as latency is concerned, this is where technologies like stun and turn can actually help. System and stun servers. The issue that I'm having at this present moment with Nextcloud Talk.
I've been kind of having an idea, but I don't know how well it would work on OBS if you could get the people who are involved with actually trying to jam to freaking get on here with their OBSs and synchronized freaking delay times.
That's going to be really tough.
Yeah.
So with Zoom you can get 40 minutes free.
Yeah, Zoom's got an absolutely terrible terms of service. I've used them a few times for corporate company sort of stuff, and
You heard what happened to Robert Morningstar on there, didn't you?
No. Well,
he got on there and started doing his show, and freaking all of a sudden he had trolls coming on, freaking posting like gay porn and shit on his freaking.
Yeah, they've got very restricted TOS.
Well, that could happen with any.
Trolls can happen anywhere.
This is why I'm in favour of self-hosting.
I mean, you can get trolls on channels that don't have anything on it at all.
I mean, like, how the hell do you get people just coming in and posting gay porn on your chat? You know what I mean? Like,
that's what happened with mine's chat. with Kylie. Kylie.
Why do you think I've got an entire every time I remove a comment or ban somebody from one of the official rooms, so generals or canaries, I always make a screenshot first, just in case anything comes back on me. So if a staff member asks me why I banned them, not that has ever happened, but just in case. And I've got a directory with something like, must be 300 images.
Well, yeah, you could be, what do you call it?
an entrepreneur.
No.
Start selling all
like
those.
storing, explicit materials. So.
Most of them are just spam. Buy this latest cryptocurrency. I can offer you £5 billion as an investment of 2p.
Did you take the screenshot of those stuff that Kylie Barnes posted?
I may have done because at the time, she was there, staff members were there, so I may have a few screenshots of her. I'll have to have a look, but again, I lose count of what I've got and what I haven't got because.
I doubted those were. You think those were her pictures?
Probably not. Like they never post their pictures, or usually people.
But she's different. She's the real. She's not like one of those spammers. She's the real deal.
See if I have.
Who's that? Which one's that?
Kylie Barnes, on General Mind Chat a couple of years back.
We had a major problem with this one spammer that was just doxing people and some sort of broken love affair or something. And it got messy.
Yeah, but we need to elaborate on what doxing is because, like, I've learned from Mr. Robot, there ain't too many people on Minds who actually know what doxing really is. What do you consider doxing?
I haven't. I think anything that passes what under the GDPR would be personal identifiable information without the owner's consent.
And passing it on to a list so that you can.
Oh.
Their home address, for instance.
Yeah, giving a address, or their phone number.
I wanted to double check so that
their actual name if they want to hide an actual name. Yeah,
and then saying, hey, this person's on a bad list, and then give out all that information and then why you think that they should be on that bad list. That's doxing.
Yeah. Well, I had to. Well, I should have actually confronted him about it, but Mr. Robot thought I was freaking doxing him because I mentioned that he was on Twitter, dude. I was like, dude, freaking that's not doxing you.
That's not doxing.
Well, it is doxing. It would be considered doxing if you go to his Skype profile and find on there that he has his home address on there.
No, Twitter. No, Skype.
Technically, that would be in the public realm anyway.
It is public. It is public, Mark, but where it comes is the association between Mr. Robot and that profile.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Agreed. But just check, and Kyle, what's her name? Isn't in my directory of screenshots.
Okay.
No, I mean, what did she do? Like, put freaking porn pics and shit up or something?
Yeah, she put,
it was
like...
it was a bit porn, but it was mainly just doxing some other user. It was just...
Well, first she started... First she doxed...
some sexual, explicit comments.
She was apparently a girlfriend, or she considers herself a girlfriend of some other character, some other personality on Minds. And something turned sour, so she started doxing him.
Yeah. And
then the poor guy ended up closing his Minds account.
I'm not sure.
He ended up getting off of Minds.
But yeah, the Canary Group is all about help and support. As Roger and Tom knows, it can be quite
Mr. Tron
efficient when it comes to forcing people to stay on subject. And it's been quite a few times where I've just banned people because they just started to, I don't know, provide crypto scams and stuff.
Well, the bad part about it is when they go on Canary support and do that shit. I couldn't believe that shit when
Yeah.
I actually started paying
Yeah.
attention. Like,
I spent a long time removing
you'd
comments.
think they would freaking like. I mean, for me personally, if I'm gonna be doing that shit, I'm not gonna go on the help and support freaking chat, freaking try to put spam up. Not unless it's a bot that I'm having freaking just go and randomly pop it up on every chat room.
I tried to take my
you really don't get that kind of thing on mine. So that you do, but it's very few and scattered.
Yeah.
Compared to other platforms. Compared to other platforms.
In the chat, in the mine's chat platform, it has been a major issue, and and it forced me just to create stock comments like this room is here for the purpose of blurb blurb, and I've actually got a directory just with text files with just stock comments in there. So if anybody posts anything that is questionable, I will always put up a stock comment, and if they continue, I'll ban them.
Yeah.
See, that's why we.
Well, yeah. My favorite thing about mines is if I don't want to listen to someone or anything like that, they can't force themselves onto my mines, right?
Yeah.
I can just unfollow them, and that'll be it.
Yeah.
Where if you were on, like Facebook, they can tag you and it posts straight to your main page.
They can follow you. That's the thing that really bugs me the most about Facebook is like they don't even have to be following you and shit. They can
all they have to do is tag you.
Right. Well, on your profile too, they can freaking become a fan.
Well, you can now prevent non-friends from tagging you. So they've implemented a bunch of privacy features since then. But what I don't like about Facebook is, if you start using their messenger one time, the messenger app, it automatically turns on your online status so that everybody who is your friend's uncle knows that you're online.
Yeah.
So
that's not good.
That's why I never use that messenger app anymore.
You know why I stopped using Facebook? Because of people I know. All these strangers, you know what I mean? They can freaking get on there and they can run their mouth all they want. I don't care. But when it's people I've known all my life, and they...
Funny enough, I used Facebook for about 6 months before I joined Mines back in 2016, and I think I only published 2 posts on Facebook.
Really?
It's just political retards. And I've never used them, well, apart from 2 posts.
And then you got flagged for posting political stuff?
No, I just gave up. I don't know if I even closed my accounts down. I just left them.
Well, I knew shit was going to hit the fan.
I couldn't see any interest. I couldn't see any interest. I'm not a huge social media person anyway.
I knew
So
shit.
that's what I'm doing nowadays.
I knew shit was going to hit the fan with Facebook when the whole Alex Jones thing started. When they started banning them from Twitter and freaking Facebook and everything. Because, like, during that time, John was doing really big on paranormal stuff, and I was moderating for him on the groups. And they started getting into this conversation about that stuff. And I was like, I'm going to tell you right now, you guys think that it's just Alex Jones, but eventually it's going to be you because you're...
It is every single person. In fact, when you use their messenger, they know when every keystroke that you make, even before you send it, all right?
Mhm.
So if you say something and you go back, erase it, and then go back and put something else in, they already Facebook knows that already.
They already do.
Yeah, this is the weird thing. Facebook does that, but WhatsApp, which is another meta platform, meta platform owned project, is end-to-end encrypted.
Yes.
Well,
That
it's
does make sense.
it's encrypted that they can get all your information as you do things.
No, it's end-to-end encryption. It's
Mhm.
client to client.
Well,
encryption. It's not.
it had end-to-end encryption before Meta bought it, right?
Yeah. Another interesting thing is the only
think they
times
bought
I've ever used the only times when I've used Twitter was back in the early days, and that was only for parsing log files. So I could have display log files online.
You freaking rebel.
That was the only use I
Listen to
ever
that
found for
rebel.
Twitter, personally.
Listen to that
I
rebel.
know.
Passing freaking log files on Twitter, dude. How dare you?
What? Haven't you passed log files on Twitter way back then? You can only have 128 characters.
Yeah, but you had to split them up. It was each line per. Yeah, it wasn't complete log files per message. It was single
See,
lines per.
this is what I'm talking about, and you didn't believe me, Tan. Okay, he's fucking nuts. He is nuts.
He's very,
I was the only
very
person
meticulous
that was,
and has a lot of patience.
I know a few system administrators that were doing similar sort of stuff.
I've knew your level of craziness when we started talking about time zones and shit. From that time on, dude, I've known about this. Okay, like freaking everybody always. Every time I bring that up, they're like, "Oh, Mark's not crazy. He's the most sane one." I was like, "Dude, he's crazy in a different way." Okay. You belong with
Actually,
everybody on my.
As you
fit perfectly.
As you know,
with us.
I cannot stand this idea, especially no offense to anybody here, but especially Americans. Every single American think their time zone stretches throughout the world. So if you, for instance, Roger, if you say 5 o'clock, and you expect me to know 5 o'clock.
Well, you know, let me add to this though.
That's American.
Let me add to this though. Yeah. This is how much I want to reverse this, because this goes back to you, Mr. England. Okay. What is universal UTC?
Universal time coordinates. Yeah.
Now, is that or is
GMT.
that not? Is that or is that's what I was getting ready to say? Is that GMT? Now, where is GMT located on the world map?
It's London.
Oh, okay. So we're supposed to.
Trying to see where he's going there.
The other one's over by Guam.
Okay.
The end time one is over next to Guam, Agana, Guam. Yep.
So you're trying to tell us that all Americans think that time has to go according to American time, but we have UTC that everybody's supposed to practice.
Yeah, precisely. Everybody should be using UTC. That would save so much complication.
For the English.
It would save complication throughout the world.
For the English, all you'd have to do is look at your clock and everything's cool.
Yeah.
I know. I'm an hour in front of UTC at the moment.
Do you know what I think?
It's summertime.
Do you know what I think whenever freaking you say 1700 UTC?
What?
Go on.
I think, what the fuck, dude?
5 o'clock.
The first thing pops out of my head is, what the fuck, dude? Now I gotta remember this shit again, dude. It's like...
Well, if you live in London, you don't have to remember anything. UTC is UTC.
No, you still got to because of summertime.
Yeah.
Oh, so where's Greenwich?
Greenwich isn't that where the Beatles made that one song? where freaking they were supposed to be like hippies in the park.
It's a borough. It's a borough in London, England.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I heard that was where all the beatniks used to hang out and smoke opium and shit.
I don't know. Could be. There's also a Greenwich, Connecticut, Roger. Greenwich, Connecticut.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Greenwich,
probably
Connecticut.
the one where the hippies were at too. Fucking Greenwich, Connecticut, freaking hippies.
Actually, it was me. It was me that forced the staff. You know that they produce the Tamil agendas and the Tamil meeting agendas. It was me that forced the staff to add UTC to their thing, reminding them that not everybody lives in the US. Not all of their user bases live in the US. I
kind of see what Mark's talking about, you know, Roger, and Mark W. Because I'm in the church, in the Catholic Church, it's the universal church that is supposed to have a common rule of everybody around the world. Yeah. But a lot of the times, the American see something that happened in Mexico or something like that, and they say, "Well, that's so strange. That shouldn't happen, right?" Mm-hmm. And then they should do this and this and this. That what we do in America. But you know, every local church in there has their own local customs. And the Americans are trying to enforce
no offense to anybody, but there's an old joke about us Brits being imperialistic.
Yeah,
I
started that joke.
I
started that joke.
I don't know that joke.
Freaking.
Tell the joke.
Like Mark. Okay, Mark thinks freaking Cromwell was a bad guy, you know what I mean? But in reality, what happened was Cromwell fought a revolution, and freaking thousands of men died over freaking this revolution that they had twice, by the way, not once, but 2 revolutions. And
actually, I wouldn't say he's a bad person. He was the idea of removing Parliament the King was a good idea, but it was the sort of 5-year sort of dictatorship.
Well, this is where this part comes into play. Though. Like, nobody wants to mention the fact that freaking these people that he just freaking gave their freedoms to came back to him and offered to make him king because they wanted to go back to the former government that freaking they had before this revolution, you know. That would make me upset. That would piss me off, you know what I mean? But
but he created a sort of republic dictatorship afterwards for 5 years.
Do you realize how much architecture that man had involved in him too? Like, architecture schools here in the U.S. still make it to where freaking you have to study freaking architecture done by Cromwell. Did you know that?
Okay.
Like, universities still make them freaking study freaking Cromwell stuff. He wasn't like everybody in England makes him out to be. He was actually freaking. He did a lot, and like now everybody.
I'm not saying that he wasn't influential, but
everybody over in England makes him out to be a tyrant too, you know, and like he's so bad.
He was for the 5 years after the war.
He just he shut England down. He started killing off the dukes and shit. Like, What did he actually do to like the actual average English person?
He enforced the rule of presidency. It was during his era that things like Christmas was banned.
Oh, that's good. That's just really great. Isn't that what freaking caused the Ukraine to freaking revolt against their former government just here recently? Because I think in protest they put a freaking Christmas tree up in front of the Capitol. That was before all this shit. Like whenever they had the Russian puppet for a czar or whatever the hell he was, president. It was actually when all this
the Soviet Union never even tried that.
Take away Christmas, man, and shit's gonna hit the fan. It is true. That's one big deal. Like,
well, it's a cultural thing, isn't it?
Well, in Europe especially. Like that's what I was saying about England. Whenever we had that conversation, like if you remember when we were doing our show, I was like, freaking, you don't take freaking England, you don't take Christmas away from England, dude.
When there's this sort of move from civil servants to rename Christmas as festive season, and yeah, you see the sort of complaints that come from Brits try to do that.
Yeah, well, I'm really amazed by England now. I've got to start checking out that conservative thing because that's weird. Yeah, you
actually. To answer your question from earlier, from this morning and last night, I'm thinking a couple episodes on conservatism and then move on to the Commonwealth.
And another thing too.
That would be more logical.
Something popped up in my head too, like talking points. Freaking, like you said, you wanted to talk more about World War II, and I if you want to make that up as a talking point when it comes around to you, if we keep doing it the way we've been doing it, just talk about freaking what you wanted to talk about. We don't because you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that was a carry on from another subject, wasn't it? We were talking about socialism, and we were talking about the Molotov Pact.
When it comes up to your time to do your talking points, just bring it up. Say you wanted to revisit.
It was a sort of reply to, I think, one of Otto's points.
Because I think that'd be cool. Because that's kind of what I was saying when we started doing all that stuff. Is we all bring our own talking points. You know what I mean, into the conversation. So, like for me,
as you know, I'm more of a. I don't tend to bring talking points per se. I'm more.
Yeah, I know.
Preferring to sort of response sort of thing.
Become versatile. Versatile.
Start creating PowerPoints, presentations, and stuff.
yeah.
I guarantee he will too. He'll have
except it won't be PowerPoint.
There'll be a billboard back behind him.
It'll be like open office equivalent of.
Have you ever seen
actually, one idea I did have was to actually get a large monitor or TV or one of the sort of shops, store sort of screens, stick it behind me, use it as a third sort of monitor, or, in my case, sixth monitor, have it playing all the time, and then when I just want to go to that, just use OBS or something just to flick to it.
You know, one thing you could do, get one of those whiteboards where you take a magic marker and you just write your your topics down and set it back behind you, and that way, freaking, whenever you're talking, you can have your talking points behind you. That way, the people that are
And then you
watching can see it.
they get a cheap jacket with leather pads on the words, and yeah. the old university then, yeah.
I'm not talking about all that, dude. I'm just talking about, you know what I'm talking about, like the little whiteboards you take.
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
You just take one. This is gonna be my talking point. Two, and we need to have you on there too, Tan. We got to talk about Canada. Like I've heard some juicy shit about Canada. Like your Conservative Party trips me out, dude. It just I am so freaking tripped out about your guys' Conservative Party.
Actually, having a discussion about Trudeau and the current Socialist Party in Canada will be
Yeah.
a really
you know,
fascinating episode.
I'm not keen on talking about Canadian politics.
Yeah, I can imagine why. I can see why.
But you know, when I was going to high school and I was busing home every day, I passed by this wrinkly old office. They call it the Socialist Communist Party office. This was 1988, 1989 or something like that. And they had it already. I was so shocked. I came from a communist country, and then here I am. I'm in Canada, and I'm passing by this office. There's a Socialist Party, basically. What the hell? So that was my first shocking exposure to communism in Canada.
Well, I just recently became amazed with you guys' Conservative Party, because apparently freaking the Gay Pride Parade has decided to ban the Conservatives from showing up.
That's not very inclusive.
But I mean, it's like, dude, seriously, like, first of all, you know, and I could be wrong about this, because I do understand there has to be, like, gay conservatives in the United States, but at a gay pride freaking parade, dude, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see the Conservative Party kissing babies in the United States at a freaking gay pride.
Yeah, but
that's the Republicans, isn't it?
It's also voter winner at the moment.
But so you're saying that some conservative party members are attending the Gay Pride Parade
In Canada.
Yeah.
In Canada,
you've got to.
They've literally had to
pander
ban
to
them.
your demographics to a certain point, because if you don't get voted.
Yeah.
That
just blew me out of the water. Like, it's day and night, you know what I mean? Like, freaking... Because, you know, I pick on Canada, don't get me wrong. You've heard me do it, all right? I do it all the time. But, honestly, when it comes down to it, I think Canada and the United States is probably the closest relationship, to be honest. I mean, it's like, they don't even freaking really stop each other from coming into each other's country.
Mm.
You just show your state ID and you're in. That's it.
Mm.
You know, like, you don't have to have a visa, nothing. So whenever I hear freaking, like, the Gay Pride Parade and conservatives in freaking Canada, I'm like, whoa, dude, like, that just blew me out of the water. I figured they were.
Well, no, but you're saying the Gay Pride Parade are banning the Conservative Party from showing up, right?
Right. Well, because they're too much of a.
Yeah. So that's a good thing for. I mean, so they're not kissing the Conservatives and are not kissing up.
Why are they showing up?
Oh,
again.
I don't think they're showing up. They're being banned from showing up.
Are they protesting or something?
They are proactively being banned, preemptively.
or like they causing problems for the gay pride parade or something?
Well, I think the conservative are conservatives, right? So they would be against
Yeah, that's
gay
what
pride.
that's the way I always saw it. That's what
Yeah,
I figured.
but
But
I'm not. I'm not up.
Isn't
I'm not up to date on the latest
Politics, yeah, I know.
isn't progressivism
scandals.
all about inclusion and
Well,
inclusion?
conservatives aren't progressive.
No, yeah,
No.
but
Well, no, but these guys are progressive conservative. This is the progressive conservative party, you know.
Is that what they call
makes
themselves?
Yeah, that's what they call them. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy. That is, see, and that just it sends me down another rabbit hole. Like all of a sudden we got progressive conservatives. And another thing I want to do is like classic conservatism. A lot of people don't know there's a difference between classic conservatism and conservatism. And I'm starting to believe that the actual conservative movement was actually started in England.
And also, talking about classic conservatism, a lot of something that a lot of Americans don't get is classical liberalism.
Yeah, I do. I actually agree.
When they talk about they think liberalism is just one huge group. There is a lot of difference between progressive liberalism and classical liberalism.
And like liberalism today would, like, here in the United States we call them libertarians, where you guys would call them freaking liberal, just point blank, blank liberal.
But no, the Canadian equivalent of the liberal is the American Democrats.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Mark. Like you guys are pretty close to us on that. I know that much.
Right.
But like with him, like their concept of liberal is actually a libertarian kind of stance.
The mainstream, concept. Again, classical liberalism is more about conservatism.
Yeah. That's
if you really want to get conservative, then you go into a constitutionalist.
Yeah. An isolationist. See, I'm more of the isolationist. I think George Washington was the best freaking president we ever had. Or the last best president. The last good president we ever had. Because he was an isolationist. He didn't believe in political parties. And after he left office, that's where our country went to shit.
So if you don't believe in political parties, then you don't believe in democracy.
No. Democracy has nothing to do with political parties. Political parties...
Yeah, but...
Each individual should have individual rights. The sovereignty doesn't consist of freaking political parties. It consists of freaking each individual as a whole, combined.
Oh, so the concept of voting for a person rather than a party, whereas in America you tend to vote for a person, whereas in the UK we tend to vote for a party.
We've fallen into the political party thing too. So I mean, it just like I'm an independent voter. Okay, so that means that I only have to vote one time. I don't have to go and vote for a party member. When it's election time, I get to go in and choose the people that I want to vote for. You know. So, whereas if you're a part of a political party, then you go to frickin' vote for your party member, and then you get to vote.
Yeah, but you hear all the time that voting for somebody like Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton or voting for an individual it's very rare for us, as far as the UK is concerned, that you don't hear about the US talk about parties as much as individuals within that party.
Well, you hear about the Democrats, don't you, and the Republicans?
Yeah, but when it comes to election time, I mean, at the moment, they are. It's all about should you vote for Donald Trump or should you vote for? I've
Joe
not
Biden.
taken very much
Joe
notice of
Biden.
US. Joe Biden or Ted Cruz or whoever. So yeah, it's a very sort of cult of personalities sort of thing.
Well, you notice nobody talks about freaking Kennedy. He's third party.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? There's actually 4 parties, and 2 of them don't get to freaking participate because they can't get above 5% on the freaking amount of people that are voting. So that means that they can't be in the freaking public debates because the Democrats freaking run or control the freaking the debates.
Yeah. Remember, we had an entire discussion about this with that New Zealand bloke a couple of weeks ago about the sort of personality cult and the 2-party systems.
Mm-hmm. And they do. That's how they keep control. But that's how political parties control freaking who gets to vote, and freaking whose vote's important and shit like that. It's just one big. See, we have what they call electors, and what it is like Democrats go and they vote for freaking who they want president.
Yeah, that's good you're explaining it, because most folks don't understand that we in the United States are not a democracy. Never were from the very beginning. We are a democratic republic. That means we elect officials that go up, and then they take care of it from there.
You see? And like we have electors, and what it is like the Republicans vote for their representative, and they get a certain amount of people in their party that freaking get a freaking amount of votes. Well, the Democrats do that, and then the Republicans do that, and whoever has the highest one wins the freaking electoral votes for that state. So their elector, the elector for that party, gets to cast those votes, and the other ones don't. You see what I mean? So it's basically which party actually ends up freaking winning the freaking primaries that gets to do the electoral votes for that state.
And in this country, we've got what's meant to be a 3-party system, Conservatives, Labour and Lib Dems, but Lib Dems have been useless for many, many decades now. But hopefully we're going to see a 4th party come in to have some influence, the Reform Party. They're getting a lot of traction at the moment.
It tripped me out whenever you said that the Conservative Party is actually called the Conservative Party. Is that like freaking... So you have the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, and then the Democratic
and Liberal Democrats, who's only been able to get power in recent years because of the coalition between them and Conservatives during Cameron's time.
So that's weird. I find that disturbing.
Upheld by Nick Clegg, who's now Facebook Meta platforms VC of European Affairs or something.
But see, you know what that tells me? That tells me that they freaking know that their country's in trouble, that they're having to fight against the freaking socialists, which are the labor Party, and
Yeah, well,
it's
throughout the
bad
Western
when
world, we having problems with
it's bad when freaking
Uh,
Democrats and conservatives are siding against freaking another party, dude. Like here, you'd never.
this was an early, this was fairly, remember when Cameron came to power, I think it could be 2012, maybe,
Yeah.
2011. So it was really at the start of the so-called modern culture war, quote
Yeah.
unquote.
It's interesting though that just to hear that, because like here that would never happen. You'd never see the Democratic Party and the Conservative Party getting along about anything, at all. Like they'll bitch about what color the sky is. You know what I mean? If it's blue.
They get behind closed doors,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you know, Roger,
Yeah.
because both parties are one party here anymore.
Well,
It's just
yeah.
who's the bigger dick at the time, or who's getting the most money at the time, you know?
And most Democrats know that all the hot chicks are freaking conservative. Like,
Hell yeah.
I mean, they do.
And I think I pointed this out before, but there's an old Yes Minister being a 1980s British comedy that was all about what's happening in the Prime Minister's office during the 80s. Satire then, and there's this old joke where one of the chief civil servants speaking to a junior civil servant and mentions that power is not a lot of power isn't held by the MPs. They're not held by the politicians. They're controlled by civil servants.
Yeah. See, that's why.
Yeah.
That's what me and you were talking about before last season, was because like we were talking about there's a difference between government. When I say government, I'm not referring to freaking elected officials. I'm talking about the people who are put into place without elections. That's a government official. You know what I mean? They're not elected. They're
State official, I prefer.
Well, you guys call them like
Public official.
state officials and stuff. I get that, like, 'cause
I don't know. I keep on hearing people calling them government officials, and this goes back to one of my biggest pet hates about stating that public money, state money, is government money. This is one of my biggest sort of. Yeah.
Mark says he's got to head out, man. We'll see you later, Mark. It was great having you.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, I agree with you on that. It's just that stuff gets so crazy, it's ridiculous. And Tan, I apologize for not hitting record all this time. It just fell me down.
You are yellow.
But we are streaming.
Don't worry, you're streaming on both YouTube and Rumble, so
Yeah, we've got them
You can
streaming.
grab that recording afterwards
Yeah.
and download them, and yeah, and do this.
forget about recording.
I got excited because I was drinking the coffee, and freaking next thing you know, well, I went and smoked first, and then I had my coffee, and I sat down, and you guys were having a good conversation, and I just got carried away with it. I was like, damn. But
It's all retrievable, so that's good.
On YouTube, you can get I don't know if you were able to download.
yeah, you can.
You can get up to 2192 resolution.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but you're not using that resolution on this anyway. But use one of the unofficial means like YouTube.
It
download or something.
dependent on his streaming resolution as well, because
Yeah.
I can see 720.
And I got to be careful on this too, because I'm hitting Rumble, Odyssey, and YouTube, which is going to split the freaking bandwidth. So if I have really high freaking resolution, it's going to start causing freaking drop frames.
And besides, and like I said before, besides, you don't need that higher resolution for this sort of thing anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
Well,
I'm
Or
not
we need,
do you want to see everything go out of my head?
yes. Well,
You want to
Roger.
see my grade?
Roger's handsome beard whenever he shows his face.
yeah.
You
You
He's
know,
not showing his face today.
you know what would be really cool is if like we do like Jaffe does and like get us a cool little slideshow going, and then like yeah, just you know how he does it, and we just kind of like
Yeah, when he step out for bio break,
yeah.
you put on a slideshow or some
in
pre-recorded
that
video.
case, this is where sponsorship is coming useful because you can
Yeah,
slideshow sponsorship. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
stuff like that. I think
Yeah.
that would be cool.
yeah, man.
But with this, I like how this is. I wouldn't do like the regular skin on Skype, but I like the dark shade that it's got on here. Just to me, it makes it look better. I don't like that bright.
Also, talking of which, I still notice that blue text on green background issue
On
Where?
mine.
on your background image. You know, the sort of contrast issue that I was talking about.
Yeah. Now I could do a blur maybe.
Like I said, just a white outline
Yeah.
around the text.
Yeah.
Did you create that background version?
Yeah.
No, that's actually from Skype.
Skype thing?
It's from Skype.
Mm.
I don't like anything when it comes to those backgrounds that Skype gives. It just they don't.
Yeah, I've had to play with them. Yeah.
Okay, now I
Doing
guess
that, yo.
I guess you don't have to, or you don't save or nothing. Oh, there we go. There we go. What do you think about that? You like that?
Blur what? There's nothing to blur. Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Looks slightly blurry to me, actually.
See, you got one of those little billboards in the back that I was talking
I can see it okay. Yeah, you put your own picture behind that desk, then be better.
See how that's set up right there? Set that up like freaking I was talking about, and like have a little board back behind you where people can read what you got that you want to talk about.
Yeah, but I would have to use the wide angle. Good thing about this camera is it can actually go a lot wider, but in this room it sort of doesn't really work.
There we go. That would be,
Okay.
that's actually,
I've seen that background before, yeah.
that's actually pretty nice.
At least there's no Apple laptop there. Like that in the episode the other day.
Actually, there is a laptop in there. I just seen that.
Yeah, but there's no Apple symbol on it.
Ah, cool. So see now.
Sponsored by Apple.
Now we've seen it. A soft spot for Mark. He gets fired up in chat whenever we start talking about Apple. Last time we did it because we got into the conversation about Linux. And,
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
I have my issues with Linux. I ain't gonna deny it. I'll be the first one to say it. But I have real life experiences with Linux. That's the reason why I don't freaking like it so much. And I meant it.
Only certain distributions and only certain desktop environments.
Right.
Remember, when you say Linux, you only need to remember the kernel. So that's why I always
You hate
use the
having to type too much, right, Roger?
Linux kernel-based operating system. I never call it Linux because that's a misnomer.
Now, what was you saying, Dan?
I'm saying you hate having to type so much on Linux. Is that it?
It's not that. It's the programs like
Oh yeah. Well, that's that. There's lack of available programs for you to do what you need to do.
I don't know. No. You've got tons of graphic editors. You've got
years ago,
video editors.
maybe.
You've got WordPress. You've got a lot of these applications are cross-platform anyway. LibreOffice is available
Mr. Robot,
Firefox.
Mr. Robot uses Linux exclusively, and he's doing live streaming, music,
well,
music streaming.
he okay, well, you know how he's real big on security and shit, okay? This is the thing about Mr. Robot.
Mr. Robot. Yesterday, I don't know if you noticed my list of comments in generals, but yesterday he came up with this mega repository full of PDFs.
Yeah.
And the first thing I asked him is, have you confirmed that there's no malware in there?
All right.
Did he reply to you?
Yeah, he says it.
No.
He said it's not his. Is what I seen earlier this.
Yeah, but that's still
not
technically, if I could have him banned from.
Yes.
I could argue that he's violating one of the terms, one of the clauses from mine's terms.
Right.
I did, but. And besides, I was having keyboard issues at the time anyway, so.
Instead of banning, he deleted 3 of his own messages. You notice that, Roger?
Yeah. Well, it's like he talks about security all the time, and then he turns around and he surprises me because he wanted to transfer that freaking movie to me from Linux to my computer, and he wanted to use Chocolatey. Okay, and I'm like, whoa, dude, hold on, what's going on here? I don't do that freaking for anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to freaking transfer files back and forth with Chocolatey.
Why?
What's Chocolatey?
It's a direct link between his computer and my computer, where freaking
it's a peer-to-peer. Okay.
For data, for RAR files and stuff like that, you know, and I'm like, dude, that's fucked up. Like, and the only reason why I did it was because freaking I've known him for a while, you know, but I would never freaking do that for anybody. Like, nobody's gonna reach into my computer. I don't give a shit.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And
why? Because you only you can do that because you have a Windows computer and he doesn't.
Well, it just surprised me. It just surprised me.
I mean,
that he freaking even wanted to do that. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Technically, I know mine's. I know. I was speaking to one of the developers on Minds just last year, and I was going to provide him with a PDF about some data, and he asked me to convert it into another format because he was the question. He was a bit unsure about malware being the first couple of bytes, but you've got to remember that all image files, all media files, all PDFs, all nothing Microsoft Office documents, in the first couple of bytes, things like access data can be compromised and can have malware code in it. Mm-hmm. So even to send an image, the first couple of bytes could have some dubious code in it.
And, you know, I've tried to explain it to him earlier on, the thing about Linux, I do give it credit that it does have better security, but there's only one reason why it's got better security. It's because I get to choose what I want on my computer and what I don't want on my computer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I'm an idiot and I'm freaking sitting there just putting whatever the hell I want on there, I could easily just freaking get just as much viruses and shit on my computer if I'm going in and getting Tor.
It's not only that, but a lot of domestic users will install a copy of Windows if they get the opportunity to install Windows, and will set themselves up with administrator accounts.
Right.
And use administrator accounts as users. China, I presume you've seen a lot of users do this all the time. I've seen a lot of users
Well, I mean,
just install a copy of Windows and administration accounts.
you don't even freaking get the say on what you want and you don't want, though. When it comes to Windows, they just put whatever freaking they feel like. You know what I mean? Where on Linux, you get to freaking actually go through
Especially
and say,
in
I want this and I want that and I want this. You get to actually build your own freaking shit. You know what I mean?
Depends on the distribution, but yeah.
Most of them. Well, not Mint. I know Mint's gotten more Windows. They kind of make it.
Yeah, Mint and Ubuntu's more, that sort of out of the box experience sort of thing.
Yeah. And I don't know. For me, I do like Ubuntu because it's lightweight. That's the one thing I do like.
GNOME Free, lightweight. Actually, GNOME Free is extremely heavy. Extremely heavy. KDE is a little lighter.
Ubuntu is heavy.
Remember, Ubuntu uses GNOME Free as the default desktop environment.
Not KDE.
No, Ubuntu has always been a GNOME based operating system by default.
Yeah, I mean, I've installed a couple of Ubuntu VMs, and they're not lightweight. They're like a few gigs.
Oh, yeah, they're
OS.
You know, Ubuntu is a separate setup. It's actually,
Ubuntu. So LXD.
Yeah.
The LXD environment. Yeah.
That's the one that I was talking about. No, that is pretty lightweight, but it's still Ubuntu.
But Ubuntu still allows by default will switch on a lot of services. That is not necessary for the average user. As an example, on my VPS, I'm using Ubuntu, the server long-term support version. I did that because on one of my early installations I needed Docker, and the cleanest way of doing that was to use Ubuntu. I've had to switch off a lot of services and system init services to make sure that it runs as I expected.
And you know what got me the most, though, when it came to frickin' Ubuntu, is you still had to use other services if you wanted better quality on shit. Like, frickin', you still had to frickin' go in and take little bits and pieces from Mint and incorporate it into your Ubuntu so that you could get better shit.
I don't know. I am not a big fan of the Flatpak and Snap deployment methods. I prefer to use just in Ubuntu's Debian, in this case, deb files, and my internal infrastructure is all based on open source, so RPMs. In my internal infrastructure, but
what about your audio?
again, flat packs and snaps. There is a lot of choice there. Even though I don't like flat packs or snaps.
So, I finally just settled back in with Elsa. I mean, freaking, it's like, fuck all that shit. Just, that's what I ended up doing because it was too much of a hassle. Just use Elsa and say fuck it. You know?
Also,
A-L-S-A.
I think what?
A-L-S-A.
Oh, okay.
Audio.
Yeah, the audio. That's data though.
It's seriously all that other shit you got on Linux, dude. Freaking, it's
Pipewire, post. I know the audio frameworks are so complex.
Isn't that what Dave
That's
uses?
because
the last time I used Linux was like three years ago.
Yeah. The audio frameworks are so complicated because you've got one that's reliant on another thing, and then another thing that's reliant on another thing, and it is a bit of a mess. But
especially when it comes
again,
to your volume mixers.
Yeah, that could be related to the device as well. But generally speaking, Pipewire in recent versions been fairly smooth.
Pipewire, I don't know.
Speaking.
I tried it for a little while, but then, like I said, freaking it got to the point.
Yeah, I'm talking about recent versions. I'm talking about.
Well, you seen that video I posted for you to look at, where you could see what my arguments were with Linux. It was 7 years ago, so, and I mean,
yeah, that was some time ago.
I had it all outlined too, dude. I was pissed. I was like, fucking. I even did a freaking. During that time, I even did a review on Minds.com. Them bastards and how dirty they were.
The biggest issue at the moment is where a lot of distributions will use software that is not really production ready, frameworks such as the Wayland Windows framework. Ubuntu's just moved over to using Wayland instead of X11. Things like screen capturing is really not functional.
Well, you gotta remember. You gotta remember too, though. Freaking like that was 7 years ago. Whenever I first did that, and then this last time was maybe about 3 years ago, and I could be wrong on that.
But up to very late on my old workstation. I was using ext4 as my root system, and then I swapped over to BTRFS, and because of the way that was created snapshots, I found many times where the root processing was just getting full and wouldn't actually give me any space to actually work on. Thankfully, that's been sort of fixed. But yeah, it's all of these operating systems or all these distributions incorporating fairly early development software frameworks and treating them as production ready frameworks, such as Wayland.
I don't know. I maybe one day, when I do hate typing. Tan was right about that. I hate typing. You know, in the code.
Are you a point of collect?
Like, I'm actually having to go back through now and learn freaking Java again. So that kind of opened my eyes up how lazy I've gotten with Windows. Like, freaking all of a sudden, like, I don't remember freaking JavaScript no more. At least I was catching back on. But it's like that one dude on chat said, you use it or you lose it. And my mistake first is I should have went right back to frickin' Java and started learning Java instead of trying to learn frickin' A-frame first and then going to, because that confused me. You know what I mean? Now that A-frame is like some frickin', it's the language. It's how they say things. Like, you know, when you're using Visual Studios, they always have on the top using so and so. You know, like I use freaking Unity. It would say using Unity engine. Well, they don't do their language the same way with A-frame.
Yeah.
So
on a slight tangent, I as you know, do a lot of system administration, and I'm always in things like terminals and SSH sessions, so always typing. But then again, I come from a business sort of background where I was taught from a fairly age to do things like touch type.
Yeah.
I can, yeah, so.
And see, that's the thing that I don't buy into either. These people are always saying, like, copy and paste shit, you know what I mean? If you're going to learn the shit, you need to learn how to type it out. It's called a language for a reason, you know what I mean? Like, whenever you look at that freaking shit, you should know what it's saying by looking at it, just like if you're reading a piece of paper. And that's the one thing you'll hear.
You just because you learn more by typing.
The old sort of thing about just because it's convenient, is it really a good thing?
Right.
Because I think I've had this argument with both of you plenty of times in the past. Plenty of times. Just because something's convenient is a good thing. Does it not make you lazy?
Right.
I still like Windows. I don't care what you say, dude.
Even though Microsoft could be tracking every single move that you do.
You know what, dude? They're going to be targeting you before they target me, because they got me in their fucking pocket. You know what? You're the guy that's trying to hide something. So guess who these fuckers are searching out first? They're searching for you, dude. You're the one with the secrets, not me.
Yeah, they already own him.
They can come back to me anytime they want, dude.
If you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear.
No, I don't believe that.
Yeah, that works quite well.
I don't believe in all that. But all I'm trying to say is, like, you guys, you got your reality skewed, okay? You're the first ones they go after. They don't come after me because they can get me anytime they want. You're the guys that are hiding off into the freaking corners and hiding away from shit with encryptions and stuff. You're the one they want. They're pulling your information. They're pulling your data before they pull mine.
I've got I'm thinking about creating a post for mine. Lewis Rossman in the last day or two published something about Adobe and how they've changed their terms of services in relation to having so-called artificial intelligence, machine learning, to collect data on all of their documents that they're stored in in Adobe's Creative Cloud or Creative, whatever it is, servers. And if you do not agree with this data collection, your account will be terminated.
Oh wow!
It's like me putting something in this drawer and expecting expecting myself to be the only person that knows what's inside that drawer. I don't want the entire world to know what's inside that drawer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we did that on Tech Talk the other day. Remember, with the phones, where Tan showed the
Hmm.
video with the phones. If you
Yeah.
notice, that
The phone.
one phone was freaking talking to the other one, and
Yeah.
then they turn around and they freaking covered the view from the phone that was talking to the guy, and because that other phone was sitting there, and even though it didn't have freaking any focus on him whatsoever, that phone that was covered up was able to pull the data from it and tell freaking him what was actually going on when he wasn't supposed to see it. He just
I was describing on Generals 2 days ago about my use of Nextcloud when it came to using like groupware usage, things like calendar and address book storage. And a lot of end users will use, if they're using Android, they will use Google services to store their phone numbers on, or if they're using an iPhone, they will use Apple services to store their phone numbers on. That's just data for a third party to have, and that's why I prefer using something like Nextcloud or something on my own private infrastructure to be able to store this data on.
Well, you know what's the weird part is I don't understand why people are starting to fall into this. Mozilla is so much better. Like, no, I mean, where do they come up with this shit? Mozilla is not any better than freaking Google. That's straight up IBM right there, or not IBM, but Microsoft.
Depends on nuance really, but Mozilla has been known to be a bit more security conscious when it comes to collection of fingerprints, collection of now Mozilla's its own company. It's a company and a charitable foundation, isn't it? You've got Mozilla the company and you've got Mozilla the charitable foundation, the 501 foundation.
Yeah. Sponsored
Mozilla Corporation is its own.
Yeah, but it's also got there's also a Mozilla Foundation, which a lot of the actual development is done.
They're not owned by
Mozilla
IBM.
Corporation's really
not IBM. I meant to say Microsoft. I meant to say Microsoft.
No, they're not.
No, Microsoft has got shares in Mozilla Corporation, like a lot of companies, Samsung.
Before they had this Microsoft Edge, that was their big freaking push. They were telling everybody, man, you need to freaking have Mozilla. Give up Google Chrome.
No. Before the Chrome, and then they were using their own. Was it Trident?
No,
yes.
IE. They were using their own rendering engine.
I know that they were pushing.
I've got an entire blog article on this actually.
They were pushing Mozilla.
Funny enough, I wrote my web rendering blog article only a couple months before Microsoft announced that they would be moving over to the Chromium, the Blink engine. So most of the information in that blog article is correct, but it's just that one. There's only a couple of lines that could be incorrect because of the Blink engine in IE now, or Edge now.
I forgot all about Blink. Now they've got on there that they're just a smart home security.
But
like they actually have it in the search engine, but when you go to the actual search engine, it's just it's Blink Home. But
Okay, sorry, I'm
But it's
talking
a
about
different
the
Blink.
rendering
yeah, I
engine.
Different
know.
company.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the rendering engine that is using Chrome and Chromium and
No, I mean,
Brave and
Like
all
when-
Chromium
when you
derivatives.
when you type it in, they even have. Remember the old arrow that's supposed to look like a smiley face?
Okay.
It's in there. People also search for, and it shows it. But when you go to click on it, it takes you to frickin' their SE or search engine, and it says Blink Smart
Okay,
Security.
no. No, we're talking about something altogether different. I'm talking about web rendering engines.
Yeah. No, he's searching for Blink, and then some advert came up.
Rather than
Yeah.
some search, yeah, totally different thing.
What is the monthly fee for Blink?
Get out of it, man, before they hijack your browser.
Yeah.
And it's sponsored by Amazon. I forgot all about Blink though. You are right. Freaking, but Mozilla was a part of
Blink was the rendering engine used by Chromium.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
All Chromium derivatives. So Opera, Brave, Chrome, Edge. I think I've got an entire list somewhere. Just the majority of web browsers are using Blink. There's in reality only 3 rendering engines out there at the present moment. There's Blink, Gecko, Quantum, Quantum being a sort of extension to Gecko, and WebKit. WebKit is mainly used by
Apple.
Yeah.
Safari.
That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
Safari, actually, that's one I haven't heard in a while.
Apple users, definitely. I use Blink. I use WebKit on a browser called Medora. So if I've got to test something that I've had issues in users have had issues in minds where something will display correctly on let's say Firefox and won't display correctly on Chrome. And in those sort of situations, I will test with Chromium, Mozilla Firefox, and Medora because they all use 3 different rendering engines.
Now Medora, what was it? They were that's big on coding too, isn't it?
No, Medora is Medora as a browser is quite old now. It hasn't had any development for a long time. But the web rendering engine itself has is continuously being developed.
Yeah.
Again, it is just the same web rendering engine as Safari uses. Just remember, just because a browser may not be up to date, doesn't mean that the rendering engine that he uses is up to date.
Are you talking about Opera, Mark, or Midori?
Medora in this case.
Medora.
My memory isn't always great on this one, but what was the name of the first company that came out? I'm not sure which one it was. It could have been all the way back when Yahoo was popular, but do you remember?
You talking about something like Netscape?
Do you remember when you could take your mouse and run it over freaking Word and it would have that option where it drops down? Something like Blue Shark or some shit like that. Blue something.
Don't remember you.
You know what I'm talking about? Like they have it in a lot of.
Oh, that's a Netscape Navigator, wasn't it? Even before Netscape, you were talking about, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
Netscape
blue
Navigator
something.
is technically
It was in the browsers, and you run your mouse over it, and it dropped
Mosaic.
that
Mosaic, right?
yeah, it was
yeah,
right.
yeah, which is technically Netscape. I don't know what came first, but
Mosaic
I think
browser.
it was just another name.
And
for
it's
Netscape.
made by NCSA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's the one thing that's been bugging me whenever I was sitting there trying to remember that. I remember back when that came out, and it was like all of a sudden it just vanished.
Why? Because they got they got overrun by. It got overtaken by Netscape Navigator.
That's some crazy.
Yeah, Netscape is the form precursor to Firefox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah, I look at the developers that work on Netscape, then from things like the Mozilla Foundation.
But they have no relation other than the developer or worked on both browsers.
Yeah,
It was very different.
technically, Netscape is the basis, is the new early basis of Firefox. If you look at it from a wide historical point of
Well,
view.
you know, shit's getting bad when people are talking about Firefox.
I have Firefox on my box. I don't use it very often.
I use Firefox as my main sort of daily browser, both on my phone and on my. Actually, I use Mo Firefox on my phone, not Mozilla Firefox. It's a derivative of Mozilla Firefox, but it's a bit more security conscious.
I have a feeling you still know your AOL freaking email address, dude.
I've funnily enough, actually, just to remind you, I've decided that blog article in chat. But funnily enough, even though I've distributed a lot of AOL CDs in my time, when I was doing retail repairs, tech support, I used to have boxes and boxes and boxes of AOL CDs, and I've probably still got a few floating around even now somewhere. But yeah, I've had I've provided clients and consumers of AOL CDs, but I've never actually used them myself. Never actually had an AOL account myself.
That's cool, actually, because like I remember when everybody thought AOL was the way of the future, like that was going to be the one and only. You know what I mean?
Yeah, back in the early 90s or early to mid 90s. But then again, I remember the early days when AOL was still its own independent company, still competing against companies like CompuServe.
Well, it's like whenever you say the web, you know what I mean?
CompuServe came out first. I had a CompuServe account.
Actually, didn't CompuServe start as both companies started as BBS
BBS
providers, didn't they?
A BBS system, yeah.
And like, you know how you like to
But
say.
then again, I can even go further back and talk about telex systems, Pastel.
Do you remember
Oracle
when
and
people
that
used to make a separation between freaking the net and the freaking web?
Yeah, I still do. I actually went through a long explanation, I think last year or year before, in the Canaries room, where somebody conflated the internet with the web, and I pointed out that the internet has been around since the mid 60s, whereas the web has only been around since '94.
You remember the first
And,
frickin' setup where they had it where you could frickin' sit at your coffee table, pull out a frickin' computer monitor, and the TV frickin' that was in the TV entertainment center was your monitor.
You do that, you can do that now. A lot of people use
It was like you
Yeah.
could you
or
have your,
think of all those Android-based TVs now.
Yeah, yeah. I
back
have
in,
one of them.
back in the 90s, man, they had it set up though where your frickin' keyboard was underneath your coffee table and you just slide it out like frickin' you do on your computer desk, and you're sitting there at your
Actually,
couch.
funny enough, Microsoft did produce a actual physical coffee table that acted as a keyboard. So glass surface with a key.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen it. It's like
keyboard. No, actually,
project-
keyboard.
keyboard project.
Like those dreaded laser keyboard, yucky
Yeah, let's
laser
find it.
keyboard things that you get these
that's
days.
a cool thing. Yeah.
That is kind of cool. Yeah. Got you some of
Yeah,
that.
but it may be cool. But try typing on it after but you've got that
Typing on
really
air.
sore fingers. Yeah.
Freaking like the old Hackers movie, you know what I mean, where they had freaking that huge computer system supposed. It was supposed to be like the freaking supercomputer. It could never be hacked. And it was like
No such thing. There's no such thing. That can never be at.
freaking it had like those glass
Doesn't exist.
freaking those glass.
Actually, the best way of protecting your machine is to make sure that it's away from the internet, locked in a cupboard in your basement, guarded by searchlights and guard dogs.
Oh, don't get me started on the basement thing again. I finally got over freaking the whole thing about who was it, Bill or his brother? I was accusing of being forced down into his basement to freaking do work. Oh, that was Bill. And
Okay.
So-
Yeah.
because he showed that freaking short video and Dan shared it with us, and I was like, see, I told you, freaking they don't even let him do anything no more. He just has to stay in the basement. Did you find that?
No, Jack does all the.
I don't know if it comes.
Actually, yeah, he always opens up the town hall meetings, and he always a big speaking that.
A glass computer, coffee table.
Yeah. Oh, glass keyboard. Coffee table glass. Coffee table keyboard or something.
I don't know. The did Microsoft come out with that laser keyboard? Laser.
No, those modern laser keyboards come from some crappy Chinese.
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
I need.
In fact, wasn't it earlier this year that
I thought I saw it from Microsoft as well.
I think Barty held a sort of competition in James. We were talking about using the biggest and widest keyboards, and they came up with a couple of examples of old industrial large super keyboards, battery check keyboards, and on the opposite end, I showed provided a link to a video where somebody was reviewing one of these laser projection keyboards. and he was using he was putting the laser projection keyboard on silly things like he was typing on peanut butter, and he was typing on what's it, squid.
Now I found just a regular coffee table. It's they call them lift table coffee tables with charging stations, and then there's another one.
Okay.
It's a coffee table, computer table, black solid wood legs, and stuff like that. But I'd love to be able to find out about the glass ones. The liquid cooled coffee table. The liquid cooled coffee table.
It is a
Touchscreen coffee table. This is why
yeah,
I'm broke.
I've just found a interesting article on stated 2016 article about a $5,500 US Windows 10 based coffee table.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
That's some cool stuff.
just a sec. I just added to this.
See, why would nobody want to get into this? You know what I mean? This is where the good shit is. When you go and you look at this stuff all over again. Like, people come up with some of the most imaginary or imaginative shit, you know? Like, nobody in today's world would have a freaking coffee table that's a touch screen and that big, you know? They're all into the small telephones and shit.
Where's the keyboard? Table is the keyboard?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the full table is a touchscreen monitor.
Yeah.
It's just a monitor. Yeah, it's just a
a touch
monitor.
Screen.
Touch monitor.
Yeah. So it'd be a virtualized keyboard on top, wouldn't it? It would be just a virtual keyboard.
I'll get the actual picture right. Got the redirect address on that one. This one's just kind of like that one, but not really. You know what I mean? It's a touchscreen coffee table, kind of like that one, but it's a lot bigger. That I'd like to have that one before I did this one though, because that one's really nice.
I mean, I've been a fan of the UMPC market for a long time. You know, mini PCs, so 7-8 inch machines they could stick in a suit jacket or something.
I could imagine you. I could imagine you with that.
Yeah.
You'd go hog wild.
Well, it's a perfect sort of portable solution, isn't it? Being able to carry out around an x86 thing in a coffee table, in a suit jacket or something.
You know you'd love that, dude. Don't even... You know you would. I'm sitting here looking at it right now, and I could see you freaking sitting there. You'd be freaking drinking your coffee.
No. I prefer the smaller better. That's not portable. You couldn't pick up and stuff underneath your arm and walk out with it.
You wouldn't move, dude. If you had that, you'd be sitting right there in front of that damn thing.
And yeah, I would be suffering from serious neck cramp all day.
Oh yeah, that would be an issue.
Huh.
You'd have to be constantly looking down and shit. Well, at least you'd be on the couch.
True.
You wouldn't.
I can see its use. But for daily Yeah, I can. Yeah, for daily use, it's not practical.
No, you wouldn't want to even use that for gaming, to be honest. That would be even worse, because with the gaming, you'd have to actually have to use a mouse, and you'd have to freaking be looking at the screen. So that means you'd be looking down like you were talking about even longer. You know what I mean? Because like when
I mean, I could see something like that in the racing room, corporate racing room where you have adverts streaming on it, or company literature streaming on it all the time.
Yeah, or maybe having different people sitting at the table around it or some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and a meeting or something, semi-formal meeting sort of thing.
That'd be cool. Well, we've come to 9 o'clock, guys. You wanna freaking?
Yeah, guys. I gotta get off to dinner.
I'm up to 3 a.m. Yeah.
Looks like
3 a.m. Cool. Saturday morning. You party animal, you.
we got to talk about some cool shit though. We actually went through and freaking started talking about computers, and we really shouldn't have talked about Linux though. That was a bad decision. There ain't nothing
Remember,
good.
Linux kernel-based operating systems, not
Okay.
Linux.
Okay.
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 His eyes are glazed over when you say that.
Like. Well, one thing I'll agree with.
You see my yeah.
I'll
Sorry, I
agree.
was going to say you see my blog article about the components, the individual components of a Linux operating-based operating system. So yeah.
I will concede to one thing though, which I will say. I would rather have a Linux over a freaking Mac any day of the week.
What?
Remember,
I thought you would.
It's based on BSD, and BSD is a
No.
I thought being a Windows guy, you'd be more.
No. Not the Mac. No. I mean, now I wanted to have a Hackintosh. I thought that would be cool, but then I realized how freaking much of a bunch of dicks freaking they are at Mac. You know, Mac.
I think wasn't it up to 13.10 of macOS that they were still producing x86 versions?
The only problem though is with the CPUs
There is
now.
x86 versions of
It's the CPUs now. Now they're cracking down on it. Like you can't do a Hackintosh with anything above a freaking quad core, and now they're trying to get rid of quad cores.
I know, but you've still got PPC versions of Mac, and you've still got up to I think version 9 as far as PPC architecture is concerned, and I think version 10 something on offer for x86.
You know what I'm saying when I'm saying Hackintosh, right?
No, I mean, now I think now you should be able to run Mac OS on a Windows PC. You know,
Well,
you don't need a Hackintosh.
Not the latest versions, because they all use ARM processors. It's the ARM processors that
They use ARM.
But then again,
I'm trying to phase it out.
Windows 10. There's versions of Windows 10 and Windows 11 for ARM processors.
Okay. But see, this goes back to what I was telling you about with me and wanting to build a processor. Nobody needs a freaking processor. I want to build it, and you know why I wanted to build it? Was because freaking it would be cool to freaking be able to build a freaking processor. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Not because I need it or not because I
It is-
don't need it. And I want it to be loud. I want it to be so loud that I have to put it in the backyard so I can piss the neighbors off. You know, that's
I processor is quiet. Processor is quiet.
no, not
It's
the
not
old
mechanical.
ones.
It's just
Not the old ones,
logical
dude.
code. No, all processors are just logic gates. The processor itself is not mechanical. Therefore, no noise. What are you thinking about is things like mechanical hard drives and
They're
fans
still
and
loud, dude.
stuff.
That shit's loud. I
Well, yeah,
mean,
hard drives.
yeah.
Funny enough, just to pat myself on the back, but I released a post on the history of hard drives today. Even though it's a third-party YouTube video, it took me 3 hours to track down all the necessary references, all the necessary links for it.
No, you if you want to,
Yeah.
while we're on stream, man, you might as well share the links or stuff where people can find it.
Hang on, that's a good point. Just go back to my channel.
That's pretty current.
It's actually a very good video, an extremely informative video, and like I say, I took a lot of time coming up with references for it.
Behold the $5,500 Windows 10 coffee table.
Windows 10.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, it's Windows 10.
That's awesome as hell, dude.
There's a spelling mistake in there. Can I edit that?
History
can
of
edit
hard
it.
disk drives. It's mechanical magnetic hard disk drive dual storage,
Yeah.
and you have it on minds.com. Let me see if yeah, there we go. It's
It's a 20-minute video, but yeah, because I had to watch it 3 times just to refer back to what sort of references I needed. And there's a dozen different links to it.
I also liked it,
2, 3,
or I
4.
did a thumbs up on mine and reminded it on my channel. So if
Thank
anybody's
you. I just saw that. 10, 11.
anybody freaking is on here watching, they can come to your channel, Mark Edworthy.
I just counted 19 links on that, not including the actual video itself. And yeah, it took me 3 hours, 3.5 hours to come up with this post.
And see, I'd like to actually get into that too, because that was back during my teenage years. I was right around 16, 17 years old when that shit started popping up. Like, people don't realize the evolution.
What year? Sorry, what year are you talking about?
It was, well, let me see, 73. About 84, 85.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was right when I was in my late teens.
Yeah.
I remember when frickin' my friend Chris Ross, his brother Brad, came home with a big old box and his frickin' CD player, dude, and he was like, this is the way of the future, man. And like, now they don't even use
he uses optical drive media now. Yeah. Compared to things like cassette tape and VHS and all the other medias, optical media in the commercial space doesn't really last that long.
No.
10, 15 years.
Yeah. It's pretty sad, isn't it?
20 years at the most. Yeah.
I kept telling everybody that it was going to go hard drive, and nobody believed me. They're like, oh no,
Funny
it's
enough,
not.
I've got an entire drawer here just full of old IDE and SATA hard drives. In fact, you SCSI ones as well, hard drives and optical drives, so CD drives, DVD drives. I've got an entire drawer here, just filled to the brim with old 30, 40, 50, 60 gig hard drives.
You got any VCR tapes laying around?
One or two tens as well. No.
We still got ours.
Still
Still got ours. We still got ours.
Have you got anything to play it on?
We might. I don't know. I have to go check actually, but
Okay.
we've got it back in the storage. It might still be there. I know that we might have a disk drive that works still, but I don't know about the VCR. It'd be cool if it still worked.
Didn't I mention it to you on Tuesday that it was only a couple of years ago that within the last 5-6 years that the last manufacturer of produced the last VCR. You cannot buy a new VCR. You can buy new old stock, but you cannot buy a new VCR anymore.
Oh, that's crazy. Must be an English regulation.
No, it's just how the market's gone. People don't buy it, therefore manufacturers don't produce it.
You know that England actually rules the world back in the background with nobody knowing. It's a general knowledge, man. Ask any good conspiracy theorist. They'll tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I thought that was lizard people.
no, that's
Lizard people.
That's
But
the
Mr.
Queen of
Robot.
England. Remember? No, that Queen Elizabeth was supposed to be a lizard woman, according to David Icke. But I've got my theories about David Icke. Austin even tries to amp me up about him. Like, everybody makes him out like he's all this and he's all that. And the truth is you can't get David Icke to come on anybody's show if freaking you ain't paying him good money. You know what I mean? He's just
through the media circuit all the time, and he's gone quiet in the last couple of years.
Now you gotta pay him. You gotta pay him to come on their show.
Okay.
You know.
Nobody wants to.
It's like freaking, he's showing up for freaking political parties and shit over there during the freaking protests because.
Actually, no, I've not seen any sort of anything interviews or anything in must be 5, 6, 7 years.
Wow. See, that's pretty strange.
Oh no, there was a thing. There was a thing a couple of years ago with the 5G, giving everybody COVID or 5G, sucking brains out or whatever.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, with the person. But apart from that, he's been
pretty silent.
I'm wondering if he's still alive.
Yeah, we better get off here before Tan starts falling asleep. I know he's
I'm
like.
falling asleep. I'm dying of allergy. You notice how I've been scratching my eyes all this time?
Yeah.
So itchy.
Poor dude.
Yeah.
I've been noticing you're having a hard time with it, so I figured we probably better get off here.
Okay.
I'll talk to you guys later. I'll have this freaking hooked up, and I'm sorry that all the other videos have been running late before we get off here, but I've been overdone on a whole bunch of crazy shit, like catching up on videos.
Yeah. I don't know if you need to do so much the roundtable stuff.
Yeah.
No, this one's not that bad. It's not that bad. I've been finishing up on Elder Scrolls Arena for my gaming, and then after that in July it's all live stream and nothing.
I only mentioned all that ordering issue and not being able to find videos earlier because, like I said, I was trying to find Tuesday's Tech Talk due to what Mine's Gaming published on. Just as a sort of reply to one of Mine's Gaming's comments.
On YouTube, if you're going to look for any videos, go into the playlist. Don't try to find them in the video section. Like that channel has like insane amount of videos. You will never find what
this is why I was concerned about the sort of organizational structure and things like that, and also
it's organized, but it's in the playlist thing. Like there's
again descriptions as well. I noticed that on one of the videos, I think it was in the live thing for Tuesday's video, you actually stuck in the description from 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh, default. I've got default description on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It was totally relevant to the actual content.
Yeah. No, I gotta go in there and check that.
And also the Minds group, the Minds Tech Talk group, that needs a bit of sorting out as well.
Well, with that Tech Talk, we're gonna have to freaking go through it and make it more descriptive because, like, we actually had good topics.
What I was thinking with the Tech Talk group is to remove all the content and then, for the moment, just publish, schedule publish the existing posts for twice a week, and then until we caught up with everything. I know that's why I say twice a week, until we've caught up with everything. Maybe 3 times a week.
I mean, it's if you want to do it, there's a lot there, though. I mean, you realize.
Yeah, that's again, we only talk about the Tech Talk episode, so we're only talking about what this is the 6th episode, 7th episode.
And then
we in season 2, so 13 beforehand.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so we talking about 20.
Right, it would be somewhere around there. So, it would be somewhere around there. That's still a lot. It might, I mean, the number might sound small, but like...
Yeah, this is why I'm saying schedule them for either 2 videos a week or 3 videos a week until we've caught up with ourselves.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta get out. I'm dying. I need to go.
Okay, yeah.
I will talk.
You guys have a good weekend.
You too, bud. I will see you guys later.
Bye.
Alright. Yeah. Once I figure out where I need to go.